It has been 3 days since Tony Stark disappeared. The United States and the local police in Afghan are working hard to search for his whereabouts, but there is still no news. The TV kept reporting the news of Tony Stark's disappearance. Janitor went out to work, leaving Shang Tian alone in the room. Boom, boom, boom. There was a rapid knock on the door, followed by Eddie Brock's voice. "Sir, please, open the door, please." Shang Tian sat on the sofa and watched the news calmly, while the door of the room slowly opened. Eddie Brock stared at the open door in shock for a moment. Without thinking much, he rushed in immediately. The moment he rushed in, the door closed with a click. "Sir, I think I may be infected with parasites." Upon seeing Shang Tian, Eddie Brock suddenly knelt down in front of Shang Tian and said hurriedly, "I went to the research base of the Life Foundation because they caused me to lose my job, and then I was infected with parasites. I know you must have a way, right? What are you doing kneeling here? It's so embarrassing. Hurry up and get up." A deep and rich voice echoed in the room. There were only Shang Tian and Eddie Brock in the room, and the voice was obviously not theirs. "Ah!" Eddie Brock was frightened and sat down on the ground, and said to Shang Tian in panic, "Did you hear it just now? Someone was talking. Yes, it was the parasite in my body talking. Did you hear it? Please, save me. He can't hear me. Stand up. Don't embarrass me." The voice rang out in the room again. "You two are so noisy." Shang Tian rubbed his ears and said impatiently. At this moment, Eddie Brock was suddenly surrounded by a pile of black things. As the black things covered his whole body, Eddie Brock began to grow bigger. Soon, he turned into a black monster covered in slime and with fangs. "Venom, you can hear me and know I exist." Venom looked down at Shang Tian. At this moment, it stood in front of Shang Tian like a giant. It opened its long mouth, revealing 2 fangs, and stared at Shang Tian with a pair of lightbulb-like eyes, grinning and saying, "You look delicious. I want to eat your pancreas. Don't let your saliva drip onto my floor." As Shang Tian's voice rang out, the surrounding scenery began to change, and the originally warm house turned into a dark space. Venom has the ability to see things clearly even in the dark, but at this moment Venom seems to be blind and can't see anything in this dark space. "What did you do?" Venom roared wildly, and long black tentacles extended from various parts of its body, smashing around madly. However, no matter how long its tentacles became, it could not reach the bottom, which made Venom very manic. "Where are you? Get out here. I want to eat you." Venom opened his bloody mouth and roared. In an instant, his voice echoed throughout the space. At this moment, Shang Tian slowly appeared in front of Venom. Young people should not be too irritable. Listening to music can make people calm. Do you want to listen to a song? Shang Tian said slowly. As he finished speaking, the dark space suddenly lit up, and then loud music suddenly rang out from all directions, singing, "I want a life in full bloom." The music was very loud, with at least 4,000 to 6,000 Hz high-frequency sound waves. Just this one line of the song shook the Venom to change shape and make it let out an earth-shaking roar. However, the music did not end with the end of this line of singing. Instead, it continued to repeat this line of lyrics with high-frequency sound waves of 4,000 to 6,000 Hz. What the hell is this song? I can't understand it at all. Turn it off. Venom struggled in pain and roared hysterically. Its hideous face kept exchanging with Eddie Brock's face. Just when it was about to break away from Eddie Brock, the music stopped abruptly. "How is it? Is it quiet now?" Shang Tian asked in a very calm tone. For Venom, High-frequency sound waves of 4,000 to 6,000 Hz can almost take its life. Just now, it almost lost its life, which made Venom calm down all of a sudden. Well, now that you've calmed down, you can go on your way in peace. Shang Tian gave Venom an evil smile. Wait, Mr. God, you have to pull this parasite out of my body and then kill it. Eddie Brock's terrified voice sounded in Shang Tsung's ears. What? You're going to kill me? Why? Venom opened his mouth and shouted at Shang Tian in disbelief. Venom knew very well that he could not defeat Shang Tian. In this environment, Shang Tian could kill him at any time with high-frequency sound waves. You just said you wanted to eat my pancreas, Shang Tian accused very gently. No, 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 you heard me wrong. I want to eat Eddie Brock's pancreas. Venom immediately admitted defeat. You said I was embarrassing, but now I think you are even more embarrassing, Eddie Brock said quickly. Before you, I have seen a symbiote, the same as you, but it is red. At least in terms of color, it looks better than you, Shang Tian analyzed seriously. Red symbiote, Venom muttered softly, and then suddenly, as if frightened, he shouted. You're talking about a massacre. Is that the name? Shang Tian nodded. Venom knew Carnage's character, but no one who had seen it survived. The four companions are Massacre, Riot, Devour, and Contempt. The most powerful of them is Massacre. Carnage never lets any living person go. Have you ever seen Carnage survive? Why is that? Venom asked, puzzled. That only proves that Massacre was killed by him. Eddie Brock's voice sounded at the right time. Oh my God! Venom screamed, his whole body shaking with fear, and he immediately shrank back into Eddie Brock's body. You know, among its four companions, Venom is the weakest. It can be said that it is a loser on its planet. Cowardice and fear of the strong are the reasons for every loser's failure. Oh my God, this is terrible, Mr. God, you must save me. Did you see that horrible monster just now? He is inside my body. Eddie Brock, who had returned to normal, quickly pleaded with Shang Tian. You are the parasite. I am an alien. A symbiote. Venom's hysterical voice rang out in the space. After that, Venom slowly came out of Eddie Brock's body, forming a long line of liquid that turned into a face and appeared next to Eddie Brock. Oh my God! Eddie Brock was so scared that he took a few steps back, but the face kept following him. Don't move, or I'll eat your pancreas, Venom yelled at Eddie Brock. After saying that, it slowed down its tone, looked at Shang Tian with a pleading look and said, Don't kill me. I will tell you our purpose. Eddie Brock took a deep breath, froze in place and dared not move, thinking. You are a parasite who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Don't say bad things about me in your heart. I can hear it. Venom grinned and yelled at Eddie Brock. After yelling, Venom looked at Shang Tian respectfully and said, There are countless life forms like us on the planet we live in. I don't know when they discovered Earth, so they wanted to occupy it, led by massacre, rioting, devouring, and despising me. I came to Earth a few days ago, wanting to test the Earth first, and then call other companions on our planet, but this is not my idea. Venom said, his mood slowly becoming depressed. I am a loser on my planet, just like Eddie Brock. We both fail, and we keep failing. We can't see any hope. But when I possessed Eddie Brock and came to Earth, I found that I am very strong. Now I don't want to go back to our planet. I want to stay here well. After Venom told his story from the bottom of his heart, Eddie Brock calmed down a little and said with some empathy, So you are so pitiful. You are the same as me. What qualifications do you have to say that to me? Don't say that I am pitiful. Venom yelled at Eddie Brock. After yelling, Venom suddenly looked at Shang Tian and said seriously, "You were able to kill Massacre, which proves that you are very strong, so I would like to ask you to be my big brother." "Don't want." Shang Tian directly rejected Venom's request. He didn't want to kill Venom, but he knew it was timid, so he wanted to scare it. Otherwise, Venom would have no time to talk to it. "Why? Do you think I'm weak too?" Venom is a very thoughtful alien symbiote that is well aware of the problems it needs to face if it wants to stay on Earth. It has to deal with the other 4 symbiotes that came with it so that it can stay on Earth relatively safely and enjoy its carefree life. But the problem is that it can't defeat any of those 4 symbiotes. But thankfully, the Massacre was killed. And he was killed by Shang Tian, which proves that Shang Tian is a good backer. It yearns for more powerful strength, so it wants Shang-Shan to be its big brother. "You're so ugly, and you talk too much," Shang Tian said calmly. As he finished his words, the darkness around Venom slowly dissipated. "How did I get back to my home?" Eddie Brock looked at the familiar room with a confused look on his face and muttered in confusion. "This man is too powerful. I must make him my big brother." Venom returned to the room and said with a perverted look on his face, his ferocious mouth stretched a long way. Eddie Brock looked at Venom's dark, devil-like face and took 2 steps back in resistance. "Why are you so far away from me? Come here," Venom roared at him. "You look really ugly." Eddie Brock spoke in a low voice, his tone containing 7 parts fear and 3 parts disgust. "You're ugly, you muggle," Venom angrily scolded Eddie Brock. It stretched out its long and thin tongue and spun it around outside, making Eddie Brock feel numb all over. "You have to get that man to agree to be our boss," Venom announced to Eddie Brock. "Why? Where did you get this habit from, always having to acknowledge the boss or something?" Eddie Brock shook his head and said dissatisfiedly. After listening to Venom's story about his past, his fear of Venom was reduced significantly. "You have no idea of your current situation. If I leave your body, you will die. Your organs have already failed. Only when I am in you will you become stronger," Venom said to Eddie Brock with a grin. "No, I got sick because you were on me. You're a parasite," Eddie Brock said with certainty. "You are the parasite. My name is Venom," Venom roared angrily, spitting saliva all over Eddie Brock's face. After he finished speaking, Venom continued, "You know how much I have helped you. Only I can make you stronger. Do you still remember your girlfriend? She is with another man now. Don't you want to be a hero and let everyone on Earth admire you, and let your girlfriend admire you?" Eddie Brock was stunned. Every word Venom said was heartbreaking. Because he wanted to expose the truth about the Life Foundation using human bodies for experiments, which caused him to lose his job and his girlfriend. Now he has nothing. Becoming a hero and letting everyone know him is undoubtedly a huge temptation for Eddie Brock now. If you want your girlfriend to accept you again, or even to regret breaking up with you, then you definitely need me. Venom attached itself to Eddie Brock's body and lived symbiotically with him, so Venom knew very well that his heart was shaken now, so he tried harder to persuade him. On this Earth, besides Carnage who was killed by the boss, there are 3 other symbiotes like me alive, but I can't defeat any of them. You must get that man to agree to be our boss. With a backer, we can live on this Earth without worries. Venom mentioned Eddie Brock's girlfriend, which made him waver. He looked at Venom's sticky face and sighed. "Okay. I'll find a way to make him my boss." Shang Tian woke up at 5 in the morning of the next day. Janitor was sitting on the sofa, eating a hamburger and watching the replay of yesterday's news. "Why did you get up so early today?" Janitor asked listlessly as she watched Shangshan come out of the room. You seem to be in good spirits today. Shang Tian twisted his neck and said lightly. You sleep like this, and you don't have to do anything, so how can you not be energetic? Janitor rolled her eyes at Shang Tian. In her opinion, Shang Tian was now just a rich boy who was idle and uneducated. Shang Tian didn't take her words to heart. He just walked to the sofa and sat down, then took a bag of snacks bought by Janitor from the coffee table and started eating. $10 a pack. Kanata stretched out her hand and hooked it, with the mark of money shining in her big eyes. Anyway, Shangshan has money. Who else can she cheat if not him? Shang Tian nodded, took a bite of snack, and asked casually. How much was your ticket? Ticket? Janitor yelled, sat up from the sofa, stared at Shangshan, and was so surprised that she even dropped the hamburger in her hand. She had previously been racing with Tony Stark and received a ticket. The amount on the ticket was not something that could be settled with $10. Oh my God, $50,000. Are they robbing me? Janitor found the ticket, looked at the amount on it, and collapsed on the sofa. Her current job only pays $2,000 a month. If she continues like this, how long will it take her to pay the fine without eating or drinking? Not much. If you drive at 200 miles per hour in the city, you'll most likely be detained or even sentenced. If you didn't cause the accident, I'm afraid your fine would be even more than this. Shang Tian was eating snacks while making sarcastic remarks. If this were normal, Janitor would have confronted him directly, but now she didn't dare to do so, because if she wanted to pay the fine, she had to rely on Shang Tian. Brother, let's discuss this. Kanata looked at Shangshan with a pleading look on her face, and her voice immediately softened. She blinked her big eyes and tried to please Shangshan. Want to borrow money? Shang Tian looked at the TV and spoke lazily. Janitor nodded frantically. She sat cross-legged on the sofa and leaned her upper body towards Shangshan, wishing she could put her face against Shangshan's. What are you going to give back? Shangshan glanced at Janitor symbolically and sat a little further away from her. I pay it back in installments every month. After paying for rent, eating, and buying snacks, I still have $50 left every month. Kanata moved a little closer to Shangshan and put her face closer. No, I won't lend it to you. The money you have left every month is not enough to pay the interest. Shang Tian shook his head and said seriously. Interest? And interest? You are such a rip-off. Kanata looked at Shangshan in disbelief, her delicate features wrinkled. Nonsense. You have to pay interest when you borrow money from the bank. Why is it that there is no interest when you borrow money from me? Shang Tian threw the snacks on the table and said jokingly with his hand on his temple. Janitor took a deep breath and looked up at the ceiling with a look of despair. If you can't pay it back, I have a way. Shang Tian raised his eyebrows and looked at Kanata. What? Kanata asked excitedly, looking at Shangshan with an expression full of hope. You have superpowers, so protecting my personal safety shouldn't be a problem. From now on, you will be my assistant and part-time bodyguard, with a salary of $1,000 per month until you pay back the money. Shang Tian sat up, looked at Janitor with a friendly face and said, not long, just 4 years. What did you say? Be your bodyguard. For 4 years. A cosmic-level strong man, come to be the bodyguard of an ordinary person like you. Kanata almost roared. To Janitor, a planet is just food, but now she has to be someone else's bodyguard for a mere $50,000. I won't do it. Janitor refused flatly. That's fine too. If you don't pay the fine, you can wait for the sentence, starting from 3 years. If you run away, you will be hunted down by the United States. Once you are arrested again, the punishment will be heavier and you will be in prison for life. Shang Tian analyzed with janitor seriously. If you want to avoid going to jail, you must become a hero in this world. However, according to the human rejection of superpowers on Earth, for example, mutants, once humans find out that you have superpowers, you will probably be like mutants, with your status plummeting. They will first suspect you and may even have to study you. You haven't even become a hero yet, but you're being hunted down. TSK, life is really hard. Kanata's face darkened as she listened to Shang Tian's analysis. The key point is that everything Shang Tian said makes sense and there is nothing to refute. Janitor bit her lower lip and looked at Shang Tian with a conflicted look. After thinking for a long time, she squeezed out 3 words and said, "Okay then." After a moment of silence, Janitor suddenly said, "But you can't just give me $1,000. The salary is too low. For someone of my status, the salary should be at least $10,000. Besides, if I were your bodyguard, I would have to follow you 24 hours a day. If I follow you, I would have to quit my job. Then I would only work with you to pay off my debts. How would I have money to pay rent, eat, and buy snacks?" Shang Tian shook his head and said, "You don't need to worry about this. Someone will take care of your problems. But let me make this clear. If you become my bodyguard, I have one request." Janitor was relieved to hear that she didn't have to worry about rent and snacks, and asked Shang Tian, "What are your requirements?" Shang Tian raised his lips and said, "I will absolutely obey your orders." Janitor forced a smile that was uglier than crying and said, "Okay. I'll resign soon." After saying that, he turned around stiffly, picked up the snacks from the table and bit them hard, staring at the screen to relieve his inner dissatisfaction. Just then, the doorbell rang outside the house. "Open the door," Shang Tian said lightly while looking at the TV. Janitor turned and looked at Shang Tian with disbelief. She was stunned for 5 seconds, threw the snacks in her hand onto the coffee table, got up and ran to open the door. "What time is it? Why are you ringing the bell? Can't I sleep?" Janitor complained and opened the door, and Eddie Brock's smiling face appeared in front of Janitor. Janitor's strength can be said to be relatively strong in the entire universe. With her strength, she can tell at a glance that there is venom in Eddie Brock's body. She had seen Carnage attacking people before, so she naturally thought Venom was a bad guy. Plus, she was very annoyed by Shang Tian that morning, so she punched Eddie Brock in the stomach without saying a word. Eddie Brock screamed in pain and fell to the ground. Then venom gushed out of Eddie Brock's body and surrounded his entire body. "I'm going to bite your neck off, then eat your head first, and then your body." Venom revealed 2 rows of uneven fangs and spoke proudly. Then he stretched out his long, thin tongue with sticky saliva and turned it around. "How disgusting," Janitor said with great disgust before punching Venom directly in the face. This punch from Janitor was not something that an ordinary symbiote like Venom could withstand. Venom's face was deformed immediately and his 2 front teeth were knocked out. "Fuck. It hurts," Venom yelled, quickly ran into the house, stood next to Shang Tian, and covered his face with his hands. It knew very well that Janitor was not someone it could deal with. The first rule when you can't win is to run. How disgusting. Janitor shook her hands and looked at them with disgust. She would never feel that soft and sticky touch again. Turning around, he saw that Venom had actually run to his home. Janitor pointed at Venom and said fiercely, "Come out here. I'm warning you, or I'm going to knock all your front teeth out, believe it or not." Venom was frightened by Janitor and hid behind Shang Tian. he said to Shang Tian pitifully. Boss, she hit me. Janitor was stunned, looked at Venom, then looked at Shang Tian, and exclaimed in disbelief. Did you just call him boss? Kanata looked at Shangshan blankly. Although Venom is just a small bug to it, on Earth, Venom is considered to be a relatively strong existence. Venom not only has its own thoughts, but also has a high talent for language. It can heal things weighing up to 200 tons and has super healing abilities. It has good endurance and amazing speed. Because of its physical body, it can also resist some magic damage and a large number of soul attacks. The most important thing is that it can attach itself to other people at any time. A symbiote like this, who is already quite powerful on Earth, actually calls Shang Tian Big Brother. What's so annoying about you? You actually call him Big Brother. Janitor shook her head and said with emotion. Who allowed you to say that about my brother? Venom relied on Shang Tian's power and yelled at Janitor. After yelling, he took 2 steps back and nodded to Shang Tian, saying, Brother, look at this woman. She actually spoke rudely to you. That's too much. You are my bodyguard. Are you also upset? Shang Tian smiled at Kanata. Janitor turned her head away, snorted coldly, crossed her hands over her chest, and held back her anger. Venom, who was standing by, was so shocked that his jaw dropped when he heard this, and asked Shang Tian. Brother, is this girl your bodyguard? Shut up, or I'll beat you up. Before Shang Tian finished speaking, Janitor immediately raised her clenched fist and waved it in front of Venom. Seeing Janitor's reaction, Venom probably understood, and said to Eddie Brock with his consciousness. Eddie, look at our boss, how powerful he is. He actually found such a strong and beautiful bodyguard. Janitor glared at Venom and said angrily, Don't talk nonsense. I'm telling you, I can hear your conversation with that Eddie Brock. Be careful if you say that again. Venom was frightened by Janitor and immediately shrank back into Eddie Brock's body. Eddie Brock smiled awkwardly, smiled timidly at Janitor, sat down next to Shang Tian, and said to Shang Tian, I'm sorry, Venom, I was so reckless. I came to you to discuss what I told you yesterday about asking you to be my big brother. Before Eddie Brock could finish his words, Venom roared in a low voice. Let's discuss this. The boss has already agreed. Eddie Brock said helplessly, Venom, you can't be so reckless. You have to be polite. He hasn't agreed yet. Janitor, who was standing by, was completely speechless as she listened to the conversation between Eddie Brock and Venom. An alien symbiote recognized humans as the big brother, but humans didn't agree. That would be fine, but the point is, Venom actually came to beg him. This universe is crazy. Janitor rubbed her temple with her hands and sighed. Oh, by the way, I bought you breakfast. After Eddie Brock finished arguing with Venom, he quickly said to Shang Tian. After he finished speaking, he lowered his head and looked at his hands, but at this moment he had nothing in his hands. Eddie Brock was stunned, and suddenly looked up at Janitor and said, When you were fighting with Venom just now, I think you knocked away your breakfast. You destroyed my breakfast, so go buy another one. Shang Tian said to Janitor. What did you say? Janitor turned around and stared at Shang Tian, who was smiling, and said in a very unhappy tone, Okay, I'll go buy it. After saying that, Janitor turned around and walked out of the house. When he closed the door, he heard Venom ask in a very puzzled tone, Strange, why do I hear the sound of teeth being gnashed? Relief. The sound of a door slamming loudly echoed in the room. The layer of dust falling from the ceiling showed how angry she was. Eddie Brock shuddered all over, thinking that Shang Tian's bodyguard didn't look like someone who was easy to mess with. If he had known this, he would not have said that just now. You are a reporter, do you get paid well? Shang Tian's sudden words brought Eddie Brock back to his senses. He was stunned for a moment, looking at the strange smile slowly rising on Shang Tian's face. His originally trembling body suddenly felt cold, and he thought to himself, it's over. It's okay. Eddie Brock swallowed and said in a trembling voice. I remember that being a reporter is considered a high-paying job in Country M. You used to be a reporter for a pretty good TV station, and you were pretty famous in the industry, right? Shang Tian said slowly, as if he was reminiscing. Well, yes. Eddie Brock looked at Shang Tian and said hesitantly. He had a vague feeling that Shang Tian was setting a trap for him. Oh, I see. Shang Tian paused and said, by the way, why are you here? You want me to be your big brother, right? I promise. Ah. Shang Tian's sudden agreement made Eddie Brock unable to react for a moment. He was stunned for a moment. At this time, the venom had already flowed out of his body, and a face appeared outside. He shouted excitedly to Shang Tian. Hello, boss. Shang Tian smiled and shook his head. Don't be so hasty to call me big brother. It's okay to recognize me as your big brother. But since you call me by the rules of the underworld, we will follow the rules of the underworld. You still have to pay the protection fee. Eddie Brock's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough. This was a trap. Just as he was about to refuse, he heard Venom say, Brother is right. I will definitely hand it over. Eddie Brock was speechless. Damn it, you didn't pay for this. Why did you agree to this? Just as Eddie Brock was about to speak, Venom yelled at him. Pay up the money. Otherwise I'll eat your pancreas. Eddie Brock hesitated for a while and asked cautiously. Then how much? Protection fee do we have to pay? Shang Tian said calmly. Not much, just the rent here, and my bodyguard just now. You saw it. I just need to take care of her meals and snacks every day. Eddie Brock breathed a sigh of relief. The rent was not much, just over $2,000, which was nothing to him. A girl shouldn't spend much on food and snacks, $3,000 should be enough, and $5,000 a month was a drop in the bucket for his salary. Okay. Eddie Brock agreed. Suddenly, he looked at Shang Tian with some disappointment and said, however, I'm fired. If I can't find a better job, I may only be able to pay 4 months of protection money. Don't worry about this. When you are out of money, I will solve it. Shang Tian smiled at Eddie Brock. Eddie Brock glanced at Shang Tian and asked suspiciously, Can you help me get back to work? Shang Tian nodded. Eddie Brock didn't say anything, but he was a little skeptical in his heart. Although Shang Tian might have superpowers and be stronger than ordinary people, so what? He is now considered a person with superpowers, but he is still the same. He lost his job and was struggling to make a living. As long as you have to eat and sleep, you will worry about all kinds of things. This society is very realistic. No one will give you money just because you have superpowers or have helped many people. Eddie Brock sighed and watched the news on TV. It has been 4 days since Tony Stark disappeared. Country M and the local police in Afghan are searching for his whereabouts, but there is still no news. It's not good to be too rich, because you may be kidnapped by criminals. Eddie Brock muttered quietly. 3 months later. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of iron hammering continued to be heard in the cave. Tony Stark glanced at the surveillance blind spot and saw that he had almost completed the secret weapon. His face was solemn. Although it was a little different from the pattern drawn by the boy, the materials were limited, and it was already very good that he could make it. Tony Stark turned his gaze back to the iron he was forging. This was the last part, which also meant that he would be able to get out soon. He picked up the mask with a clip and put it in the water. After it cooled down, he threw it in front of Ethan and nodded. Ethan looked up at him. After 3 months of getting to know each other, the two of them had reached a tacit understanding that they could understand each other without saying a word. Ethan brought him to the surveillance blind spot, put on the armor piece by piece for him, and kept asking, "Is that okay? Can I move?" Ethan carefully checked whether every part of the armor was installed properly. Both of them knew that this was their first and last chance to escape. If they failed, death would be waiting for them. 41 steps forward, then 16 steps to the door, 33 steps to the right turn. Tony Stark told Ethan over and over again how to leave the cave, even down to every step. While taking notes, Ethan helped Tony Stark activate the device on his body. At this moment, there was a knock on the door like a violent storm. The heavy iron door made a bang-bang sound mixed with the angry shouts of those people, which made Ethan a little at a loss. The person outside the door knocked for a while, then kicked the door open. At this moment, the bomb outside the door was triggered. Relief: the explosion sounded throughout the cave, followed by the sound of footsteps. Ethan knew very well that those people had discovered it. After helping Tony Stark press the power button, Ethan said to Tony Stark, "I'll go buy you some time." After saying that, he picked up a gun and ran out of the cave. "Follow the plan, Ethan," Tony Stark shouted, looking at the loading bar of the activating device, anger welling up in his eyes. The sound of machine gun fire rang in Tony Stark's ears. He knew very well that Ethan would be in great danger this time. The anger in his mind grew stronger and stronger. He only heard Ethan's terrified, "Ah." Tony Stark closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes were unusually firm. As the progress bar slowly reached 100%, Tony Stark put on his helmet. A bulky secret made of steel was completed, and this was his hope of leaving here. Tony Stark glanced at the small note on the table, which had cartoon characters drawn on it and Iron Man written in pencil. He suddenly realized that what he would do in the future was not to make weapons, but to save the world. Here's a piece of news. Tony Stark, who had disappeared in Afghan for 3 months, was rescued a week ago. The first thing he did after being rescued was to hold a press conference and announce the closure of Stark International's weapons manufacturing department. With the announcement of this news, Stark Industries stocks plummeted. Stark Industries is not making weapons anymore. Janitor was sitting on the sofa, watching Tony Stark's speech on TV in shock. She shook her head in anger and said, "It's good to be rich. But you can't do such a profitable thing. I'm broke now, without a penny in my pocket." After saying this, she scooped a spoonful of cake and ate it. Eddie Brock glanced at Janitor, then looked at Shang Tiandao with an incredible look. "I can't believe a girl can eat so much. I've eaten up all my savings in 3 months, and the point is, she's not gaining weight." At this moment, venom slowly came out of Eddie Brock's body. He looked at Janitor with saliva dripping from his mouth and roared, "She ate my snacks." Shang Tian shrugged and said, "There is still an essential difference between pigs and humans." Janitor glared at Eddie Brock and Venom and said, "You two, if you keep talking, get out of my house." After 3 months of getting along, Janitor is not so averse to Venom anymore. At least she knows that Venom is not a bad guy. But because Janitor is essentially a little girl and really doesn't like Venom's appearance, her attitude has never improved. Venom and Eddie Brock were so scared by Janitor's yelling that they dared not say a word and shut their mouths together. At this moment, a voice came from the TV again. In recent months, a black monster named Venom has appeared on the streets of New York. It is reported that the unidentified object has attacked the police many times and has also cruelly bitten off human heads, disrupting social order, which has caused many New Yorkers to fall into panic. The police have tried to capture the monster, but it is bullet-resistant and escapes easily every time. The Venom incident continues to ferment online, and many netizens hope that Tony Stark can create a powerful weapon to capture the monster and restore peace to New York City. Janitor turned his gaze towards Eddie Brock and Venom. "I swear, I definitely didn't bite anyone randomly, and I didn't do anything evil," Venom said firmly. "I attacked the police because they attacked me, and the people I bit were all bad guys who did all kinds of evil." Eddie Brock nodded and said, "Yes, I can testify that this is indeed the case. Some journalists are like this, making up stories and not reporting the whole story." Janitor said dissatisfiedly, "Then can't you just hand those bad guys over to the police? Why eat them?" Upon hearing this, Venom became furious and boldly shouted at Janitor, "I need to eat, too. I have a big appetite, and you've eaten all the money. What else can I eat if I don't eat the heads of those bad guys?" Janitor coughed lightly and finished the last bite of cake, then said to Eddie Brock, "I'm still hungry." Eddie Brock looked at Janitor blankly, then turned to look at Shang Tian. "Go ahead," Shang Tian said casually. Eddie Brock swallowed and looked at Venom, who immediately retracted into his body. Eddie Brock sighed and left the room. It has been 3 months since Shang Tian told him that he would help him get his job back. But not only has his job not been restored, he has also been forced to go broke by being taken advantage of. Although Eddie Brock himself didn't have much hope for what Shang Tian said at the beginning, he still had a little expectation. "Well, I'd better go look for a job tomorrow." Eddie Brock shook his head and walked out of the apartment. He went straight to the cake shop. At this moment, he suddenly heard a cry for help. "Help! Can someone help me? Please?" When Eddie Brock heard this, he whispered to Venom, "Brother, there is life." The Venom quickly surrounded Eddie Brock's body, and he said with a long smile, "My food is here. Hi, Mom. How can I help you?" Venom quickly ran along the glass of the building towards the source of the sound, and in the blink of an eye, it was behind the person who called for help. The person who called for help was a fat middle-aged lady, wearing expensive jewelry, and looked very panicked. "Someone just stole my bag." He was in front. The lady heard someone responding to her while turning around and telling what happened. When she looked back and saw Venom's huge body and extremely hideous face, she was stunned. "Ah!" A scream cut through the night. The lady sat down on the ground, looking at Venom in horror. Her skin, which was not in good condition to begin with, was wrinkled with fear. She said in a trembling voice, "Don't eat me, please. Mom, you're overthinking it. Actually, you don't have to be afraid of me. I'm a very righteous monster. Someone just stole your bag, didn't they? Wait a minute, I'll get it back for you." After saying this, Venom jumped onto the tall building next to him. Pop! It smashed the glass with one hand, and its whole body kept moving quickly along the vertical building in the posture of a wolf hunting. Every time it moved, there was a sound of glass breaking. Pieces of glass fell on the street, causing many people to look up. Because it moved too fast, pedestrians on the road could not see its appearance clearly. They just talked about it in low voices, and some took out their mobile phones to take pictures. "I saw him, Eddie." Not long after running, Venom saw a man running fast with a lady's bag on the side of the street. Judging from its many experiences of chasing bad guys, it can be seen that this man should be the bad guy who snatched the bag. "Then get to work, Brother. Eddie Brock's voice rang in Venom's ears. Venom jumped from a 10-story building to the street without any hesitation. With a loud bang, 2 big holes were trampled on the floor by it. The running man bumped into it, fell to the ground with force, and rolled twice. Hey, my food. Venom put one hand on its waist and picked up the man who snatched the bag with the other hand. It stretched out its long tongue with saliva and licked the man's face. The moment the bag snatcher who had been licked by the venom saw the venom, his pupils immediately dilated, his whole body trembled, and his face was full of fear. At the same time, the pedestrians around him fled frantically and screamed. Please, no, I'll give you the bag. The man begged for mercy while slowly raising the lady's bag in his hand. Venom took the bag gracefully, then looked at the man's mouth with a long smile and said cunningly, "You look delicious. Don't. The man shook his head, resisting with his whole body. At this moment, Venom opened its bloody mouth and bit the man's head. Ah! The venom is eating people. Oh my God, this is horrible. Venom's action caused panic among the passers-by. They ran away while muttering loudly, as if to spread the word about how terrible Venom was. At this time, Venom didn't care about so many things. It had been hungry for a long time and finally caught a bad guy. It would be a shame if it didn't eat him. Venom licked his lips and showed a very satisfied expression. Brother, you have to at least explain why you want to eat people, otherwise everyone will think you are a villain. Eddie Brock, who was wrapped in Venom's body at this time, said helplessly. Venom always does things like this, as long as he is happy, and doesn't care about other people's feelings at all. It is obvious that every time it does good things, but it is always regarded as a bad guy. Although Venom doesn't care, Eddie Brock feels very depressed. Explain. Venom, who had eaten and drunk his fill, burped loudly. Well, you humans are just so troublesome. Venom spotted a blonde girl with a pretty good figure who was running on the street, jumped over and stood in front of her. The blonde girl was so frightened by the sudden appearance of Venom that she froze in place, not daring to move. Hey, pretty, do you have a boyfriend? Venom leaned down and put his face in front of the blonde. The blonde girl looked at Venom's huge face. Her face turned pale and she dared not say a word. Fuck, Venom, are you sick? I asked you to explain what you did, why you ate people, and why you come here to pick up girls. Eddie Brock roared. I'm just helping you find a partner. You're such a hassle. Venom stood up straight, lifted the blonde up with his hands, and said to her, the man I just ate was a bad guy. He stole someone's bag, so I ate him. Do you understand? The blonde nodded frantically. Fear made her mind go blank, and her ears were filled with buzzing sounds. She didn't care what Venom said. She only heard it say, got it, and started nodding continuously. Eddie Brock had a headache. What the hell is this explanation? You're only going to make others more afraid of you. As soon as they finished speaking, they heard a voice in their ears. Hey, put her down. As the sound ended, a powerful light came crashing down at a speed faster than lightning. Venom immediately stretched out his other hand and created a huge black barrier to block the front. Relief. A loud bang shocked the whole street. Everyone on the street saw a red and yellow Iron Man descend from the sky and stand in front of Venom. What is this? Is there a person in here? Did he just launch a nuclear weapon? Or a missile or something? He's fighting Venom. He's here to save us. He's here to save us. With the appearance of Iron Man, the fleeing people slowed down their pace. They looked at Iron Man with eyes full of hope and doubt, and discussions began again. Can he save us? His missile was blocked by Venom just now. The venom is so strong that even missiles can't kill it. The discussion reached Venom's ears, which made him feel a little proud. To him, becoming a strong man was what he aspired to be. But Eddie Brock in his body didn't think so. Venom, explain it quickly. Venom looked at the Iron Man in front of him and put the blonde girl down. The blonde girl seemed to be reborn and ran away from this place of trouble. Who are you? Are you here to be my food? But why are you wearing armor? It might affect the taste. Venom shouted at Iron Man with some pride. I'm Iron Man. Of course, I prefer the name Iron Man. You look really disgusting. Tony Stark in the iron suit said to Venom. After escaping from the cave, Tony Stark immediately announced the closure of weapons production, and then worked non-stop to create the Mk3 suit he is wearing now, which has basically highly restored the image in the cartoon. After he tried many times and was sure that he could basically control the suit, Tony Stark put on the suit and wanted to fly to find Shang-Tian. He had too many doubts about Shang-Tian in his heart. For example, why did Shang-Tian know that he would get into trouble in Afghan and told him in advance? And why did Shang-Tian draw the image of Iron Man for him? Did Shang-Tian have the idea of making such an Iron Man suit a long time ago? If a 20-year-old Asian boy really has such intelligence and inventiveness, he must be a top talent. So the first thing Tony Stark did after making the Mk3 suit was to go find the little Asian boy, but he didn't expect to see monsters attacking humans. This surprised Tony Stark. He was only imprisoned for 3 months, and monsters appeared on Earth. It seems that shutting down weapons manufacturing and making battle suits to save the world is really the right thing to do. You'd better go back to where you came from. Otherwise you can try the power of my shells again, Tony Stark said righteously to Venom. What an annoying guy. Venom roared and punched Tony Stark. Venom was very fast and Tony Stark had just become familiar with the Mk3 and didn't know much about it, so Venom's punch hit Tony Stark directly in the face. Boom! The sound of steel striking steel rang in Tony Stark's ears. As Venom's punch landed, Tony Stark was knocked flying, hit the lamppost on the side of the road, and fell to the ground along with the lamppost. Oh my God, Jarvis, I think I might have a concussion. Tony Stark looked at the shaking virtual display screen in front of him and shook his head. He obviously underestimated Venom's strength. He could send a pile of iron flying with one punch, and he could also withstand the power of the arc pulse cannon fired from his left palm. It seemed that this monster named Venom was not ordinary. Venom, who had knocked Tony Stark away, was in high spirits. Just as he was about to launch a second round of attack on Tony Stark, he heard Eddie Brock yelling, "Venom! Stop right there, you can't do this. This is in the city center. You're going to cause me a lot of trouble by doing this. You have to apologize to others and explain." Eddie Brock rarely loses his temper. Although Venom usually seems to be quite fierce to him, Venom also understands that Eddie Brock is the host and knows his weaknesses. If he doesn't want to coexist with him, Venom has a way to remove himself from his body. Venom had no choice but to jump in front of Tony Stark. The ground shook, causing Tony Stark, who had just stood up, to sit down on the ground again. Iron Block, the man I just ate was a bad guy. Venom reluctantly began to explain to Tony Stark, but before he finished speaking, Tony Stark raised his right hand and a strong light quickly emitted from his left hand. The arc pulse cannon fired at close range not only increases its power, but also its speed. Tony Stark's sudden attack left Venom with no time to dodge and he was hit directly in the chest. Although this energy caused the Venom to feel a little pain, it did not cause any actual damage to the Venom. Venom has only two weaknesses. He is afraid of big flames and high decibel noises. Apart from these two things, nothing else can kill him, but it will anger him. You muggle. You actually launched a sneak attack. Venom roared at Tony Stark and reached out to grab him. Tony Stark used the energy under his feet to fly directly into the sky, and then fired arc pulse cannons at Venom with his left and right hands alternately, keeping a distance from Venom. Venom dodged left and right, and jumped directly onto the building next to it. Relying on the special stickiness of his body, he quickly ran up the building, chasing Tony Stark, and the walls he passed by were dug with holes one after another by his hands and feet. Looking at the Iron Man flying in the air, Venom gnashed his teeth and said, "Damn it, if you sneak attack me, I will bite your iron head into pieces." Venom, this is central New York City. You can't fight him here. Just when Venom was extremely angry, Eddie Brock's voice rang out. He was like an annoying alarm clock, reminding Venom that he couldn't do this or that. If it were any other time, Venom would still listen to him, but now Venom was so angry that it would be a miracle if he would listen to him. "Just shut up." Venom roared and continued to move towards Tony Stark without slowing down at all. "Venom, if you do this again, I'll tell Janitor." After spending more than 3 months with Shangshan and Janitor, Eddie Brock had a general understanding of their names.
Who the hell is really afraid of her? I respect her. If she were a man, I would have attacked her a long time ago. To steal my snacks.
Venom, who was filled with rage, said this with disdain, and leaped into the sky. He stretched out his black claws, which stretched out dozens of meters at once, and grabbed Tony Stark's foot. "Get down, you piece of iron," Venom said as he pulled Tony Stark down from a height of 100 meters and threw him to the ground. Boom! The sound of steel hitting the ground echoed throughout the city. A huge dent was created on the road's surface, and Tony Stark fell into the ground, buried in the dust. Countless cracks appeared near the ground where he hit the ground, and slowly spread across the road. "Sir, the suit is severely damaged and most of its functions have been destroyed. It is not recommended to continue fighting." Jarvis's warning sounded in Tony Stark's ears. Then, the disappointed voices of the people also entered Tony Stark's ears. "He really can't beat Venom. Venom is too strong. Can someone take care of Venom?" After saying this, people continued to flee. At this moment, no one cared about Tony Stark, who had been shot down. No one wanted to sit here and wait to die. Is it really impossible to win? This idea suddenly came to Tony Stark's mind as his whole body was pressed down by the stone. When using the battle suit for the first time to fight, I began to doubt whether I could really fight against such a strong alien monster. At the same time, Venom had jumped down from a high altitude and stood directly in front of Tony Stark. Surrounded by the rising dust, Tony Stark could only see a vague and tall black shadow walking towards him. The pair of big and bright eyes staring at him made him feel scared. "Venom, stop, you have defeated him now, you can go," Eddie Brock persuaded Venom. "I just said I was going to bite off his iron head," Venom shouted with his teeth bared. "Venom, if you do this again, I will tell the boss. I don't think the boss will allow you to behave like this." Eddie Brock issued a final notice to Venom. Hearing the word boss, Venom stopped in his tracks. Although Shang Tian usually looked careless and lazy, that person was definitely not a good person. He could not only kill the massacre, but also trap it directly. Venom softened at that time. "Don't tell the boss. Isn't it okay that I was wrong?" Venom's arrogance was immediately suppressed by the word boss. "Then get out of here," Eddie Brock yelled. "Okay, okay." Venom and Eddie Brock were talking back and forth, but in Tony Stark's eyes, they were just talking to themselves. Although Venom stopped, Tony Stark couldn't guarantee that Venom would really eat his head. The desire to survive forced Tony Stark to fight to the death. The reactor on his chest was getting brighter, gathering more and more energy. The attack weapon on Tony Stark's chest was called a cluster beam cannon. It had great destructive power, but it would also consume all the energy of his suit. Normally, he never used the energy on his chest easily, because it was not a good thing for him, but now he had no choice. Because the suit was damaged, there wasn't much energy left, but Tony Stark thought it should be enough. It only took a few seconds for the beam cannon to gather and fire. A strong beam of light was fired towards the location of the Venom. At the same time, Venom also quickly flashed out, perfectly avoiding the attack range of the cluster laser cannon at a distance of 0.1 meters. Relief: the cluster light cannon fired at the high-rise building opposite, causing an explosion. A hole appeared where the cluster light cannon had hit. Due to the shockwaves, all the glass in the 50-story building was shattered. Looking around, the middle seemed to have been hollowed out, leaving only a crumbling shell. Damn it, this Iron Man attacked again. Venom cursed as he ran away. Okay, I know. If you think about the boss, you won't be angry anymore. I'll give you snacks as a reward when we get back. Eddie Brock coaxed Venom like a child. Don't tell the boss about this. Also, there must be some snacks. Venom moved at high speed while raising conditions. Tony Stark threw the rocks off his body and slowly stood up from the hole. Because of the fight, there were already many damages on the streets. Tony Stark's suit had also been damaged to varying degrees. The energy had been used up, and he couldn't fly back. Now this place was close to Shang Tian's house, so it seemed that he could only go to Shang Tian's house to repair his suit first. Venom ran away. Did Iron Man beat him away? It must be, otherwise why wasn't Iron Man eaten by Venom? I just heard Venom say he was going to eat him. Look at that building. There's such a big hole blown out. Venom must have been injured and ran away. Seeing Venom disappear, people stopped running and looked at Tony Stark, who had emerged from the dust. After a moment of silence, people burst into warm applause and cheers. Iron Man! Iron Man! Iron Man! Cheers and applause rang in Tony Stark's ears, which made him feel extremely proud. It seems that this choice is not wrong. Tony Stark raised his lips and smiled, dragging his heavy iron body towards Shang Tian's house. Oh my God! Did Eddie go to buy a cake or make a cake? Why hasn't he come back in such a long time? Janitor slumped on the sofa, stroking her rumbling stomach, and spoke weakly. Maybe he went to fight. Shang Tian chuckled and said lightly. Fighting? He wouldn't go and eat the bad guys again, would he? I told him not to eat, but he still went to eat the bad guys. What normal person would think about other people's heads every day? Janitor sat up from the sofa and scolded angrily. After she finished speaking, she fell on the sofa, touching her stomach, with an expression that showed she had lost all hope in life. At this moment, the doorbell rang suddenly. Janitor's eyes lit up, and she jumped off the sofa and immediately went to open the door, muttering, "My cake is here." However, the person who came was not Eddie Brock, but Tony Stark, who was covered in wounds and dragging his battle suit. Tony, Janitor was stunned when he saw the person in front of him, and stood there in surprise. Is Teacher Tony here? Shang Tian chuckled and teased without turning his head. I need to go inside and drink some water, Tony Stark said to Janitor as he walked into the house. Janitor stared blankly at Tony Stark throwing a piece of scrap metal on the ground, then walked to the coffee table and picked up a cup of water. Before Janitor could stop him, Tony Stark drank it. "That's the cup of venom," Janitor said in a low voice, so soft that it was almost inaudible. When she thought of Venom's mouth full of sticky saliva, she immediately swallowed what she wanted to say. There are some things that are better not to be told to others. "Hey, Asian boy, I'm back." Tony Stark drank a glass of water and said to Shang Tian. After he finished speaking, he pointed to the battle suit that had been beaten to pieces, but the shape and color could still be vaguely seen, and continued, "This is the battle suit I drew according to the pattern you gave me. How do you think it is?" Shang Tian glanced at the battle suit on the ground and smiled. "It's a very unique shape." Tony Stark shrugged and said awkwardly, "You can just take a general look at it. In fact, I just had a fierce battle with a very disgusting guy, and then I beat that guy away. Of course, this was my first time fighting. Although the result was a bit tragic, I have to say that I won." Tony Stark said with some pride. He raised the cup in his hand and shook it towards Shang Tian and asked, "Any more water?" Shang Tian pointed to the kettle on the dining table next to him. "Thanks," Tony Tank said, walking towards the dining table. "No, how do you know where our house is?" Janitor asked, standing outside the door, with her hands crossed on her chest and her back leaning against the door frame. "As long as you are on Earth, there is no place I can't find. It just depends on how much time it takes," Tony Stark said as he poured water into the cup. At this moment, a voice came from outside the door. "You know I'm coming back and you've already started to welcome me." Janitor looked out the door and a smile immediately appeared on her face. "My cake." Janitor stared at the cake in Eddie Blow's hand, ran over happily and snatched it, then ran to the sofa and sat down. Eddie Brock walked into the room and closed the door. Venom couldn't wait to run out of Eddie Brock's body, revealing his face outside. Tony Stark was shocked when he saw Venom's expression. Before he could say anything, he heard Venom say to Shang Tian, Boss, let me tell you, I just met an Iron Man on the road, and I had a fight with him. I threw that guy down from the building, and beat him so badly. Although I don't know who that Iron Man is, you didn't see that the iron suit he was wearing was pierced by me." Venom said. His eyes swept across the ground, and when he saw Tony Stark's suit thrown on the ground, he suddenly said excitedly, "It's this battle suit. Hey, boss, how come you also have this battle suit?" Shang Tian turned around, looked at Venom, and said with a smile, "This is not my battle suit, it's his." Shang Tian pointed at Tony Stark, whose face had turned completely black. Tony Stark turned his head stiffly and looked at Shang Tian, his eyes wide open, and asked in surprise, "Did that disgusting guy just call you Big Brother?" Tony Stark said this to Venom. If it were until the little one disappeared, the two would definitely continue fighting, but with Shang Tian around, Venom got scared. The person who had just been beaten outside, upon entering the house, found out that he was someone his boss knew. This feeling was so exciting. Venom immediately retracted into Eddie Brock's body without daring to make a sound. Eddie Brock shrugged and thought to himself, "It's over. Who else should I offend now? Tony Stark." "Yes, that's right." Shang Tian nodded without denying. Tony Stark didn't say anything, but just stared at Shang Tian. He was a little surprised. Shang Tian was actually called Big Brother by an alien creature. How did he, an ordinary man, become the big brother of this alien creature? Could it be that all three of them are this kind of alien creatures? Tony Stark glanced at everyone in the room, his eyes full of vigilance. I remembered the red monster I saw in the woods before. It seemed to look similar to Venom. And janitor next to him also seems to have superpowers. This made Tony Stark suspicious all of a sudden. Eddie Brock looked at Tony Stark's expression and knew that Tony Stark was suspicious of them, so he hurried over to talk to him. "Stop, don't go any further." Tony Stark subconsciously took a few steps back, looked at Shang-Tian, who was leisurely eating cake and watching TV nonchalantly, and asked, "You two are also this kind of aliens, right? Who is like him, so ugly?" Janitor rolled her eyes at Tony Stark. "It's like this, Mr. Stark. I have to explain something to you." Eddie Brock said, "There was actually some misunderstanding just now. Venom and I heard someone calling for help and wanted to help. But we found a woman calling for help and her bag was stolen. Venom thought the person who snatched the bag was a bad guy, so he attacked him." Eddie Brock omitted the part about biting off his head because he was worried that Tony Stark would find it hard to accept. "But I clearly saw you catch a girl." Tony Stark frowned and said to Eddie Brock, "No, you misunderstood. It wasn't an arrest. It's just that Venom looks so scary that many people think Venom is a bad guy. I asked Venom to explain to others, but Venom, as an alien creature, didn't know the difference between explanation and coercion, so it became what you see." Eddie Brock's words made Tony Stark frown even tighter. Although he relaxed his vigilance a little, he was still not 100% sure because of Venom's attack on him. So he asked Shang-Tian, "Do you have anything to explain?" "What's there to explain?" Shang-Tian shrugged and said casually. Tony Stark was silent for a while, and then he slowly sat down on the sofa on the side. Tony Stark is still grateful to the person who once advised him and guided him in making the prototype of Iron Man. Besides, if they really wanted to harm him, Venom alone would have beaten him like this, not to mention there were 3 super-powered people. How could he have the time to stand here and doubt them? Thinking of this, Tony Stark nodded and said to Eddie Brock, "Okay, I believe you. Although this is the case, I can't forgive you for the time being." Hearing Tony Stark say that he forgave him, Eddie Brock breathed a sigh of relief. At least he didn't offend this person. Tony Stark ignored Venom and turned his gaze directly to Shang-Tian and said, "Can I talk to you alone?" Shang-Tian stood up and walked into the study with Tony Stark. "How did you know that those people would come to harm me? And did you invent the prototype of Iron Man?" As soon as he entered the room, Tony Stark asked all his questions. "You already have the answer to this kind of thing in your mind. Why are you asking me?" "All right." Seeing that Shang-Tian did not answer his question directly, Tony Stark spread his hands. In fact, he already had the answer in his heart. Only Obadiah knew about the missile incident. It couldn't be that he wanted to harm himself, so it must be him who did it. The prototype of Iron Man was drawn by Shang-Tian for him, so it should have been invented by Shang-Tian himself. Tony Stark didn't dare to believe it at first, but now he believed it. It was very impressive for a boy to invent something like this. "Actually, I just want to ask you these 2 questions, no other questions," Tony Stark said, and suddenly seemed to remember something and said, "Oh, by the way, I might need to borrow your studio. I need to repair my suit." "Just bring your battle suit in," Shang-Tian said to Tony Stark. "Can you fix it?" Tony Stark looked at Shang-Tian suspiciously and asked, then shook his head and said, "No. Although you designed the prototype of this suit, you may not be able to fix it, because I used a lot of materials, and you may not be able to fix it. You only have 2 choices, one is to drag your suit back, and the other is to give your suit to me." Shang-Tian looked at Tony Stark seriously. Tony Stark swore that no one in his life had ever said such words to him, especially a boy. If he wasn't injured, It wouldn't be impossible for him to drag his suit back, but now. Tony Stark turned and walked into the bedroom and gave the battle suit to Shang-Tian. As a fellow inventor, Tony Stark had some faith in Shang-Tian, but only a little, so he stood next to Shang-Tian, looking as if he wanted to watch Shang-Tian repair his battle suit. Venom, take Tony Stark out, Shang-Tian said coldly. As he finished speaking, a hand suddenly stretched out from Eddie Brock's chest, pulled Tony Stark out of Shang-Tian's room, and gently closed the door. Fuck. Tony Stark glanced at Eddie Brock and said this angrily. Is it great to have superpowers? Tony Stark said this to Venom. If it were until the little one disappeared, the two would definitely continue fighting, but with Shang-Tian around, Venom got scared. The person who had just been beaten outside, upon entering the house, found out that he was someone his boss knew. This feeling was so exciting. Venom immediately retracted into Eddie Brock's body without daring to make a sound. Eddie Brock shrugged and thought to himself, it's over. Who else should I offend now? Tony Stark. Yes, that's right. Shang-Tian nodded without denying. Tony Stark didn't say anything, but just stared at Shang-Tian. He was a little surprised. Shang-Tian was actually called Big Brother by an alien creature. How did he, an ordinary man, become the big brother of this alien creature? Could it be that all three of them are this kind of alien creatures? Tony Stark glanced at everyone in the room, his eyes full of vigilance. I remembered the red monster I saw in the woods before. It seemed to look similar to Venom. And janitor next to him also seems to have superpowers. This made Tony Stark suspicious all of a sudden. Eddie Brock looked at Tony Stark's expression and knew that Tony Stark was suspicious of them, so he hurried over to talk to him. Stop, don't go any further. Tony Stark subconsciously took a few steps back, looked at Shang-Tian who was leisurely eating cake and watching TV nonchalantly, and asked, you two are also this kind of aliens, right? Who is like him, so ugly? Janitor rolled her eyes at Tony Stark. It's like this, Mr. Stark, I have to explain something to you. Eddie Brock said, there was actually some misunderstanding just now. Venom and I heard someone calling for help and wanted to help. But we found a woman calling for help and her bag was stolen. Venom thought the person who snatched the bag was a bad guy, so he attacked him. Eddie Brock omitted the part about biting off his head because he was worried that Tony Stark would find it hard to accept. But I clearly saw you catch a girl. Tony Stark frowned and said to Eddie Brock. No, you misunderstood. It wasn't an arrest. It's just that Venom looks so scary that many people think Venom is a bad guy. I asked Venom to explain to others, but Venom, as an alien creature, didn't know the difference between explanation and coercion, so it became what you see. Eddie Brock's words made Tony Stark frown even tighter. Although he relaxed his vigilance a little, he was still not 100% sure because of Venom's attack on him. So he asked Shang-Tian, do you have anything to explain? What's there to explain? Shang-Tian shrugged and said casually. Tony Stark was silent for a while, and then he slowly sat down on the sofa on the side. Tony Stark is still grateful to the person who once advised him and guided him in making the prototype of Iron Man. Besides, if they really wanted to harm him, Venom alone would have beaten him like this, not to mention there were 3 super-powered people. How could he have the time to stand here and doubt them? Thinking of this, Tony Stark nodded and said to Eddie Brock, okay, I believe you. Although this is the case, I can't forgive you for the time being. Hearing Tony Stark say that he forgave him, Eddie Brock breathed a sigh of relief. At least he didn't offend this person. Tony Stark ignored Venom and turned his gaze directly to Shang Tian and said, "Can I talk to you alone?" Shang Tian stood up and walked into the study with Tony Stark. "How did you know that those people would come to harm me? And did you invent the prototype of Iron Man?" As soon as he entered the room, Tony Stark asked all his questions. "You already have the answer to this kind of thing in your mind. Why are you asking me?" "All right." Seeing that Shang Tian did not answer his question directly, Tony Stark spread his hands. In fact, he already had the answer in his heart. Only Obadiah knew about the missile incident. It couldn't be that he wanted to harm himself, so it must be him who did it. The prototype of Iron Man was drawn by Shang Tian for him, so it should have been invented by Shang Tian himself. Tony Stark didn't dare to believe it at first, but now he believed it. It was very impressive for a boy to invent something like this. "Actually, I just want to ask you these 2 questions, no other questions," Tony Stark said, and suddenly seemed to remember something and said, "Oh, by the way, I might need to borrow your studio. I need to repair my suit." "Just bring your battle suit in," Shang Tian said to Tony Stark. "Can you fix it?" Tony Stark looked at Shang Tian suspiciously and asked, then shook his head and said, "No, although you designed the prototype of this suit, you may not be able to fix it, because I used a lot of materials, and you may not be able to fix it. You only have 2 choices, one is to drag your suit back, and the other is to give your suit to me." Shang Tian looked at Tony Stark seriously. Tony Stark swore that no one in his life had ever said such words to him, especially a boy. If he wasn't injured, it wouldn't be impossible for him to drag his suit back, but now. Tony Stark turned and walked into the bedroom and gave the battle suit to Shang Tian. As a fellow inventor, Tony Stark had some faith in Shang Tian, but only a little, so he stood next to Shang Tian, looking as if he wanted to watch Shang Tian repair his battle suit. "Venom, take Tony Stark out," Shang Tian said coldly. As he finished speaking, a hand suddenly stretched out from Eddie Brock's chest, pulled Tony Stark out of Shang Tian's room, and gently closed the door. "Fuck." Tony Stark glanced at Eddie Brock and said this angrily. "Is it great to have superpowers?" About half an hour later, Shang Tian came out of the study. Tony Stark hurried into the study, and was stunned for a few seconds when he saw the brand new Iron Mk3. You only took 30 minutes to fix this thing." Tony Stark looked at Shang Tian in shock and said, "This is absolutely impossible. You must have superpowers." Tony Stark knew very well how damaged his suit was. Even if he worked day and night and called on his AI butler Jarvis to help, it would still take 3 days to repair it. But Shang Tian actually fixed it in just 30 minutes. From a scientific point of view, Tony Stark couldn't believe it at all. "He has superpowers. Impossible." Janitor on the sofa was the first to deny it. Shang Tian didn't have any power fluctuations, and he had saved him from danger many times, so how could he have superpowers? "I also think that he has superpowers. After all, I saw him make a planet turn before," Eddie Brock said quickly. "A planet turned. It was him who caused the planet that hit the Earth and suddenly turned on the day of Doomsday a few months ago." Tony Stark's face was distorted with shock when he heard this. "Impossible," Janitor denied immediately. "Even I can't make a planet turn, let alone him." Janitor pointed at Shang Tian with a look of complete disbelief and said, "Before, he was surrounded by a group of cyborgs with guns and I saved him. Also, when we encountered Massacre before, although Massacre was not killed by me, I am sure that the person who killed Massacre could not be a superhuman on Earth." When several people were arguing heatedly, Venom suddenly emerged from Eddie Brock's body and said, "I can prove that Carnage was killed by the boss." "Shut up. Did you see it with your own eyes?" Janitor yelled at Venom. "I didn't see that with my own eyes." Venom shook his head. "You know the man who killed Tutu. It basically took only a fraction of a second to kill Tutu, which is definitely not something any superpower on your Earth can do. Moreover, there's the thing you mentioned before about making a planet bend. Even a cosmic-level powerhouse like me can't do it, let alone an Earthling like him. I don't feel any power fluctuations in him at all. And you tell me he has superpowers? That's a bit unrealistic." Janitor said seriously, eating as she spoke. "But repairing the Mk3 within 30 minutes is scientifically impossible." Tony Stark listened to Janitor's analysis and seemed to think it made sense, but he couldn't figure out how to explain such a thing. "Just tell me honestly, do you have superpowers?" As if feeling that Venom and he couldn't explain it clearly, Kanata simply asked Shang-Chi directly. Shang-Tian nodded. "Now that the matter has been made public, there is no need to hide the fact that I have superpowers. See, I told you. How could such a powerful man as the boss not have superpowers?" Venom gave Janitor a victorious smile. "Impossible." Janitor sat up from the sofa and said to Venom, "If he had superpowers, there would be energy fluctuations on his body. He has no energy fluctuations at all, so how could he have superpowers? Maybe his superpowers can't attack people or anything like that, but can only repair weapons." Tony Stark asked. After all, apart from the fact that Shang-Tian was able to repair the Iron Mk3 suit in a short period of time, he did not see anything abnormal about Shang-Tian. "Who has such a strange superpower?" Janitor softened suddenly, but she knew in her heart that this possibility actually existed. "Is there anything debatable about this?" Shang-Tian looked at the three people and a symbiote in front of him in confusion. He really couldn't understand what it mattered whether he had superpowers or not. "Of course it's worth arguing about. Boss is the most powerful person in my heart. Absolutely number one," Venom said with some pride, which made Janitor feel very unhappy. She was a cosmic-level strong person, but she worked as a bodyguard for an Earthling and was despised. This was something that Janitor could not tolerate. "If Shang-Tian has superpowers, I will be your bodyguard for as long as I live. I will listen to whatever you say. If I break my oath, I will become as fat as a pig." Kanata said this almost in exasperation, gritting her teeth as she looked at Shang-Chi. "I think so." Shang-Tian nodded thoughtfully, a cunning smile on his face. "We were just joking, you don't need to take it so seriously." After hearing what Janitor said, Tony Stark said helplessly, the little girl's temper was much more impulsive, and she had ruined her whole life at such a young age. "I'm not kidding you guys." Janitor scooped a spoonful of cake and took a big bite. The cream stuck all over her face, but she ignored it. She just looked at Shang-Tian, her eyes full of provocation. Tony Stark put on the Iron Man suit. He didn't want to get involved in the current affairs anymore. Originally, he just mentioned something that surprised him, but he didn't expect that it would cause such a big conflict. But what was being said now had nothing to do with him anymore, so he prepared to leave. Eddie Brock and Venom looked at each other and knew that it was not appropriate for them to be there at this moment. They were about to avoid it when the room suddenly shook violently. "Is this an earthquake?" Tony Stark asked. Before anyone could answer, the room suddenly started shaking again. "It's not an earthquake. Something happened on the streets of New York." Janitor frowned and looked out the window. "I'll go take a look," Tony Stark said immediately, turned around and walked out the door. "I'm going too," said Janitor, and then a hurricane passed by and the people disappeared. "Boss," Are we going? Venom looked at Shang Tian and asked. Go ahead. Screams and gunshots pierced the night sky from the streets. Among the panicked crowd, there were many planes and special police who were organizing the evacuation of the people while shooting at the two huge monsters on the street. The scene was chaotic for a while. This is the Hulk and the Abomination. Janitor, who was the first to arrive in downtown New York, recognized the two monsters fighting on the street at a glance, and a trace of shock appeared on her face. While she was stunned, Abomination had already punched Hulk to the ground. Is this the only ability you have? Abomination taunted as he looked at Hulk, disdain showing on his face. Roar! Hulk roared, got up from the ground and ran towards Abomination. With every step he took, his huge paws left a deep footprint on the ground. Hulk punched Abomination, and Abomination caught Hulk's hand, and the two began a contest of strength. The ground was shaking violently, with dense cracks all over it. The originally flat road was covered with stones and was almost overturned by Hulk and Abomination. The two were fighting in the city, and the special police on the side were shooting at them continuously with guns, but it seemed to be of no use to the two. The helicopter in the sky fired small missiles at the two men, but the bombardment did not cause any substantial damage to Abomination and Hulk, except for causing further damage to the already devastated ground and knocking down the running passers-by. I'd better save people first. Janitor took a look at the situation on the scene. Although she is very powerful, if she really fights against two giant monsters, Hulk and Abomination, it will definitely be a battle, and the damage to the unarmed people will be even worse. Now it seems that there was a conflict between Abomination and Hulk, and their fight has affected the rest of the people. In this case, it would be better to save people first. Thinking of this, Janitor immediately rushed into the street and ran to save people. At the same time, Tony Stark also rushed to the battlefield. When he saw Hulk and Abomination fighting on the street, he was stunned. He didn't know who these two people were, but judging from their size, they would not be easy to deal with. If these two people are allowed to continue the destruction, it will not just be a matter of this street being destroyed. Tony Stark didn't say a word and fired the energy cannon directly at Hulk and Abomination. However, when an energy cannon was fired at him, the two men showed no reaction at all and continued to compete with each other. Tony Stark hovered in the sky and continuously fired energy cannons at the two men. It's Iron Man. Look, Iron Man is here. He's the one who defeated Venom before. We are saved. The people running away seemed to see Iron Man coming, and there was a glimmer of hope in their eyes, and they cheered loudly. What a nasty bug. It seemed that he heard people's cheers, which aroused disgust and resentment. Abomination roared softly, then suddenly exerted force, lifted Hulk up and threw him heavily towards Tony Stark. The Hulk was huge. When Abomination lifted him up and threw him at Tony Stark, he didn't even have time to react before being crushed under the Hulk. It felt like being crushed by a mountain. The point was, it would have been fine if it was just crushed. The Hulk actually crushed his head with his butt. The armor that had just been repaired a few minutes ago was shattered again. Oh, I feel like I can't breathe. Shit, get up. This is disgusting. Tony Stark spoke intermittently, and the virtual screen in front of him kept shaking. Roar! Hulk roared madly and sat up suddenly, concentrating the gravity on his hips. Tony Stark's iron helmet was squeezed as a result. He felt that his helmet would almost shatter if he sat down again. Oh my God, Iron Man was just crushed in. What should I do? There is no hope. Run for your life. The people who had just had a little hope saw Tony Stark being pinned down by the Hulk, and the SWAT's gunfire and fire were useless. All their hopes were shattered. At this moment, they just wanted to run away quickly. Janitor had been helping humans evacuate non-stop, and people evacuated very quickly. Within almost 10 minutes, only a few passers-by were left on the road, some hiding somewhere. I am the strongest. Hulk, you are a piece of shit. Abomination walked up to Hulk and stomped him to the ground with his big foot. Boom! The ground that was originally collapsed by Hulk collapsed again, and the entire block had already become a ruin. No. Damn it. Quick. Someone come and save me. Tony Stark was pinned to the ground, with Hulk on top, and an abomination on top of Hulk. If there wasn't a hole in the ground that allowed his body to sink into and not be completely pinned by Hulk, he would have been crushed into a pancake by now. But it has to be said that this feeling was really uncomfortable. Die, Hulk. Abomination stepped harder on Hulk's chest. Roar! 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 Hulk roared 3 times, looking at the hateful eyes as if he wanted to tear it to pieces, but the suffocating feeling in his chest forced him to show a painful expression. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be like this, Hulk. This is all your fault. Abomination raised his leg, with a ferocious face, and stomped towards Hulk's chest with all his strength. Just as he was about to land, a fist suddenly hit him in the face. Abomination was caught off guard and took 2 steps back. Venom? Oh my God, why is Venom here? Did he just hit that green monster? Venom found. Do you need to kill it? Wasn't Venom defeated by Iron Man? Can Venom defeat a monster that even Iron Man couldn't defeat? Most of the pedestrians on the road had evacuated, leaving only a few and some special police. When they saw Venom, they were stunned and were hesitating whether to shoot, but at this time Venom had already started fighting with Abomination. Hey, green monster, you look so disgusting. Venom was well aware that there would be a power gap if he fought head-on, so he could only use his speed to win while dodging around him, while saying provocative words to Abomination. When Abomination wasn't paying attention, he would jump up and punch him, and then do this again and again, making sneak attacks repeatedly. Although Venom's strength is not as great as that of Abomination and Hulk, he can at least lift objects weighing 200 tons, so this punch on Abomination's face still has some weight. The most critical thing is that Venom only hits one place at a time, so it feels particularly painful. Here comes another bug. Abomination was very annoyed by Venom, but since he was not as fast as Venom, he could only blame himself for his bad luck. After being entangled by Venom, Abomination was no longer in the mood to care about Hulk, which gave Hulk a good breathing time. At this time, Hulk slowly stood up from the ground. The moment Hulk stood up, Tony Stark was so moved that he almost cried. It's so damn difficult. Roar, 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 roar. After Hulk stood up, he roared 5 times in a row, as if venting his inner dissatisfaction. The sound waves of these 5 sounds were so strong that Venom, who was running, trembled all over. He stopped running, roared, and almost separated from Eddie Brock. At this moment, Abomination saw the opportunity and grabbed Eddie Brock's head with one hand and Venom with the other. Ah! Abomination yelled, and directly pulled the venom out of Eddie Brock's body with his bare hands, saying disdainfully, "Rubbish." Oh my God, what was that? Was that the green monster hand that just ripped Venom in half? The green monster is so powerful. The special police around were stunned by the scene in front of them. It seemed that they realized how powerful an enemy the Earth had encountered. The key point was that there was more than one such green giant. Hulk got up from the ground, roared a few times, stretched his muscles, then picked up the huge rock under his feet and threw it directly at Abomination. Abomination smashed the stone into pieces with one punch, and the sky was filled with smoke and dust. At this moment, Hulk quickly appeared in front of Abomination, swung his fists, and smashed down from top to bottom. Abomination caught Hulk's hands with both hands and pushed Hulk hard until he had no way to retreat. Then, Abomination grabbed Hulk's neck with one hand and lifted him up. Hulk raised his fists and waved him around wildly, but Abomination was bigger and stronger than Hulk, so it was very difficult for him to break free. "You don't deserve to live in this world," Abomination said, increasing the strength of his hands, and used the other hand that was not pinching Hulk's neck to make a fist and punched Hulk's chest. Green blood slowly flowed out of Hulk's chest. "We're here. It looks like we're not late." When Shang Tian walked to the battlefield, Abomination was holding Hulk's neck with one hand and hammering Hulk's chest with the other hand. Green blood was flowing from Hulk's body and mouth, and it seemed that he was seriously injured. "I can't believe that someone who could walk through such a critical situation slowly and leisurely would be called amazing. This is ridiculous." After saving most of the passers-by, Janitor looked at Shang Tian, who was coming slowly, and muttered speechlessly. She really couldn't see how Shang Tian had the ability to make the planet turn. "Really? If you don't have superpowers, don't show off. Why come to such a dangerous place?" Janitor rubbed her temples with her hands and muttered softly. Then, she turned her eyes to the two green giants, Hulk and Abomination. She rescued almost all the trapped passers-by on the street, except for some stubborn SWAT team members who insisted on staying here and shooting Hulk. Janitor didn't bother to care. She twisted her neck, ran a few steps, clenched her fists, jumped up directly at the Abomination who was strangling Hulk's neck, and punched the left side of the Abomination's face. Boom! After the loud noise, the whole street shook. The left side of the disgusting face was sunken, and the concrete floor was completely lifted up. Kanata's punch almost felt like a magnitude 6 earthquake. A huge gully appeared on the ground along the direction of her fist. The glass of the building with the Stark Industries billboard was shattered, and 2/3 of the billboard fell down, leaving only the English word, industry. Abomination fell to the ground and was dragged a long distance. The left side of his face, which was sunken a second ago, suddenly became swollen. "TSK, TSK, TSK, it looks like it hurts. It's really scary." Shang Tian stood nearby, looked at the Abomination that fell to the ground, shook his head and sighed. Abomination was so angry after being hit by Janitor's punch that he stood up from the ground and ran towards Janitor, hammering her with his left and right hands. Janitor is very fast and not as clumsy as the Abomination, so she can dodge constantly, making the Abomination angry and annoyed. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom, the ground began a new round of tremors.
Many special police officers were shaken to the ground and their fighting was unstable. Even the helicopters in the sky seemed to be slightly affected. The only one who was not affected at this time was probably Shang Tian.
He just stood there, motionless, watching the fight between Janitor and the Abomination. Dust filled the entire battlefield, blurring the human figures. But Shang Tian was watching the show with great interest. "You go." As Kanata dodged, she got closer and closer to Shangshan. She also noticed Shangshan's presence and hurriedly reminded him. As for whether anyone responded, she didn't care. Hulk, who was beaten by Abomination before, recovered his strength after Janitor bought him some time. He gritted his teeth and glared at hatred, then rushed forward without any hesitation, and the three of them wrestled together for a moment. Although Hulk's target was Abomination, because everything around was blurry and the air was filled with dust, Abomination used Hulk's attacks every time to make her face off against Janitor. The Hulk is different from the Abomination. Although both Abomination and Hulk were transformed from humans, Abomination has well retained human rationality and wisdom, while Hulk's mind, apart from anger, can almost be described as chaotic. Although Janitor was very clear about Abomination's purpose, she had no choice but to rely on Hulk to suddenly appear and fight her every time. As a result, Janitor was completely outnumbered. Both Hulk and Abomination are thick-skinned and tough, especially Hulk, who becomes more courageous as the battle goes on. It is very difficult for Janitor to completely defeat Abomination and Hulk and make them unable to move. Janitor's physical strength is not as good as theirs, especially since Janitor had just saved so many people and had spent so much effort to fight the Abomination. She was already hungry. "Why are you still here? Go away." Kanata was forced to retreat in front of Shangshan, gritting his teeth, his face pale, and speaking weakly. Shangshan knew very well why Janitor was like this. She is the same as her father, Galactus. Her father could have been ranked higher in the universe based on strength, but because of his fatal problem that he gets hungry when fighting and has no strength when hungry, he can only be ranked below the gods. And Janitor perfectly inherited his father's advantages, and is only handsome for 3 seconds. Gurgle gurgle, Janitor's stomach growled. "I'm so hungry." Janitor couldn't help but whisper, her dodging speed slowing down. Abomination seemed to see through this, and stretched out his hands and pounced on Janitor. The look in his eyes looked like he wanted to grab Janitor and tear her into pieces. Seeing the Abomination rushing over, Hulk also rushed towards the Abomination. The two giants pounced on Janitor from the left and right. Janitor had no time to dodge. She looked at the hand that was several times bigger than her and grabbed her. She cried out in surprise, "Not good." Just then, Janitor suddenly felt someone hugging her. A crisp, pop sound rang in her ears. Janitor widened her eyes, took a deep breath, and looked at Abomination and Hulk in shock as they fell in front of her, motionless. She turned her head stiffly and saw Shang Tian hugging her waist, unable to say a word. So, just now, if she saw it correctly, Shang Tian just waved his hand and slapped Abomination, and then Abomination hit Hulk, and then they fainted. Fuck. Janitor stared at Shangshan intently. There was no energy fluctuation at all, which proved that Shang Tian's slap just now was purely due to strength, knocking out Hulk and Abomination. But her powerful punch just now wasn't enough to knock Abomination unconscious. How on earth was Shang Tian able to knock these two people out with just one slap? This is not scientific. Shang Tian pulled his hand out from Janitor's waist, looked at her and said, "I paid you to protect me, but now you are asking me to save you." After a pause, Shang Tian smiled like a profiteer and said, $1,000 for one rescue. Shang Tian's words snapped Janitor out of her daze. $1,000 for one rescue? Doesn't that mean my monthly salary is gone? Shang Tian nodded slowly. "You profiteer," Janitor said, gritting her teeth, and her stomach made another rumbling sound. At this time, the streets have become ruins, and the surrounding buildings are crumbling, looking like they will fall down with a gust of wind. The only thing that looks better is the Stark Industries building that is still standing. Although it looks better, it is still too shabby compared to its previous prosperous appearance. The SWAT stood up from the ground in a daze, and Tony Stark also stood up from the sunken ground with difficulty. No one knew what had just happened. All we knew was that after the smoke cleared, Hulk turned into Banner, and only Abomination was left lying there, motionless. And in front of the disgusting one stood a man and a woman. The man appeared suddenly, and the woman had been fighting with the two green giants. So naturally, those people thought that the giant was defeated by Kanata. Heroine, heroine, all the special police officers present raised their guns and shouted loudly. Janitor looked stunned. Heroine. Just then, a helicopter slowly landed, and a middle-aged foreign man in military uniform and a foreign woman with messy hair walked out of the plane. The woman ran towards Banner in panic, while the middle-aged man walked towards Janitor. Sirens sounded in my ears, and 7 or 8 police cars drove towards this direction. These so-called policemen always come late. Sorry to trouble you, our heroine. The middle-aged man walked up to Janitor and said, extending his hand, trying to shake hands with Janitor politely. No, I didn't do this. Kanata shook her head and turned to look behind her. Shang Tian, who was supposed to be standing behind her, was nowhere to be seen. Are you looking for the man who just saved you? I saw that he has left, and it seems that he left with another man, the middle-aged man said to Janitor. Kanata looked at Shang Tian and Eddie Brock, who had disappeared, and instantly understood what was going on. These two bastards actually left her here alone. It's fine that Eddie Brock is gone. The problem is that Shang Tian also left. Do you have any questions that you haven't asked him yet? I'm sorry, you made a mistake. It wasn't me who defeated Hulk and Abomination just now. Janitor explained hurriedly, then turned and left. The middle-aged man smiled as he watched Janitor leave, then turned his gaze to Banner. Come here, the middle-aged man said to his men, take him away. He pointed at Banner. General Ross. Tony Stark's voice came from not far away, and the middle-aged man turned around. Tony, it's rare. Every time I see you, you are dressed brightly and beautifully, but this time you turned into this. The middle-aged man named Ross looked at Tony Stark, who had taken off his battlesuit and looked very embarrassed, with a smile on his face, and there was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. You don't look much better. Tony Stark laughed. He looked at Ross and continued, I think I might want to take this man away. He pointed at Banner lying on the ground. You know, I've been chasing him, and I finally caught him this time. Isn't it rude of you to ask me for him like this? Ross said with a wry smile. This world is very dangerous, you know, like alien symbiotes, kingpin, gangs, etc. It's full of dangers. They want to create an alliance. Tony Stark's words made Ross raise his right eyebrow. They? Who are they? When Janitor returned home, Shang Tian and Eddie Brock were sitting on the sofa, watching TV and eating leisurely. She took a few steps to the two of them and was about to get angry, but when she glanced at the mountain of snacks on the coffee table, her eyes suddenly lit up and she muttered, snacks. Then, she reached out and picked up a bag of snacks and sat on the sofa and ate happily. After eating a few bites, she realized something was wrong, and Janitor sat up from the sofa and angrily said to Shang Tian, why did you leave first? We just found a supermarket with no one in it. It must be that the boss's wife ran away when we were fighting, so I asked the boss to go pick up snacks. Eddie Brock explained to Janitor. Really? Why didn't I see it when I came back? Are there any snacks I can pick up? Kanata asked, pouring the snacks into her mouth and starting the storm harvesting mode. No, we took them all back, Eddie Brock said vaguely while eating. Janitor and Eddie Brock both started snack shopping mode. But after a while, the snacks on the coffee table were basically gone. Janitor lay contentedly on the sofa, rubbing her belly. She was about to go to sleep when she suddenly remembered something and said to Shang Tian, how could I forget? I came back to ask you. What happened to your power just now? Why were you able to knock out Hulk and Abomination without any fluctuation or even shock in their abilities? Janitor frowned, as if recalling the previous process. After a few seconds of silence, he said, logically speaking, if you want to knock him out with just one slap, you need to use at least the power to destroy a planet. But not only did you knock him out, but the Earth was fine. This is too unscientific, isn't it? Janitor analyzed in surprise. Before, she had used only 30% of her strength to fight the Abomination, but it had caused the feeling of an earthquake, and the Abomination acted as if nothing had happened. But after Shang Tian's palm strike, except for Hulk and Abomination who fainted, no one else was hurt at all. Who knows? Shang Tian said perfunctorily. To Shangshan, everything is nothing but clouds. What so-called power and ability? As long as he wants, the entire Marvel universe can explode with a blink of his eyes. It's just because that would be too boring. Since these people believe that strength is the proof of power, it's not impossible to take some action. Did you really knock out Hulk and Abomination with just one slap? Didn't you use any other abilities? Janitor asked suspiciously, staring at Shangshan, as if wanting to see his reaction. Haven't you seen it all? Why are you still asking? Shang Tian rested his head on his hands, leaned back on the sofa, and continued to rest with his eyes closed. Janitor was stunned for a moment, and just as he was about to speak, Venom suddenly emerged from Eddie Brock's body and said proudly, I told you, my boss is very powerful. Do you think I was right? Although others might have been blinded by the smoke and failed to see Shang Tian's movements, Venom definitely saw them clearly. His eyesight is dozens or even hundreds of times better than that of ordinary people, so he can see Shang Tian's movements clearly. What a bullshit. Hearing what Venom said, Janitor's unconvinced mood surged up again, and he said to Venom with disdain, even if he is powerful, he just happened to do it. If Abomination and Hulk hadn't been beaten powerless by me before, how could he knock out two such big guys with just one slap? After saying that, Janitor looked at Shang Tian with resentment, who looked relaxed. While biting a piece of dried sweet potato, she said to Shang Tian viciously, you really think you are the boss? You put on such an attitude. If it weren't for my sister being hungry, I would have dealt with those two guys in a minute. Venom heard Janitor say that and reached out to touch his head. He said to Eddie Brock, but I remember Janitor fought with those two big guys for almost 10 minutes and still hasn't finished them off. It was unknown whether Venom said it intentionally or unintentionally, but when Janitor heard it, he became even angrier. He turned his face away and said angrily, if he can beat me, I will admit that he is powerful. I won't hit a woman, Shang Tian said leisurely, making Janitor grit her teeth in anger. What do you mean by that? If you have the guts, let's fight. Shang Tian shook his head and smiled. I'm afraid you'll go home crying to find your father. Impossible, Janitor said without thinking. No, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Ding dong. Before Janitor could finish her words, the doorbell rang. Open the door, Shang Tian said to Janitor. Janitor was furious at the moment, so she didn't care about anything else. She turned around and glared at Venom and said, you, go open the door. Venom was speechless and could only silently stretch out a hand to open the door, and then quickly retract it into Eddie Brock's body. Why did I seem to see a black shadow appear just now? A man outside the door said in pure American English. I saw it too. A woman's low voice came from outside the door. Okay, the man said, and said to the inside of the house, hello, can I come today? I said no. Will you go out today? Janitor was in a bad mood at the moment. She crossed her arms across her chest and said angrily. Okay, then we'll come in. As a low voice ended, two people walked in from outside the door. The man's name is Nick Fury. The woman's name is Romanov, nicknamed the Black Widow. Both of them are from an organization called SHIELD. Janitor, a delivery man, 20 years old, dropped out of school to work outside, quit 3 months ago. Dropping out of school is not the first good thing. As soon as he entered the room, Nick Fury sat opposite Janitor, crossed his legs and said, "One night a few months ago, you defeated more than a dozen cyborgs under Kingpin by yourself. Later, you often appeared on the streets of New York at night and started to do justice, until 2 hours ago, when you knocked out Hulk and Abomination. If my inference is correct, you are actually a person with superpowers, right?" After hearing what Nick Fury said, Janitor said with an unhappy look on his face, "You investigated me." Nick Fury smiled and said, "It's not an investigation, just a general understanding of you." After that, Nick Fury looked at Eddie Brock and said, "Eddie Brock, a reporter for a Los Angeles TV station, was fired for investigating the human experiments of the Life Foundation. After being fired, you had a big fight with the assassins sent by the Life Foundation in Los Angeles. Later, in order to avoid the people of the Life Foundation, you ran to New York. In fact, your real identity is Venom, right?" After Nick Fury finished speaking, Venom suddenly emerged from Eddie Brock's body, revealing a hideous face. This action made Black Widow, who was standing next to Nick Fury, alertly take a fighting stance. "Do you want me to eat your pancreas?" Venom stuck out his tongue and said to Nick Fury in an unfriendly tone. "Agent Romanoff, don't be so nervous," Nick Fury said to the Black Widow next to him, and then he chuckled to Venom, "You don't have to be so nervous, but you suddenly came out just now, which really scared me." After that, Nick Fury looked at Shang Tian and said with a somewhat tangled expression, "Your information is very ordinary. Just like an ordinary person, I don't see any difference. Except that like Tony, your inventions are more powerful, there seems to be nothing special. We investigated for a long time and didn't find any problems with you. But the only thing that makes me wonder is, how can you, an ordinary person, live with two superpowered people and be so harmonious? I'm also curious. The two of you just barged into someone else's house like this and investigated others. Isn't that a bit rude?" Shang Tian looked at Nick Fury expressionlessly and said, "Of course, it may be a little sudden, but I came to you because I really want to tell you something." After speaking, Nick Fury said politely to Shang Tian, "For the sake of your life safety, it would be best if you could avoid it for a while." "Avoid?" Shang Tian narrowed his eyes and looked at Nick Fury and said, "You are in my house and you want me to avoid you? Don't be angry. Of course, I only said this out of consideration for your safety. Since I chose to come here at this time, it doesn't matter to me whether you avoid me or not." Nick Fury put his legs down and leaned forward. He ignored Shang Tian and looked at Janitor and Venom and said, "I can see that you really want to help the world. Take Venom for example, although you look a little scary and have attacked the police before, but the starting point of everything you do is good." Before Nick Fury could finish his words, he heard Janitor interrupt him and said coldly, "I will not join you." Nick Fury was stunned for a moment, then suddenly smiled and asked, "So you know some mind-reading skills or something? And you know why I'm here?" Janitor said coldly, "You came here just to ask us to join SHIELD, right? I can tell you very clearly that I am not interested. No, or rather, I don't like you very much. No matter who you are, it is very rude to investigate others first without saying hello. Therefore, it is understandable that Janitor has a bad attitude towards Nick Fury, and Nick Fury himself is also very clear about it. If that's the case, then I'm sorry to bother you. I thought you had the same idea as us. All for saving the Earth. So I established an alliance and found a group of very powerful superpowers to protect the Earth. But now it seems that your goals are different from ours, so I'm sorry to bother you." Nick Fury stood up, shrugged, and said helplessly. After he finished speaking, he said to the Black Widow beside him, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, Janitor suddenly asked Nick Fury, who said that my purpose is not like this. Venom on the side also continued, "Yes," who said that our purpose is not the same. We are also saving the Earth. Nick Fury shook his head and said helplessly, "There are many superpowers on Earth, not just you. There are many who are more powerful than you. Of course, there are also many dangers. We have created this alliance, and we are willing to sacrifice our lives for the Earth. I know you may be afraid, and maybe your ability is limited to this. So catching gangsters and dealing with small hooligans every day may be a very safe thing for you. Who told you that my ability is only enough to deal with small thugs?" Janitor glared at Nick Fury and stood up from the sofa. Venom beside him also nodded in agreement. Nick Fury is the king of agents and is very good at understanding people's hearts. Even if he doesn't have any superpowers, it is easy for him to see through a person's mind. He is very good at finding people's weaknesses and attacking them. He quickly found out the characteristics of these two people in his conversations with Janitor and Venom: arrogance. This is the weakness of almost every superpower. So he easily aroused the competitive spirit of both Janitor and Venom with just one sentence. Even though Janitor could see what Nick Fury was thinking, she could not accept others' denial of her strength. "I know you are trying to provoke me. I promised you to join S.H.I.E.L.D., but I can tell you very clearly that I didn't join because of what you said. I just wanted to join, so I joined. Do you understand?" Janitor looked at Nick Fury and raised her chin slightly. "I'll join in too." Venom said to Nick Fury quickly, "Who told you I'm afraid of death? There are only a handful of people in this world who can kill me, Venom." Venom said, with a hint of pride in his tone. Nick Fury glanced at Black Widow, sat on the sofa and said, "Actually, I came to you to invite you to join S.H.I.E.L.D., but..." Nick Fury paused and said, "But because of your behavior just now, I think I misjudged you. Combined with the analysis, you don't have the capital to become a superhero." Nick Fury sighed and said seriously, "It is undeniable that he played the tactic of playing hard to get very well. A young girl like Janitor, who had just entered society, could not beat him at all." Hearing Nick Fury say that she was not qualified, Janitor immediately became angry and said to Nick Fury, "Who are you saying is not qualified? I tell you, I have added S.H.I.E.L.D. to my empire today, and no one can stop me." As soon as Janitor finished speaking, Shang Tian laughed twice. These two sounds attracted Janitor's attention, and Janitor said to Shang Tian unhappily, "What are you laughing at?" "I suddenly remembered something quite funny, so I laughed," Shang Tian said seriously to Janitor. Shang Tian's words made Nick Fury look at him and pause for a few seconds. But it only lasted a few seconds. His purpose of coming here was very simple: he came for Janitor and Venom. As for Shang-Tian, it was just because he happened to live with these two super-powered people, and they had a good relationship, so he was just a byproduct. His opinions and words are not particularly important to Nick Fury. Moreover, Nick Fury had observed Shang Tian when he entered the door, and combined with his investigation of Shang Tian, he was just an extremely ordinary young man, who could be seen through at a glance, and was no different from the salted fish teenagers in today's society. So Nick Fury didn't think that the words of such a young man could influence the thoughts of two super-powered people. For Nick Fury, he wants to recruit people with superpowers or extremely smart people, so the others can just be ignored. There are many powerful superpowered people. If you want to join, you must show us that you are qualified. Otherwise, I bet you don't even know where our base is. Nick Fury continued to stimulate Janitor. Janitor is the easiest to be fooled, and judging from previous situations, if Janitor is fooled, Venom will be fooled as well. So he is relatively relaxed now. As long as he can deal with Janitor, everything will be easy. Thinking of this, Nick Fury leaned back on the sofa with a slight smug look on his face. Qualifications. Why? With my strength as a cosmic-level powerhouse, am I not qualified to join you in this breakthrough? Kanata sneered and mocked Nick Fury. Nick Fury was not angry, he just smiled faintly and said, "You are strong enough, but to be a hero, strength alone is not enough. You also need courage, determination, responsibility, and perseverance. But I'm sorry, I don't see other qualities in you. But it may be because you are a girl, it's a little different." You? What did you say? Who told you I don't have these? Janitor angrily said to Nick Fury. Also, why don't I have these just because I'm a girl? Don't we girls have these? Nick Fury shrugged and said nonchalantly, "I'm sorry, this may be a bit biased. If you really want to prove yourself, I can give you a 1-month trial period." Janitor gritted her teeth and looked at Nick Fury and said, "I will show you my strength." Nick Fury smiled and nodded, looking at Venom beside him and said, "How about you being the same as her?" Venom bared his teeth, waited for Nick Fury with his big eyes and said, "If you don't let me pass the 1-month trial period, I will bite your head off." Nick Fury looked directly at Venom, neither panicked nor afraid, and simply said calmly, "That depends on whether you can meet the standards of being a hero. Our alliance is called the Avengers, and this name is very suitable for the current status of the two of you. If there is a mission, I will come to you. I hope you can pass the probation period as soon as possible." After saying this, Nick Fury stood up from the sofa, looking like he was ready to leave. Having won a battle, he couldn't help but feel happy, and he gave a victorious smile to Janitor and Venom. It has to be said that playing tricks is also a kind of superpower. Nick Fury glanced at Black Widow and motioned for her to leave. Just then, a laugh suddenly rang out in the room. The person laughing is Shang Tian. Nick Fury looked at him and immediately became wary. I was just talking to Janitor and Venom and completely ignored him. Nick Fury, I think you might be a farmer. You broke into my house and stole my girl. I don't think that's a good idea. Nick Fury looked at Shang Tian, not really understanding what he meant by that. I'm sorry, what do you mean by poaching your people? Venom reacted instantly, looking at Shang Tian anxiously and said, "Boss, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." After that, Venom looked at Nick Fury and stretched out a claw and shook it, saying, "That bald guy, I won't join, I won't join." Janitor on the side glanced at Shang Tian, slowly sat back on the sofa, and said awkwardly, "Well, I won't join either." Nick Fury and Black Widow looked at each other, and both showed the same surprised expression. "Maybe I didn't hear you clearly just now. Did you call him boss?" Nick Fury looked at Venom and frowned slightly. Because he was wearing an eye patch on his left eye, only the right side of his eyebrow could be seen wrinkled, which looked a little funny. "Yeah, he's my boss. What's the problem?" Venom touched his head, as if he was afraid that what he had just said about joining S.H.I.E.L.D. would make Shang Tian angry. He hung his head and spoke in a much lower voice. "Isn't he your boss too?" Nick Fury stood there in a daze, turned his head and looked at Shanganatha and asked. Janitor turned his face away awkwardly and said nothing. He couldn't say that he was forced to be someone else's bodyguard because he owed him money. Janitor's actions made Nick Fury understand instantly. At this time, Nick Fury looked at Shang Tian seriously. Although he stared at Shang Tian for a long time again, he really couldn't understand why two such powerful superhumans would be willing to let an ordinary person be their boss. Unless, this person is very scheming and good at attacking people's hearts. As an experienced agent, Nick Fury did not have a love rival like some younger agents, so he sat back on the couch. It seems that you are just like what Tony Stark said. Not only are you an amazing inventor, but you are also a very smart young man. Nick Fury used Tony Stark as a starting point to talk to Shang Tian, hoping to get closer to Shang Tian. Shang Tian raised his eyebrows and did not answer him. Instead, he said without warning, "I heard you say that heroes need to be responsible and courageous. I think that's right. I thought about it for a while and decided to establish a civilian alliance to save the Earth. I even thought of a name. It's called the Justice League. What do you think?" Nick Fury was speechless by Shang Tian's sudden words. He stared at Shang Tian blankly for a long time before he slowly said, "According to regulations, the United States does not allow private superpower organizations." Nick Fury took a deep breath. His years of experience as an agent allowed him to control his emotions for the time being. Shang Tian's talk of establishing a Justice League to protect the Earth was obviously an attempt to steal his job, so Nick Fury thought he needed to warn him. "Why don't you just stop being part of the Avengers and join the Justice League? Although we don't have many people here, with only Janitor and Venom for now, they can still handle the average villain based on their strength. And there are no requirements to join us, except for paying membership dues. Nothing else is required." Shang Tian completely ignored what Nick Fury said, and even started to promote his own alliance to Nick Fury, which made Nick Fury's already dark face even gloomier. "What the hell? Why did you suddenly set up a Justice League? And I have to pay dues?" Upon hearing that she had to pay, Janitor almost jumped up from the sofa. "Can you please not be so dark? I haven't paid off my debts yet, and you want me to pay again?" Eddie Brock, who had not interrupted, sighed when he heard that he had to pay again, and said tremblingly, "All my money has been eaten up." He didn't dare say that Janitor ate it all by herself, because he might get beaten. One of the things women hate the most is you saying she eats a lot. "You don't have to worry, because the alliance has just been established, so those who join now are veterans and do not need to pay membership fees," Shang Tian said lightly. Janitor and Eddie Brock didn't know what Shang Tian was trying to do, but as long as he didn't let them pay, it would be fine. Nick Fury on the side stared at Shang Tian. He knew very well that what Shang Tian said and the so-called alliance were all mockery of him. It's impossible not to be angry, but Nick Fury is holding back. "I am very interested in your alliance. Although I cannot join you, how about I let her join you?" Nick Fury took a deep breath, pointed at the Black Widow beside him, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "Nick." Black Widow was stunned for a moment, then quickly called out in a low voice. Obviously, the two of them received orders from Director Coulson to invite Venom and Janitor to join the Avengers, so why did it end up being her joining some civilian organization? Nick Fury ignored her and just looked at Shang Tian and asked, "How is it?" "Of course." Shang Tian nodded. The Black Widow moved her lips and said nothing more. Nick Fury is a shrewd guy. He always does things for a purpose, although she can't guess it. As a member of S.H.I.E.L.D., Black Widow has reason to obey any arrangements made by Nick Fury, and she must obey absolutely. However, she has to pay the membership fee. After a moment of silence, Shang Tian suddenly said this. Nick Fury was a little confused by this, and for a moment he didn't know what Shang Tian was up to. Didn't you just say that those who join now are veterans and don't need to pay membership fees? Nick Fury sat up straight and asked Shang Tian. That was just now. 5 minutes have passed now, so it's time to start paying. Shang Tian smiled friendly at Nick Fury. Nick Fury was speechless. Since you want to place her here, how can you do it without paying a price? Shang Tian showed a typical profiteer smile. The membership fee is not expensive, $7,000 a month. Nick Fury's mouth twitched. Other people pay their membership dues annually, but you pay it monthly. Black Widow finally couldn't help it. She raised her chin and said to Shang Tian in a bad mood. The rules are different. If you don't want to come, you don't have to pay. Shang Tian stood up to see the guest off. Okay, it's decided. Nick Fury agreed and stood up to leave. Wait a minute. Shang Tian called him, and then said to Eddie Brock, "Give him your bank card account." Eddie Brock nodded frantically. After Nick Fury came out of Shang Tsung's house, he got into a black car, followed closely by Black Widow. As soon as they got in the car, Black Widow said helplessly, "I don't think this is something you would do." Black Widow put her hand on the window to support her temple and said, "Although you always have your reasons for doing things, I don't think you are the kind of person who would do a business at a loss." Loss of money? Nick Fury was puzzled. Let me join his so-called alliance, and then we have to pay S.H.I.E.L.D. to pay him. Isn't this a loss? After a pause, Black Widow shrugged and said, "Compared to paying to come here, I would rather be a secretary at Tony Stark's company. At least I don't have to pay, and I can get a salary." Paying for it? Nick Fury chuckled and started the car. Stark Industries recently replaced a batch of weapons for S.H.I.E.L.D. We sold the obsolete ones to the Department of Defense and made a lot of money. Black Widow. It seems that Nick Fury is using Tony Stark's money to pay Shang Tian's membership fee. This guy, not only is he dark-skinned, but he also has a dark heart. That boy named Shang Tian is very special. Nick Fury's words brought Black Widow back to her senses. Tony only told me that his inventions were powerful, but I didn't expect that he was also good at psychological tactics. Black Widow nodded. Yes, it's good. No worse than the agents we trained. Nick Fury shook his head. It is far more than them. Nick Fury stepped on the brakes, stopped on the straight road and waited for the traffic light, and continued to say to Black Widow, "Venom and Janitor are both very powerful superhumans, and they are quite conceited. If they do something out of line, remember to notify them immediately. Otherwise those old guys in Congress will start to make excuses for superhumans again." After a moment of silence, Nick Fury continued, "Try to keep the fact that they founded the Alliance a secret if possible. I can see that the boy doesn't want to join us, so you have to find a way to make him willing to cooperate with us. Also, reinvestigate the identity of the little boy. I think he may not be as simple as we thought." The Black Widow stared ahead and said, "It seems like you care about him a lot." Nick Fury smiled, glanced at Black Widow, sighed and said, "It may be hard for you during this period." Black Widow was stunned and looked at Nick Fury in confusion. Hard? Why is it so hard? The next morning, Black Widow drove to Shang Tsung's house. She knew very well why Nick Fury sent her here. Since every man has a lustful nature, Black Widow deliberately wore a professional suit. White shirt, black skirt, stockings and high heels. As a cyborg who has lived from World War II to the present, she was first trained by a secret organization called the Red House, and then received training from S.H.I.E.L.D. It has to be said that Black Widow has already incorporated the agent skills into her bones. She knows men well and is also proficient in fighting. With just a glance, she can successfully arouse a man's heart. So in her opinion, the tasks assigned to her by Nick Fury were not difficult at all. Black Widow glanced at the brown door and rang the doorbell. After a while, the door opened, and janitor appeared in front of her weakly, with messy hair, and said to her, "You are finally here. Come on, go buy me some food." Ah! Black Widow didn't react immediately. At this moment, Venom's face appeared in front of her, and he said in the same weak voice, "Buy two." Black Widow was stunned for a moment. She originally wanted to refuse, but since she had just arrived here, she didn't want to offend him at the beginning, so Black Widow agreed. 10 minutes later, Black Widow rang the doorbell again, carrying a bag. Soon, the door opened. Janitor, with a pale face, leaned against the door frame. He snatched the things from her hand, took a look, and said weakly, "Not enough. Go buy some more." Venom's face appeared in front of Black Widow again, which gave Black Widow an illusion that Venom's eyes looked much smaller than yesterday. "Did something happen to you?" Black Widow asked in confusion, not understanding. She saw that janitor seemed to be in great pain, but kept asking for food, which was very strange. "No. Go buy some." After janitor finished speaking, she closed the door. Black Widow's facial features wrinkled into a ball, thinking, "What on earth is going on?" After hesitating for a while, Black Widow went downstairs again. After that, Black Widow ran 3 more times, a total of 5 times, almost emptying the entire supermarket before janitor finally let her in. Inside the house, the coffee table and the floor were almost all covered with snack packaging she had bought before. Venom and janitor were lying on the sofa watching TV, and no one knew where Shang-Tian had gone. "What happened to you guys just now?" Black Widow sat stiffly on the sofa at the side and asked while looking at the two of them. "Thank you so much. You don't know that I haven't eaten for almost 10 hours. I was starving just now," janitor said gratefully to Black Widow. Black Widow twitched her lips. She originally thought something was wrong, but it turned out to be because she was hungry. Besides, 10 hours without food, is that a long time? Black Widow rubbed her heels and said nothing more. At this moment, Venom's casual voice sounded, "Clean up." Black Widow raised her head, glanced at Shang-Tian, pointed at herself in surprise and asked, "Me? What else can we do? The boss is the founder of the alliance, and the two of us are the elders. Now you are the youngest, so there is nothing wrong with you doing the cleaning," Venom said seriously. "Are you mistaken? I'm here to join your alliance, not to be a babysitter." Black Widow sat up straight and looked at Venom seriously. "This is what the boss said. Originally, Eddie and I were the ones who went to buy snacks and clean the place. But the boss said last night that you would definitely come over this morning, and if you come, I will let you do my job," Venom said, glancing at Eddie Brock. Eddie Brock nodded and said, "I remember saying that." Janitor also nodded quickly and said, "Yes, if he hadn't said that last night, I would have gone to buy food a long time ago, and I wouldn't have been hungry for 10 hours and almost fainted." After saying this, Janitor stood up and walked into the room. Black Widow looked at Venom and Eddie Brock in the house with a confused look on her face, unable to speak. "The boss said that you will be the one doing all these jobs from now on. If you are willing, you can stay. If not, you can go back. Oh, by the way, the membership fee is non-refundable," Eddie Brock said to Black Widow, then got up and left the room. At this time, the stunned Black Widow was the only one left in the living room. Now she finally understood why Nick Fury said that she had worked hard. This bunch of bastards, and that old rogue Nick Fury actually let her come here as a full-time nanny. The point is, you didn't even give me the money to buy snacks. Shang Tian was sitting in a luxurious restaurant, and sitting opposite him was Tony Stark. Actually, the reason I asked you out today is mainly because I wanted to talk to you about the battle suit. Tony Stark adjusted his suit and said to Shang Tian. Shang Tian didn't answer, but an obvious smile appeared on his face. Is there something that makes you happy? Tony Stark asked Shang Tian. We have a nanny at home, and she works very hard, Shang Tian replied calmly. Tony Stark made a question mark face. Okay, let's get back to the point. How did you come up with the Iron Man suit? I have to say, it's really a great invention. Tony Stark didn't understand what Shang Tian meant, so he simply changed the subject. Shang Tian leaned back in his chair, looking at Tony Stark's puzzled face without saying anything. Logically speaking, the Iron Man's suit was invented by Tony Tank, but if we really follow this logic, the character of Iron Man was created by OAA, so it makes sense to say that the suit was invented by OAA based on cause and effect. But how did he come up with this idea? Shang Tian really didn't know how Tony Stark came up with this invention in the cave before. Okay, I know you don't want to answer, but I have a second question for you. Tony Stark picked up the knife and fork, cut a piece of steak and put it into his mouth, saying, "Last time you helped me repair my suit, I found a new element in my suit. I asked Jarvis to test it and found that it was a new element. Was that created by you?" Shang Tian nodded. Tony Stark looked at Shang Tian. His hand holding the steak stopped in midair. "You really surprised me." He put down the fork and continued. "So you have superpowers like creation and invention." As an inventor, Tony Stark is very close to people of the same kind as himself. Not entirely, Shang Tian answered truthfully. I'm curious, when you were inventing and creating, did more new elements in the universe come to your mind? Or perhaps just elements that humans haven't researched yet? Tony Stark asked, continuing to eat the steak in his bowl. Maybe, Shang Tian nodded. After all, his mind is filled with the entire Marvel universe. I have also tried to study the secrets of the universe, but as a human being, our wisdom is limited. Can you see the secrets of the universe in your brain? Tony Stark became more and more excited as he spoke. I have always wondered if there is an ultimate secret in the universe. Shang Tian looked at Tony Stark, who looked excited and smiled awkwardly. He can't say that the ultimate secret of the universe is sitting right in front of you. In fact, I am the creator God who controls the Marvel universe. Too exaggerated, Shang Tian sighed. I see you didn't eat much steak. Do you think this restaurant is not good? In fact, I'm also tired of it. Let's go to another restaurant next time. Seeing Shang Tian sigh, Tony Stark said. He threw the fork on the table and continued. By the way, why did you give me that new element? Is it because you know that I will be poisoned by palladium? It's about the same, just a convenience. Shang Tian nodded. After acquiring OAA's thinking and database, Shang Tian gained a new understanding of the entire universe. Now, in his view, the entire universe is just a large toy world created by him. It is normal to have a preference for a toy that you created yourself. Thank you. Tony Stark suddenly said to Shang Tian. Actually, I didn't like to say these words until I was captured by those people and taken into the cave. Then I came out of the cave, Ethan died, and Obadiah betrayed me. I realized a lot of mistakes. I used to think that my mission was to make good weapons, but I didn't realize that I was wrong until later. Maybe I did a lot of stupid things, but that's all. Tony Stark's tone was sincere and a little unnatural when he said this. Shang Tian smiled and was about to speak when he heard a commotion in the restaurant. That green monster is out again. Yeah, I just watched the news and heard that he appeared near Washington. Didn't the news say that he was beaten to death before? Could this green monster be resurrected? Tony Stark instantly became serious when he heard people talking about the green monster. Hulk was injected with a large amount of anesthetics at S.H.I.E.L.D., so he shouldn't wake up so soon. So why did the green monster appear in Washington now? Could it be that they are talking about hate? Something seems to have happened in Washington. I have to go take a look. Are you going? Tony Stark stood up and asked Shang Tian, picked up the phone from his pocket and dialed it. Let's go and take a look, Shang Tian said casually. Happy. Get the plane ready. Go to Washington. Where is Hulk? Roar. At this time, on the streets of Washington, Abomination was hammering the ground and roaring at the sky. The crowd was running wildly. Screams mixed with the sound of bullets rang out in the chaotic city. Suddenly, the hateful man picked up a car on the street and threw it directly at the fleeing crowd, as if venting his dissatisfaction. General Ross. We can't stop the Abomination's actions, he's too powerful. 4 or 5 planes flew by in the sky. One of them stopped high in the air. A man in military uniform inside spoke to Ross with a panicked look on his face. Fire the small missiles, General Ross said decisively. The man nodded, walked into the plane, pulled out a small missile and fired it at the Abomination. At this time, the hatred was frantically destroying the surrounding buildings and attacking humans. This time, the hatred was obviously aimed at destruction. The missile was quickly launched from the plane and rushed towards the direction of the Abomination. Just when it was about to hit the Abomination suddenly grabbed the missile and then threw it back onto the plane. Quick! Land, land! General Ross shouted hurriedly when he saw that something was wrong. Boom! The missile hit a nearby plane, blowing it to pieces. Affected by the shock wave, the plane that General Ross was on began to land rapidly. There was a loud bang, and the plane crashed to the ground. General Ross, who was standing on the plane, was stuck in the cabin and could not move. Shit! General Ross cursed angrily, glanced at the soldiers who died in the plane crash, and angrily slammed the cabin door a few times with his hands. He must get out as soon as possible, otherwise the plane may explode at any time. However, just as he was about to smash the plane with his hands, Abomination suddenly threw a huge rock in front of him. The rock went straight into the ground and blocked his way. Colonel Ross, who originally had a glimmer of hope for rescue, looked at the rock that suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his way, and closed his eyes in despair. In my ears were shouts, cries for help, and the sound of the ground shaking. Not long ago, the Abomination was still a human. At that time, the Abomination was his subordinate, a warrior named Emil Brunsky. Because he was injured when Banner turned into the Hulk during the pursuit, Bronsky developed a great desire for power and began to try to accept gamma-ray radiation in order to fight against the Hulk. General Ross had not expected such an outcome, and it was something he regretted extremely. Just as he was silently waiting for death to come, he suddenly felt a ray of sunshine. General Ross, are you okay? A woman's voice sounded in his ears. Ross opened his eyes and looked at the woman who appeared in front of him. Agent Romanoff. Why are you here? His tone sounded a little surprised. As someone who had survived World War II together, he had some knowledge of the Black Widow, although he was not particularly familiar with her. Wherever there is a need, I will be there. Black Widow raised the right corner of her mouth and revealed a smug smile. She stretched out her hand and pulled General Ross out. When General Ross came out, He saw that there was a black monster and the heroine who saved everyone last time fighting with hatred. Humanity is saved, General Ross said with a smile. Black Widow nodded and walked to the side. She pressed the communicator on her right ear and said, "General Ross has been rescued. Please send someone to support the evacuation of humans." Nick Fury's voice sounded on the other end of the communicator. "It's been sent over. Is anyone in charge of the abomination?" Black Widow, Janitha and Venom are on site. After saying that, Black Widow paused and asked, "Where's Tony?" Nick Fury on the other end of the communicator sighed and said, "Don't answer the phone. I can't get through to him anyway." Black Widow is speechless. "Where is Shang Tian? Is he here?" Nick Fury suddenly asked. It would be fine if Shang Tian wasn't mentioned, but the mention of Black Widow made her angry. "Nick, you old bastard, did you know that I was going to be a nanny today? I ran around for them in my fucking high heels and even helped them with the cleaning. Did you do this on purpose?" Nick Fury smiled, trying not to make any sound, and continued on the other end of the phone, "Well, I really don't know about this." Black Widow snorted coldly, "Shang Tian has not been at home today. I don't know where he has gone. I haven't seen him appear at the scene yet." Nick Fury said calmly, "That's right. He doesn't have any superpowers. His presence at the scene is just to cause trouble. Okay, the rescue plane will be here soon. Go and help the crowd thoroughly." After Nick Fury finished speaking, there was silence on the other end of the communicator for a long time. Only a roar could be heard, like the sound of a plane landing. "What happened?" Nick Fury asked after the roar stopped. "Shang Tian and Tony Stark seem to be here." Nick Fury was stunned. "Why is Shang Tian going there? Isn't this looking for death?" Generally speaking, people who are good at psychological tactics are behind-the-scenes figures, like Nick Fury. He rarely appears on the battlefield because he needs to control the overall situation. Plus, he has no superpowers, so there is little point in him going to the scene, which will only cause more trouble. So Nick Fury did not expect Shang Tian to appear. Out of recognition of Shang Tian's psychological tactics, Nick Fury instinctively didn't want anything to happen to him. So he quickly ran to the control room and said to the technician beside him, "Help me retrieve all the on-site surveillance in Area A of Washington immediately." After waiting for about a minute, something appeared on the screen. On the streets of Washington, Venom and Janitha are attacking Abomination. Janitha's power was very strong, and every time she hit the Abomination would fall heavily. It seemed that Janitha had a complete advantage, but the problem was that the power she was using now could not completely make the Abomination unconscious. However, her destructive power was very strong. The destructive power of Abomination is only enough to destroy a building with one punch, but every time Janitha punches, the ground almost cracks, buildings collapse, and even earthquakes occur in the entire city. This made it difficult for many trapped people to stand up, let alone escape. This phenomenon was not only discovered by Nick Fury, but also by Black Widow, who was at the scene. Black Widow was a little helpless. She wanted to remind Janitha, but because the battle was too intense, with her ability, she could barely stand up, but it was very difficult to get close to them. "Nick, don't worry about Shang Tian for now. You have to take care of Janitha. Her power is too strong. We must let her control it a little," Black Widow said anxiously to Nick Fury on the other end of the communicator. Nick Fury rubbed his temples with his hands. There was nothing he could do. "Didn't Shang Tian come with Tony? Go find Shang Tian and ask him to talk to Janitha." This is the only solution Nick Fury can think of at the moment. After all, both Janitha and Venom seem to listen to Shang Tian. "Good." Black Widow nodded and ran towards the direction where Shang Tian and Tony Stark landed. At this time, Janitor began to feel hungry again because he had used too much strength. This guy is really thick-skinned. He still can't be knocked out even with this blow. If I use a little more force, I think Washington will be killed by me. Janitor said weakly. How on earth did Shang Tian knock out two such guys with one blow? Venom on the side shouted helplessly to Janitor. Big sister, you are not hungry again? Janitor nodded and said, yes. I'm starting to feel hungry. I've consumed too much energy. Venom was helpless. Then why can't you just kill him with one punch? Janitor rolled her eyes. She also wanted to solve the problem with one punch. The problem is, she has to consider the safety of the Earth, and by the way, she is really hungry. You two, you fought with me and still dare to talk. You really don't take me seriously. The bruised and swollen abomination roared at Janitor and Venom, picked up a car on the ground and smashed it over. Janitor and Venom quickly dodged, and at that moment, Janitor clenched her fist and punched Abomination in the face. Boom! The Abomination fell to the ground, crushing a building. Will this building be blamed on our shield? Nick Fury, who was watching this scene in front of the surveillance camera, said helplessly, his expression full of worry. Maybe, maybe not, the technician at the side said tremblingly. I have found Tony now, but Tony said that Shang Tian is nowhere to be found. Black Widow's voice sounded in the address book. Nick Fury frowned and said to his men, find Shang Tian's location. The screen was tracking the location quickly, and soon, Nick Fury found Shang Tian's location on the scene. Through the screen, he saw Shang Tian walking towards the location of Abomination, while Venom and Janitor were fighting fiercely with Abomination. What on earth does this person want to do? Nick Fury whispered, his tone somewhat harsh. After all, for the current Earth, having one more person who truly wants to protect the Earth is much better than having one more villain. Keep an eye on him, Nick Fury said to Black Widow, turning his attention to Abomination. At this time, Janitor and Venom were still fighting against Abomination. I'm really hungry. How about I go eat something first? Are you guys okay? Janitor said to Venom. Big sister, I can't stand it at all, Venom said speechlessly. The power of Abomination was totally beyond Venom's ability to contend with. Even Janitor couldn't kill it in a short time, let alone himself. No, you just ate an hour ago, how come you're hungry again? And you've only been fighting him for less than 10 minutes, Venom said to Janitor while dodging Abomination's attack. I live by eating planets. Planets? These snacks from Earth are enough to fill my teeth, Janitor said, slowing down. Oh my goodness. Boss. Boss is coming. Venom sighed repeatedly. At this moment, he suddenly saw Shang Tian walking over not far away. He immediately became excited and said to Shang Tian, Boss, come quickly. Come quickly. When Venom called Shang-Shan, he attracted the attention of Abomination. While Venom was distracted, Abomination rushed towards Venom, grabbed his neck and lifted Venom up. The Abomination is larger than the Hulk, and many times larger than Venom. In front of Abomination, Venom was like a bug that looked like it could be crushed to death with one hand. Disgusting bug. The bruised and battered Abomination said viciously to Venom, and stretched out his other hand as if he wanted to tear Venom in half. Ah, we meet again, big guy. A careless voice came into the ears of Hate. For some reason, Hate felt a strong pressure that made him tremble all over and slowly turned around. Is it him? The look of disgust was stunned, and he stopped all movements, only to feel a burning pain on his face. The power of the last slap was so great that Hate still feels a little scared when he thinks about it now. Janitor saw the abomination pause, then jumped up and hit the abomination. Relief, the abomination fell to the ground, crushing another building. He threw the venom aside. I'm going to faint from hunger, Janitor said weakly, staggering to Shang Tian and said, "Come, I've knocked it down now, slap it again. Let me see how you made it faint. If you don't knock it out, this guy will always act like a demon." When Abomination heard Janitor ask Shangshan to slap it again, it immediately covered its face with both hands. Who is so stupid? Knowing the consequences of a slap, he still wants to run out and get another slap. Hate gasped, staggered to his feet, knelt down in front of Shang Tian with a plop and said, "Show mercy, stop hitting me, I was wrong, I was wrong." What's going on? Why is Abomination kneeling down in front of Shang Tian? Nick Fury was so shocked when he saw this scene on the screen that his blindfold almost fell off, and asked Black Widow. "You ask me? Who should I ask?" The Black Widow at the scene was definitely as surprised as Nick Fury in front of the screen. "Can anyone tell me what's going on?" Black Widow looked at the scene in front of her with shock, not really understanding the situation at all. "I'm not particularly sure either." Tony Stark stood there in a daze. He thought that coming here would be another fierce battle, but before he even made a move, Abomination knelt down. Is he kneeling to Janitor or Shangshan? Black Widow glanced at Tony Stark and asked involuntarily. "Janitor just hit him, and I felt like I was kneeling down Janitor," Tony Stark analyzed. "But from this angle, he is clearly kneeling to Shang Tian." Black Widow and Tony Stark began to analyze the situation seriously. "Bring back the Abomination." Nick Fury didn't have time to listen to the two of them analyzing who the Abomination was kneeling to. Now he just wanted to solve the problem of the Abomination first, and then seriously investigate Shang Tian's matter. This boy has too many secrets and it's hard to figure him out, which makes Nick Fury very unhappy. "Okay." Black Widow responded and walked towards Shang Tian. Because the ground was not flat, Black Widow did not walk very fast. At this time, Abomination was begging for mercy from Shang Tian. "I just hate Hulk, I don't want to destroy the Earth." Abomination said seriously, "I am also an Earthling myself. I used to be an Air Force and chased Hulk for a long time. Once Hulk goes crazy, it will cause a disaster to the Earth. As a human being, I want to capture Hulk. Is it wrong?" Abomination said to Shang Tian, with his hands still on his face, fearing that Shang Tian would slap him again. "Is it possible to cause such a commotion just because of catching Hulk? Look at what you have done to Washington." Janitor said weakly, and then looked at Shang Tian and said aggrievedly, "I'm so hungry. Is there anything to eat?" Shang Tian raised his eyebrows and smiled. "You think of me when you have something to eat. I don't run a supermarket." Abomination lowered his head and dared not speak. God knows, it was not the one who destroyed half of this city. Although it was fighting just now, it is not blind. Who destroyed this house and this ground? Who doesn't know it? Don't say bad things about me in your heart. Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? If it wasn't for beating you, I wouldn't have consumed so much energy. Janitor glared at him with hatred. Shang Tian looked at the hatred and smiled. "How about this, you follow me?" The disgusted man was stunned and asked woodenly, "Follow you?" Venom, who was standing nearby, heard this and quickly came over and said, "Yes, yes, yes, follow the boss. The boss is very powerful." Janitor frowned. "This guy is so ugly and so big, you want him to follow you?" Janitor shook his head and looked at Shang Tian and said, Are you really going to create a Justice League by yourself? Go against the Avengers? Shang Tian nodded and said, why not? But the name may have to be changed. Justice League is too official. When he heard Janitor say that Shang Tian wanted to create an alliance to fight against the Avengers, and remembered that when he was imprisoned in the military base before, General Ross said that Hulk was rescued by Tony Stark and joined the Avengers, his eyes became firm with hatred. Okay. I'll join. Anyone who is against Hulk is his ally. Let me make it clear first. From now on, you are my little brother, Venom said hastily. As if remembering the experience of being beaten by Abomination several times before, Venom stuck out his tongue, licked it and said, if I am so hungry that I want to eat your pancreas in the future, you can't resist. As Venom finished speaking, Black Widow, General Ross, and Tony Stark walked over. Thank you for saving us again. General Ross knew Janitor, so he was naturally more familiar with her. It wasn't me who saved you. If you want to thank someone, thank him. Kanata shook her hand and pointed at Shang Tian. General Ross glanced at Shang Tian, smiled, pointed at the Abomination and said to Janitor, I may need to take it away. The Black Widow at the side stepped forward and said, General Ross, I'm sorry, I think we have to take Abomination away. General Ross glanced at Black Widow and asked in confusion, you guys? He glanced at Tony Stark next to him, and remembered that Tony Stark had come to him to talk about the Avengers. He looked at Black Widow with some surprise and asked, are you one of them, too? Black Widow nodded and was about to speak when Venom walked up and said proudly, of course, she's our full-time babysitter. Full-time? Nanny? General Ross's facial features twisted into a ball, and he looked at Black Widow and said, Agent Romanov, so you are going to be a nanny now? Before Black Widow could finish her sentence, Tony Stark asked, aren't you from the Avengers? When did you become their babysitter? Tony Stark said, and took back the steel mask on his face, revealing a stunned face. General Ross was confused by them and asked hurriedly, so, who is going to take away the Abomination? Shang Tian took a step forward. I don't care whether you are the Avengers or the military. This big guy is mine now. The hate at the side stood up, walked behind Shang Tian and said to everyone, from now on, he is my boss. Tony Stark, Black Widow, General Ross. What's going on? Nick Fury on the other end of the phone seemed to have heard bad news and asked Black Widow. Abomination seems to have joined Shang-Chi's Justice League. Black Widow said word by word, her tone full of disbelief. What? Nick Fury almost yelled on the other end of the communicator. Didn't Shang Tian say yesterday that it was the Justice League fighting to protect the Earth? Why did he suddenly let someone who wanted to destroy the Earth join today? No. I decided to change the name. It's not a good idea to call it the Justice League, so let's call it the Villain League. In your opinion, aren't these people all villains? Then let's call it this name. Shang Tian nodded, seeming very satisfied with the name. Villain Alliance. Almost everyone shouted. Why are we called the Villain Alliance? Aren't we supposed to protect the Earth? Kanata asked Shang Tian with a puzzled look on her face. Who says villains are necessarily bad and unforgivable? Didn't you think Venom was a villain before? But he has also saved the Earth many times. You think Hulk is a decent person. But doesn't Hulk often destroy the Earth when he goes crazy? Villains and decent people are just different in names. Villains are not necessarily bad people. We still have to look at the essence of everything, don't we? Shang Tian looked at Janitor and said. Janitor didn't say anything. Thinking about it this way, it seemed to make some sense. I'm not quite sure what you mean. This is too chaotic. General Ross shook his head, glanced at Abomination, and turned away. He knew very well that no matter which side it was, he as a human being could not handle it, so it was best not to get involved now. Shang-Tsung, I think there is a big problem with what you are doing. Tony Stark walked up to Shang-Tian and said, although I don't disagree with what you said, humans cannot withstand the destruction of superpowered people. Tony Stark looked at Washington, who was almost in ruins, and said, you can see that one superhuman can cause such a strong destruction. If there are more, the Earth will be destroyed soon. Shang-Tian smiled but said nothing. Venom on the side bared his teeth in dissatisfaction and said, if we really want to destroy the Earth, even if we were given 10 Earths, they would not be enough to destroy it. Tony Stark looked stunned. Indeed, there is nothing wrong with what they said, but the name of villain does not sound particularly pleasant. Okay, it's time for us to go. Shang-Tian said to Janitor, I'll take you to eat. By the way, we can check if there are any snack shops closed on the roadside. We can still pick up some snacks. When he heard about eating Janitor, he instantly became energetic. Let's go, let's go. After saying that, several people turned and left. Tony Stark and Black Widow looked at each other and stood there, not knowing what to do. What should we do? Black Widow asked Nick Fury on the other end of the phone. Nick Fury was sitting on the sofa in the office at this time, holding his forehead with his hand. It was the first time he had seen someone who was more difficult to deal with than Shang-Tian. He looked like a teenager in his rebellious period. He was so willful. These villains took people away as they pleased, without caring whether he could suppress them or not. Once these villains rebelled, what would happen to the Earth? Let's talk about it later. You should continue to stay in their villain alliance. Nick Fury pressed his temple and said with a headache. Are you still going to let me continue to be a full-time nanny there? Black Widow said, gritting her teeth. She had no idea how many times she had called Nick Fury a bastard in her heart. Well, you need to keep an eye on their movements to prevent them from causing any trouble, Nick Fury said. He swore that he had never seen such an alliance that could change its name at any time. Nick Fury sighed and said, perhaps Shang-Tian's starting point is just, but the advantages of the name of this alliance are hard to accept. Besides, according to his personality, he should change the name in a few days. I hope so. I'll follow you first. Black Widow took off the phone book and asked Tony Stark, did you come here by plane just now? Can you give me a ride? Tony Stark nodded. At this time, Janitor and Venom had picked up a lot of snacks and started eating them happily. A strange combination appeared on the street. Shang-Tian stood in the front, followed by a cute girl and a monster with grinning faces. They were holding a bag of snacks in their hands and eating with relish. Behind them was a huge green monster, holding a bunch of snacks in its hands and walking slowly and stupidly. The ground was shaking with every step the green monster took. If it weren't for the fact that most of the residents of Washington had been evacuated, I'm afraid someone would have screamed again. Shang-Tsung, you don't really plan to take him with you, do you? Janitor ate a snack and pointed at the abomination behind him. What does it matter if I bring it with me? Shang-Tian asked puzzledly. It's too big, Janitor said incoherently with snacks in her mouth. Yeah, I also think it's too big, bigger than me. I don't know where to let it live. Venom said, having already eaten a bag of snacks. He stretched out his claws, made him longer, took a bag of snacks from the arms of hate and threw it into his mouth. Don't eat the snack packaging, Eddie Brock roared in the poisonous liquid. What does it matter? Venom was dissatisfied and grabbed another bag of snacks and threw it into his mouth. Can you become smaller? Venom raised his head and asked Abomination. No, Abomination said awkwardly. After I was exposed to gamma-ray radiation, I thought I would be able to grow and shrink freely like the Hulk, but later I found out that I couldn't. The tone of disgust was very gentle, not at all as arrogant as before during the fight. On the contrary, due to his large size, he seemed a little silly. After he finished speaking, he reached out a hand to touch his head. Wow! All the snacks fell to the ground. Disgusting. Janitor looked at the snacks on the ground and shouted in pain. You are responsible for picking them all up. Oh, okay. Hate responded and squatted down to pick up the snacks. There was another splash and the snacks in his other hand fell down. Janitor looked up at the sky, looking hopeless, and said, "How could you be so stupid? You are nothing like you were during the fight just now." Abomination looked at Janitor and touched his head. When Abomination first started as a human, he was in the Air Force. Although he had a dual identity and was an agent, apart from fighting and completing missions, Abomination basically had no normal life. When he was in the army, he only had to follow orders. In life, he was basically an idiot. With the help of Venom and Janitor, Abomination finally finished picking up all the snacks. He stood up and asked Shang Tian, "By the way, boss, I want to ask, how many people are there in our alliance?" "You, Venom, Janitor, and I," Shang Tian said, and suddenly paused and said, "Oh, by the way, there is also a nanny. She is the agent you just saw." "You're not talking about Agent Romanov?" asked the Abomination. Shang Tian nodded. Abomination showed a look of horror. Agent Romanov was a very famous figure, and everyone in the military knew that she was very capable. Besides her, there was someone even more powerful than her, and that was Captain America. "Then boss, what's your name?" Hate asked again. "The boss is called Shang Tian," Venom quickly replied. Abomination nodded and smirked. Janitor craned her neck to look at the Abomination and shook her head. "What kind of lineup is this? Everyone looks weird except Shang Tian and myself. It is very difficult to understand." Shang Tian took Janitor and a few others for a walk, and in a very short time, the two of them had cleared out all the snacks. Black Widow and Tony Stark followed. "Since you came here on my plane, then come back with me. It takes 3 hours to drive from Washington to New York. I won't stop you if you want to go." Tony Stark walked quickly to Shang Tian's side and said with his head held high. He is a very arrogant but warm person. Although his words may sound a bit arrogant, he does not mean any harm. It is just that his family and environment have given him some characteristics that a rich second generation would have. "That's a good idea." Shang Tian nodded. "Thank you very much." Tony Stark responded softly and walked forward quickly. He seemed to be looking straight ahead, but his peripheral vision inadvertently glanced at Shang Tian. He thinks Shang Tian is very similar to him. At least they have some common traits. For example, they are both inventors and are both arrogant. Perhaps it is because of these traits that Tony Stark feels that even if Shang Tian does many incredible things, he is still willing to believe in Shang Tian. Although he can see that Shang Tian may have many unknown secrets, at least he is not as cunning as Nick Fury, the old fox. Soon, Tony Stark brought Shang Tian and his party to his private plane. He turned around and said to Shang Tian, "You can all go in, but Abomination can't." After a moment of silence, Tony Stark said helplessly, "It's not that I have a prejudice against him, although I definitely have a prejudice, but it's so big, I doubt it can get in." Shang Tian raised his eyebrows. "That's not a problem." After that, he pulled out a small glass bottle filled with green liquid from his pocket and said to Abomination, "Drink it." Venom took the glass bottle, opened the cap, and extended his claws to pour the green liquid directly into Abomination's mouth. After drinking the hatred, he felt a sharp pain all over his body. He roared to the sky, and then his body began to shrink slowly. His muscles and fingers were degenerating, and slowly turned into the shape of a human. I turned back into human form. Abomination stretched out his hands, looked down at his hands, and said in surprise, "Is this also one of your inventions?" Tony Stark asked, his tone full of shock. He stared at Shang Tian, as if trying to see through what was in his head. This young man gave him too many surprises. I guess so. Shang Tian nodded. In fact, this world was his invention. It was just a potion that could turn abominations back into human form. What could he not create? But, just then, the abomination suddenly spoke. "I have turned back into a human form now. Can I still turn back into a giant?" Although he felt that his body was a hindrance, out of pursuit of power, Abomination still longed to transform back into the form of a giant. Only by transforming back into that form could he not obey anyone's orders. Of course, once you get angry, you will turn back into hatred, Shang Tian explained. That's great. A smile rose in Hate's eyes. Don't tell me you added gamma-ray radiation into this potion, Tony Stark said to Shang Tian half-jokingly. The formula is a secret, Shang Tian said with a smile and walked onto the plane. This is an impolite behavior. He got on the plane before I did, Tony Stark said somewhat embarrassedly, walked out of his battlesuit, straightened his clothes and got on the plane. Really? It's not that complicated. Venom shook his head in dissatisfaction and shrank back into Eddie Brock's body. The group got on the plane and found a seat to sit down. No one spoke consciously. In the huge cabin, the only sound could be heard as the plane took off. The atmosphere was very awkward. After the plane stabilized, Tony's tank picked up a glass of wine and walked to Shang Tian's side and sat down. "Which school did you graduate from?" Tony Stark glanced at Happy and handed him the glass of wine. Happy quickly understood what he meant, took the wine and left. "I studied in China," Shang Tian said. In fact, this is not a lie. After all, he did study in China in his previous life. "I know that place called Huaxia. It's pretty good." Tony Stark leaned towards Shang Tian and said, "The topic we were talking about before was interrupted. Why don't we continue the conversation? Didn't you say that your superpowers are inventions or something like that? Then can you see the universe in your mind? I have discussed these issues with many self-proclaimed professional scientists, but they are all half-baked. Why don't you tell me if there is any so-called ultimate secret in the universe you see?" Tony Stark is a rich second generation who is particularly passionate about science and inventions. Shang Tian was not surprised that he would ask this question, but there are some things that cannot be understood just by talking about Tony Stark now. The ultimate secret of the universe. Then Kendi is OAA. Shang Tian was just about to say that he didn't know when he saw Kanata, who was sitting next to them by the window, suddenly said excitedly, "In this world, there are only two things that can make Janitor excited: eating and the mention of OAA. OAA? What is that? You don't even know about OAA?" Janitor looked at Tony Stark in surprise. After a long while, he retracted his surprised expression and said, "Oh, it's normal that you don't know. After all, you are from Earth and don't know about the multiverse. You know God, right? In your human terms, OAA is God." Janitor moved closer, and looked at Tony Stark and Shang Tian with her big eyes as they explained seriously, with a crazy look on her face. "God? I'm talking about science, you're talking to me about God." Tony Stark frowned slightly, revealing a very dissatisfied expression. In his eyes, Janitor is now completely a younger faithful Christian believer. I have never believed in any sect. If I have to choose, I will choose to pray with my battle suit. Tony Stark raised the right corner of his mouth sarcastically. You are doubting what I said. Janitor sat up straight, looked at Tony Stark and emphasized, in this multiverse, OAA is God. He is the one who created this world. Everything in the universe was created by him. Janitor glared at Tony Stark angrily. After a while, she waved her hand and said, if you don't believe it, forget it. You don't even know what the Celestials are anyway. There's no point in me telling you this. Janitor leaned back in her seat, put her hands on the armrests, and said nothing in anger. Tony Stark ignored her. He wouldn't get angry with a little girl. However, Eddie Brock, who was sitting behind Janitor, was stunned. He felt that he had heard what Janitor said somewhere before. I remember now. Eddie Brock suddenly shouted, attracting everyone's attention. I was saying that the name OAA sounded familiar to me, and then someone else told me that he was OAA. When Janitor heard this, he immediately turned around, knelt on the chair, looked at Eddie Brock and asked, are you serious? Who told you that he is OAA? Black Widow. Who is OAA? Abomination. I don't know. I just heard them say it was God. Happy. God? Well, I go to pray every weekend, why don't I ever see God? Janitor's reaction caused everyone on the plane to talk about who OAA was, and the awkward atmosphere was immediately broken. Shang Tian supported his forehead with his hand, looked at Eddie Brock, said nothing, and just smiled faintly. Come on, tell me, who said he was OAA? Janitor asked anxiously. Seeing that Eddie Brock didn't say anything, he continued, you must have been deceived. Even I haven't seen what OAA looks like. Having said that, Janitor still stared at Eddie Brock, not wanting to miss any information coming out of his mouth. Does OAA really exist? Eddie Brock looked at Janitor so excited that he fell back a little in fear. Of course. He is the god of creation. Kanata nodded seriously. Seeing how serious Janitor was, Eddie Brock couldn't help but start to believe it. He glanced at Sin Shangshan. When Shang Tian said this to him before, he didn't believe it because he had no idea what OAA meant. But after experiencing so many things with Shang Tian, and now even a powerful man like Janitor said that OAA is God, Eddie Brock suddenly believed it. Tell me quickly, who told you that? Did you really see OAA? Janitor stared at Eddie Brock, as if trying to use her superpowers to see through his heart, but for some reason, her superpowers, which had never failed before, failed for the first time. It's possible that the person knew who OAA was and deliberately lied to me. Eddie Brock explained hurriedly that he was reluctant to tell Janitor because if Shang Tian was really OAA, such an important and hidden identity should not be easily revealed to others, although he was also very surprised at the moment. Why can't I see it anymore? Just then, Janitor muttered something without any context, looking a little panicked. She turned around silently and sat down in her seat. In an instant, her previous excitement disappeared and she looked as if she was worried about something. If Janitor couldn't see Eddie Brock's heart with her own abilities, it would only prove that Eddie Brock was stronger than her. But this was obviously impossible because she had tried before and was able to see it. If this method is ruled out, the only explanation is that someone helped Eddie Brock add a layer of protection outside his mind and heart. The fact that she was able to be kept out proved that this person's ability was higher than hers. But why would that person not want OAA's identity to be revealed? Unless, Kanata turned to look at Shang Tian, thinking in disbelief, could it be that the person Eddie Brock said called himself OAA is him? Janitor stared at Shang Tian, who was looking at her with a smile on his face. He seemed to be cynical, just like a rich young man. Although I have to admit that he still has some abilities, but it is still not comparable to OAA. But Shang Tian is sometimes a very strange person, like a mystery. Janitor shook his head violently and decided not to think about it anymore. At this moment, the plane suddenly shook violently. Happy, go and see what happened, Tony Stark said to Happy. Happy hurried to the cab. Shang Tian, who was sitting by the window, looked out through the glass next to him and saw a white light tearing through the sky in the distance. There is an unidentified object falling from the atmosphere ahead and heading towards the ground. After a while, Happy ran out hurriedly and said. Happy's words made everyone alert. There had been similar incidents of asteroids hitting the Earth before, and now there was another unidentified object. Anyone would be a little nervous. I'll go take a look, Tony Stark said, and then he said to Jarvis, Jarvis, open the hatch, and call Mk3 over. Yes, sir. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the plane slowly opened, and Tony Stark jumped down. A set of armor drove through the cabin and flew out. I'll go take a look too, Janitor said, and stood up and jumped down. When the people on the plane saw Tony Stark and Janitor jump down, they hurriedly asked Happy for parachutes and jumped down as well. However, at this time, they did not notice that Shang Tian, who was originally sitting on the plane, had disappeared. Maybe other people are not very clear about what the unidentified object that fell is, but Shang Tian is clear. That's a hammer. To be more precise, it is Thor's hammer. Asgard, Valhalla. Odin was discussing the matter of his two sons with his wife Frigga, and did not notice that there was a young Asian boy sitting on the throne in the center of Valhalla. He must go through this, otherwise he will never be able to become the king of Asgard and unify the 9 kingdoms of the divine realm. Odin waved his hands angrily and raised the golden robe he was wearing. He turned around as if he wanted to walk towards the throne, but the moment his eyes looked at the throne, he was suddenly stunned. Oh, my God! Who are you? When Frigga saw Odin suddenly freeze, she quickly turned around. The moment she saw a human boy sitting on the throne, she showed an expression of extreme horror. Asgard, also known as Fairy Palace, is the residence of the gods. Generally speaking, humans cannot reach it unless they can pass through a space tunnel called the Rainbow Bridge. But the Rainbow Bridge is not open 24 hours a day, and there is a bridge keeper named Heimdall on the bridge. Generally speaking, it is very difficult for humans to enter Asgard unless there is a god leading the way. Furthermore, even without mentioning how this seemingly human boy reached Asgard and avoided the guard's inspection, the fact that he suddenly sat on Odin's throne without anyone noticing was enough to surprise people. Who is Odin? The father of all gods, the king of the 9 kingdoms in the divine realm. He didn't even notice that a human child had intruded into his territory. Who are you? Odin spoke slowly, his tone containing 7 parts sharpness and 3 parts surprise. Me? My name is Shang Tian. Shang Tian leaned back on the golden chair. Odin looked at the human boy in front of him. His face was covered by white beard and eyebrows, making it impossible to discern his expression. Although Odin is now a bit old, the temperament emanating from him still has the awe-inspiring majesty of a king. After a moment of silence, Odin confirmed that the human boy in front of him did not have any supernatural powers. He put his hands on his waist and said contemptuously, "You are not worthy to sit on my throne. Come, take him down." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 guards with spears walked in from outside. "It's a bit disrespectful for you to talk to me like that," Shang Tian chuckled and blinked. The two guards who had just come in from the door suddenly flew out of the hall for some reason. Odin looked stunned. What just happened? Before he could think more, Frigga, who was originally standing in the hall, suddenly disappeared. What did you do? Odin frowned his already grey brows and asked Shang Tian with a sharp look. I just sent your wife back. Why are you in such a hurry? Shang Tian said casually with a very calm expression. Kid, who are you? As the father of all gods, Odin was threatened by a human boy. He was obviously angry. Kid, is this the tone you use when talking to me? According to seniority, it wouldn't be too much for you to call me Grandpa. Shang Tian's eyes became fierce, and the entire Valhalla began to shake violently. You are too arrogant. Odin said sternly. He raised his hand, a golden light flew by, and a spear flew towards Shang Tian. That spear is Odin's weapon, called the Spear of Eternity. This was the weapon Odin used when he conquered the 9 kingdoms in the past. Generally speaking, Odin would not take it out easily. At this time, he summoned the Spear of Eternity, proving that he affirmed Shang Tian's power in his heart. Snort. Shang Tian snorted coldly and did not move at all. The Spear of Eternity suddenly turned and flew towards Odin before it touched Shang Tian. Return. Odin shouted and tried to take back the Spear of Eternity, but the spear did not react at all and rushed towards him uncontrollably. At the moment when it was about to hit him, the Spear of Eternity suddenly smashed towards the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, the Spear of Eternity pierced into the ground and stood in front of Odin. The ground where the spear was inserted began to slowly crack in all directions. Soon, a cracking sound was heard, and the entire Lingyiang Hall broke into 2 halves. Before Odin could react, he began to fall rapidly, and no matter how hard he used his powers, he could not stop. After falling rapidly for nearly 10 minutes and continuing to accelerate, Odin finally couldn't help but shout out. What are you yelling for? Shang Tian's impatient voice sounded in Odin's ears, and Odin immediately closed his mouth and the voice stopped abruptly. He looked around, but what surprised him was that he was still standing in the same place. The ground had not cracked, and Shang Tian was still sitting on the throne. The only difference is, the Spear of Eternity pierced his right foot. It hurts. Odin reacted, exclaimed, pulled out the Spear of Eternity, raised his right foot, and jumped in circles on the spot. The guards outside the hall heard Odin's call and couldn't help but look inside the hall. What's wrong with Heavenly Father? Why are you playing cockfighting? Who knows? Forget it, just worry about it. The guards who were originally preparing to come in to see if Odin was in trouble saw Odin running around with his hands holding his right foot, shouting, "It hurts," as he ran. After saying a few words, they quickly retreated. They didn't dare to provoke Odin for no reason. Okay, it's time for us to talk about the 2 of us. The hammer that hit the earth before was thrown by you, right? Shang Tian's words calmed Odin down. Perhaps he felt that his behavior just now was somewhat embarrassing. He coughed lightly and put his hands behind his back, staring at Shang Tian with half-closed eyes. He did not say anything and did not dare to act rashly. This was the first time that Odin, who had lived for so many years, encountered such a powerful opponent who could control the Spear of Eternity and beat him without any resistance. There were only a handful of such people. Looking at the human boy in front of him, even though Odin was dissatisfied, he did not dare to look down on him anymore. I'm asking you a question, you dare not answer? Shang Tian looked at Odin with a smile on his face and changed his posture on the throne. Hammer? Are you talking about Thor's hammer? Odin frowned, and finally spoke slowly. his eyes staring at Shangshan, becoming more and more profound. Shang Tian nodded and stepped directly onto the king's seat. You bastard! Do you know what you are stepping on? Odin was furious at Shangshan's action. That's his throne, the symbol of Asgard's power. How many people in the 9 kingdoms of the divine realm were afraid of that position? It would have been fine if this man had just sat on it, but he actually stepped on it. If Odin knew that he couldn't beat him, he would have wanted to shoot him to death. Old man, I'm asking you about the hammer. Don't digress. I have a bad temper. You'd better answer my questions while I still have some patience. Shang Tian raised his eyebrows. Odin was stunned and raised a trembling hand to point at Shangshan. Old man, I am Odin, the father of all gods, and you call me an old man. Odin was furious. He roared, grabbed the spear of eternity and pulled it out. His face turned red, and he seemed to want to fight with Shangshan. Shang Tian raised his lips and an evil smile appeared on his face. In the blink of an eye, Odin felt his eyes go dark and he lost all consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, Odin found himself waking up in a bed. His wife Frigga was sitting at the head of the bed, looking at him with worry in her eyes. What's wrong with me? Odin rubbed his head with his hand, sat up from the bed, and said calmly, Where is that boy? What boy? My child, you really have made your mother so worried, Frigga said, her tone full of sadness. Child? Odin's expression immediately became serious when he heard Frigga dare to call him like that. Frigga, how dare you call me like that? I am the king of Asgard. Even if I am your husband, you cannot be so unreasonable. The more Odin spoke, the more dazed and terrified Frigga's expression became. Before she could finish her words, a man suddenly shouted, Beast! Before Odin could react and figure out who was the fearless person who dared to curse him like that, he heard a pop. A slap landed on Odin's face. Odin was stunned, and anger rushed to his head. He looked up, but to his surprise, the one who hit him was his son, Thor. You evil creature! Odin was surprised for a few seconds, but he quickly reacted. He slapped the bed and stood up, pointing at Thor and said, Didn't I ask you to go to the mortal world to gain experience? Why are you here? How dare you hit me? Do you think you don't take me seriously at all? Odin knew that Thor was impatient and irritable, but as a prince, Thor never dared to put it down. Odin didn't know what happened to Thor today. Why did he become like this? He thought that after he said a few harsh words, Thor would admit his mistake to him, but Thor glared at Odin with bulging eyes and slapped him again. This slap made Odin fall directly to the edge of the bed. You unfilial son! You actually call yourself the king of Asgard? When did I say I would give the throne to you? It's fine if you have the ambition to be the king, but you actually dared to tell your mother that you are her husband. You beast! Do you want to cheat on me? I tell you, I will never give the throne to you even if I die. Give it to your brother Loki. Thor spoke seriously and sternly, and every word he said shocked Odin so much that he almost dislocated his mouth. Thor, what are you talking about? I am your father, Odin said to Thor, looking at him in disbelief. At this moment, Frigga suddenly came up, covered Odin's mouth and said, Child, what are you talking about? Kneel down and admit your mistake to your father. How can you say such outrageous words? Odin took a step back and looked at Frigga with an incredible look. How could I have given birth to such a son? Now that he is said to be my father, it seems that I have to punish him. Someone, lock him up for me. Frigga seemed to want to beg for mercy, but she moved her lips and said nothing. She looked at Odin with a disappointed expression and shook her head. Odin looked at this scene, and stood there in a daze, allowing the guards to drag him away. He looked at Thor with a horrified expression on his face, thinking, I am Thor's son. Frigga is my queen mother. Loki is my younger brother. I am Odin. Odin is the father of all gods. Besides, Thor looks so young. How could he give birth to an old man like me with all white hair and beard? Is this crazy, or is Asgard crazy? My son actually became my father. What on earth is going on? In the dungeon of Asgard, Odin and Loki were imprisoned together. At this time, Loki was sitting on the ground, leaning against the wall and playing with the ball in his hand. When he saw Odin come in, he just glanced at him without any other movement. My dear brother, how come you are locked up too? I thought you were so favored by our father. Loki said sarcastically while playing with the ball, completely ignoring the surprise on Odin's face. Brother, I am your father. I am Odin, the king of Asgard. Odin couldn't bear it anymore and finally roared. Oh, my dear brother, my father hasn't given the throne to you yet, but you've already called yourself the king of Asgard. Perhaps it was because he heard the word king that Loki looked at Odin and slowly stood up from the ground. TSK, 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 you didn't tell my father that, so he locked you up, did you? Odin was so angry with Loki, and Thor had slapped him twice before, so Odin punched Loki immediately, and the punch sent Loki flying into the wall behind him.
You have been like this since you were a child. When you can't win an argument with me, you resort to violence. You don't act like a monarch at all. I don't know why my father chose you. Loki covered his chest, stood up from the ground, and said to Odin sarcastically, paying no attention to Odin's shaking hands.
It was not until the moment he made the move that Odin realized that his divine power had weakened. With the divine power he had back then, that punch could at least force Loki to pass through the wall of the dungeon. But now, this is completely on a different level from his previous divine power. What on earth is going on? Where's your hammer? Was it confiscated by father? Perhaps feeling uncomfortable, Loki sat back on the ground. Hammer? What hammer? Odin looked at Loki in confusion and asked, completely immersed in his own surprise. Brother, you are the god of thunder. Why don't you even want your weapon, Thor's hammer? Loki sneered and asked Odin. Thor, I am the father of all gods. Odin could not help but curse. He totally disregarded his image at this moment. He walked to Loki in 2 or 3 steps, holding Loki's collar with one hand and pointing at himself with the other, and shouted at Loki, "Look at me. Who am I?" Odin, the father of the gods. Loki showed a horrified expression and said the promise that Odin wanted. Odin felt a little relieved at this moment, and slowly loosened his hand that was holding Loki's collar. At this moment, Loki suddenly laughed a few times and said to Odin, "My brother, you are really easy to deceive. Easy to cheat." Odin turned his head stiffly and looked at Loki with his eyes wide open. Just now, Loki called him brother. Odin could not accept such a title. He clenched his right fist and smashed it hard into Loki's face. At this moment, Loki in Odin's hand suddenly disappeared. Odin had no time to withdraw his hand and hit the wall with a punch. Oh my God! It hurts. Odin shook his hand. Because of the pain, his right hand was shaking uncontrollably. But this was not fatal. The fatal thing was, why couldn't he see through Loki's illusion? Ha 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 ha. Loki's laughter came from behind. Odin's face turned black with anger, and he turned around and stared at Loki. You don't have to be so serious. You know, your beard and eyebrows, plus your serious expression, make you look like Santa Claus. Loki said as he laughed again. The corners of Odin's mouth twitched, and he took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. He sat on the ground, his back against the wall, looking up at the ceiling with his eyes closed, as if trying to numb himself that this was just a dream. At this moment, something seemed to hit him and woke him up. He opened his eyes and found himself still in the dungeon. Loki appeared in front of him. It seemed that this was not a dream. Odin lowered his head and looked at the ball that had fallen to the ground. It must have been Loki who had thrown the ball at him. If it were in the past, Odin would definitely lock Loki in the dungeon if he dared to throw the ball at the father of the gods like this. But now, Odin has begun to realize that something is wrong, and he must find a way to figure out what is going on. Loki, I'm going to ask you a few questions now, and you have to answer me truthfully. Odin looked at Loki and asked. You sound just like our father. Loki rolled his eyes at Odin, turned around, crossed his hands behind his back, his tone containing a hint of dissatisfaction.
Odin knew that Loki wanted to become the king of Asgard, so he was always dissatisfied with his brother who was competing with him for the throne.
I am Odin, the god of thunder, right? After giving himself several psychological hints, Odin finally asked this question. What else? Do you still think you are the king now? Loki said with his back turned, in a very dissatisfied tone. Thor is my father, right? Odin asked this question almost with gritted teeth. Although he felt very uncomfortable with it, he still had to ask. Your father? What? Brother, don't you consider me the prince of Asgard anymore? Loki said with a hint of resentment in his tone. Odin did not answer his question, because from Loki's mouth, Odin already knew that this was the truth. Then let me ask you another question. Is Frigga our queen mother? Odin took a deep breath and asked tentatively. How can you ask such a question when your mother loves you so much? Loki turned around, looked at Odin and asked in disbelief. The moment Loki answered this question, Odin collapsed to the ground weakly, completely losing his previous arrogance. 4 big words, life is meaningless, were written on his dull face. There's something wrong with you, brother. Loki observed Odin and asked doubtfully, are you losing your memory? Why are you asking such a question? Odin said nothing, but he was roaring in his heart. If one day you find out that your son has become your father, and your wife has become your son's wife, you will be abnormal too. Then let me ask you one last question. Odin suddenly stood up and looked at Loki, holding up his beard with his hand and asked, our father, Thor, is so young, but Thor, Odin has become so old. Don't you think there is a problem? Loki looked at Odin calmly and said, the whole of Asgard knows that you are prematurely aged. You have been like this since you were born. Is there any problem? Premature aging? Odin almost yelled, what the hell is this plot? Can someone come and save me? Loki squinted his eyes at Odin with an expression that showed he was an idiot, and said calmly, Father will let you out when he is in a good mood. It is useless for you to yell. Odin was speechless. Although he couldn't accept it in his heart, the fact had already become like this and he had no choice but to accept it or not. He just didn't understand why things had turned out like this. Could it be the boy named Shangshan? An idea suddenly flashed through Odin's mind, and he shouted loudly in the dungeon, come out quickly. Tell me, what is going on? Loki looked at his brother speechlessly as he suddenly shouted like a neurotic. He just shook his head and muttered, you've gone crazy after only being locked up in the dungeon once. I've been locked up 100 or 80 times. TSK, you're so fragile. After saying this, Loki ignored Odin and left him to beat his chest and yell in the cell. Come out quickly. This is the illusion world you created, right? You let me out. Who are you and what is your purpose? I know, you are doing this just to make me admit defeat, right? I tell you, it's impossible. I am the king of Asgard, the king of the 9 kingdoms of the gods' realm. It is wishful thinking for me to admit defeat to a yellow-haired boy like you. However, no matter how Odin shouted or yelled, nothing changed around him. After shouting for a while, Odin felt a little tired, and he slowly sat on the ground to rest. Look at you, you're such a fool. Loki glanced at Odin, who was sitting on the ground gasping for breath, and couldn't help but laugh at him. You dare to say that you are the king of Asgard? Do you know who you are scolding? I am your father. Odin roared angrily with his last bit of strength. God knows how desperate he felt at this moment. He was thrown into a dungeon by one of his sons and scolded by his other son. Who is he? He is Odin. You are really crazy. Loki shook his head, feeling that Odin was being unreasonable. Odin wanted to get angry, but he finally sighed helplessly, sitting on the ground in despair, his mind confused, almost driven crazy. Thinking that he might continue to be like this in the future, Odin sighed and said, I give up. You can tell me what you want. His voice was so soft that even Loki in the cell could hardly hear it. But this was also the first time he admitted defeat and bowed his head in order to regain his throne and power. In that case, why don't you answer my question? Did you lose that hammer? The moment the sound rang out in the cell, time seemed to stand still. Loki remained in the same posture in the dungeon, and everything around him stopped working. Odin looked up and Shang Tian appeared in the cell. Yes. Odin was no longer as arrogant as before, and his voice was much gentler. My son, Thor, is too reckless. I want him to manage Asgard and become the king of Asgard. I must let him go to the mortal world to gain experience, so I threw the hammer down. I don't have time to care whether you want to teach your son a lesson. Shang Tian looked at Odin and said, but when you threw the hammer, it affected my flight. Odin, is that why you came to me? Odin's mouth twitched, he was a little speechless, thinking. How bored are you? Just for a hammer, what's the big deal? I'm quite bored and have nothing to do. But tell me, you're such a grown-up, and you still throw garbage around. What if such a big thing hits someone? Even if it doesn't hit anyone, what if it hits flowers and plants? Shang Tian shook his head while lecturing Odin. Odin nodded blankly. He never thought that just throwing a hammer would bring such a big disaster to Shang Tian.
You're right, you're right. Then should I pick up the hammer now? Odin asked tentatively. He didn't want to offend Shang Tian now. He also wanted Shang Tian to let him go.
You don't have to pick it up. Shang Tian shook his hand, paused for a moment and said, how about this? I have something to tell you. See if you agree or not. Odin said respectfully to Shang Tian, you speak. It's like this. I created an alliance called the Villain Alliance. I think you have good qualifications, so join us. Shang Tian looked at Odin and smiled. Alliance of villains. Join you. Odin was stunned and hesitated. You don't have to follow us. Just stay in Asgard. I will call you if I need you, Shang Tian said. Is it true that as long as I promise you, you will let me go? Odin asked Shang Tian. Of course. Shang Tian nodded. Good. The moment Odin agreed, he felt his eyes go dark again. But after a few seconds, he found that he was still standing in the Hall of Heroes in Asgard. Shang Tian was sitting on the throne, leaning lazily. Odin was about to speak when he saw a sudden smile on Shang Tian's face. Odin had seen this smile before. He had seen it once before he entered that incredible world, and now he saw it again. His intuition told Odin that this was definitely not a good thing. At this moment, Odin's heart began to beat fast. Since you promised me to join the villain alliance, you must pay the membership fee, right? The moment Odin heard Shang-Tsung say that he wanted to pay the membership fee, he finally felt relieved. Fortunately, Asgard still has money. Of course, I'll have someone prepare for you when you leave. But can I ask you a question? Odin said to Shang-Tian. He asked someone to bring him a small chair and sat under the throne. Odin knew Shang-Tian's strength very well. Even if there were 10 more Odins, they would not be his opponent. He would not be so stupid as to go against Shang-Tian again. Besides, he didn't want to lose the throne again and become his son's son. Ask. Shang-Tian said. Can you tell me what happened just now? Odin asked the question in his mind. Is this an illusory world created by you? Why is it so real? It's not an illusion, it's the real world. As long as I want, I can change everything in this world. Shang-Tian frowned and continued, in fact, you don't need to ask me so much. You don't need to know who I am or what my identity is, because even if I tell you, you haven't heard of it. You know too little about this universe, so you just need to know that you can't beat me. Odin was silent and said nothing. If it were before, he would definitely be angry, but now he wouldn't. As the king of Asgard, he knew better than anyone that the strong are the greatest. Okay, I'm leaving. Shang-Tian stood up and said to Odin. Okay. Odin also stood up and prepared to send Shang-Tian away. Shang-Tianchao took 2 steps forward, stopped and said to Odin, "Oh, by the way, you have to pay the membership fee, right?" Odin nodded and was about to ask someone to prepare the money when he heard Shang-Tian say, "Wait." Odin was stunned and looked at Shang-Tian, feeling inexplicably nervous. "Take me to your treasury and I'll take it myself." Shang-Tian raised his lips and smiled. Odin looked at the half-empty treasury and sighed repeatedly. If he had known that Thor would kill him, he would not have thrown the hammer down. Father. Just as Odin sighed, Loki was pressed up by the guards. How was your stay in the dungeon? Seeing Loki, Odin put his hands behind his back and said seriously. Not very good. Loki replied helplessly. But in fact, Loki was not having such a bad time as he imagined. After all, he had just had a dream. He dreamed that Odin had become his brother and was imprisoned in the same cell with him. He even scolded him. This feeling was quite pleasant. Look at me. Just when Loki was feeling proud, Odin suddenly looked at Loki and said. Loki looked at Odin in surprise. Who am I? Odin asked seriously, without any intention of joking. You are my father, the father of the gods, and the greatest monarch of Asgard. Loki flattered him and muttered to himself, wondering if he knew that he was dreaming. Yeah. Odin breathed a sigh of relief, fortunately. Okay, you are free and don't have to go to the dungeon anymore. Odin said slowly. Thank you, father. Loki knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Odin. Odin smiled with satisfaction and said, Look at how silly you are. Loki was stunned. He felt as if he had heard these words somewhere before. After Shang-Tian returned to Earth, he went to the bank first, and then returned to the apartment. He stood outside the door of the room, coughed lightly, looked at the paper outside the door that said, Don't knock if you're not around, and reached out and knocked on the door. Who is it? Janitor's impatient voice came from outside the door, and soon the door was opened. Hi. Shang-Tian stretched out his hand and greeted Janitor. Janitor was stunned at first, then suddenly hugged Shang-Tian. Where have you been? I've been looking for you for 3 months, and you just left without even saying hello. Didn't you say you were going to start an alliance? Why did you suddenly disappear? Janitor shouted loudly, as if venting her dissatisfaction. Her voice spread throughout the entire corridor, calling out Eddie Brock and Abomination, who lived opposite Shangshan. Janitor seemed to feel a little shy and quickly let go of Shangshan. "Boss!" Eddie Brock shouted excitedly when he saw Shang Tian, and stretched out his hand to hug Shang Tian. "Forget it." Shang Tian shook his hand and took a step back. It was okay for a woman to hug him, but not a man. Seeing that Shang Tian refused his hug, Eddie Brock took a step back awkwardly and looked at Shang Tian with a silly smile. "You're finally back, boss. You don't know that we've been going crazy looking for you during this period of time." Abomination stepped forward and said to Shang Tian, "People from S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers are also looking for you. They never thought that a person would disappear inexplicably on Earth. Asgard is the realm of gods and its time is different from that of Earth. There is a rumor that one day in heaven is 1 year on Earth, and that's probably what it means." So although Shang Tian didn't stay in Asgard for a long time, 3 full months had passed according to Earth time. "Yeah, you don't know, after you disappeared, I didn't even enjoy eating. I used to be able to eat more than 1,000 hamburgers, but now I can only eat 500. Venom came out of Eddie Brock's body and said. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Eddie Brock and said awkwardly, "Although we don't have that much money to eat hamburgers. Now I have it." Shang Tian raised his lips and smiled, took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Janitor, saying, "This is a secondary card. You will be responsible for buying food in the future. There is no secret." Janitor took the bank card and whispered, "Is there enough money in it?" Then he put the card back in his pocket. Shang Tian smiled but said nothing. Asgard was still very rich. Any bit of gold there could be exchanged at a bank for an ordinary person for more than 10 years, not to mention that he had basically emptied half of Asgard's treasury. "Where have you been for the past 3 months? As soon as she entered the room, Kanata looked at Shang Tian and asked with a very serious expression. "Something happened." Shang Tian answered calmly and sat on the sofa. Eddie Brock and Abomination also followed him in and sat on the sofa on the side. "I think there's something wrong with you." Janitor sat cross-legged next to Shang Tian, staring at him with her eyes and said, "I wanted to say this a long time ago. I found that I couldn't see into your heart. Besides, you're a very mysterious person. You disappeared for 3 months, and I couldn't even find you. I think there's something wrong with you." Kanata analyzed carefully and looked at Shang Tiandao. "Are there any problems?" Shang Tian frowned. "I can guarantee that there is nothing wrong with me. If you don't believe me, you can try it tonight." Janitor looked at Shang Tian in confusion and asked, "Try what?" Abomination and Eddie Brock on the side coughed violently a few times, then turned their heads away with an expression that said, "Don't look at me, I didn't hear anything." Kanata looked at the two of them and used his superpowers to peek into the heart of hatred before he knew what Shang Tian meant. His face turned red in an instant and he said to Shang Tian, "That's not what I meant. You stinky hooligan."
Janitor lowered her head, bit her lower lip and whispered, "I just think you are more than just a human."
"Does it matter whether I'm a human or not? All you need to know is that I'm a normal man. If you provoke me, I can't guarantee what I will do." Shang Tian raised his eyebrows and said jokingly. Janitor somewhat awkwardly lowered her legs off the sofa and sat on it awkwardly and straight. The hate on the side quickly became serious because he was a former Air Force officer and had received military training. He said to Shang Tian seriously, "Boss, I think I need to tell you about the situation." Shang Tian turned his gaze towards hatred. 3 months ago, when you disappeared, a hammer fell from the sky. When we went there, we found that the hammer was very heavy and no one could lift it. Later, Shield and we secretly observed the hammer and found that it was lifted by a man named Thor. The man claimed to be from Asgard and said he was the god of thunder. He also joined the Avengers. I thought about asking him to join us, but he refused and said that he would not go along with the villains. At this point, Abomination paused for a moment, and seeing that Shang Tian had no expression on his face, he dared to continue. Janitor seems to know what kind of place Asgard is, and had a conflict with Thor before. I think this is very troublesome. What's the trouble? Shang Tian said nonchalantly.
Although Janitor is very powerful, she gets hungry very quickly and will die once she is hungry. But Thor is very powerful and can draw the power of thunder and lightning. If the Avengers are too strong, it will not be a good thing for us. Abomination analyzed seriously.
Shang Tian chuckled. The father is here, what does the son matter? That Thor only gained a little bit of divine power because he is a descendant of Odin. But Odin is no match for my father, okay? My father is Galactus, a legitimate member of the Celestials, okay? When Janitor heard Abomination say that he was weaker than Thor, his face turned black on the spot. He spoke to Abomination angrily, which made Abomination stunned. He asked, "What are the Celestials?" "I have heard of Odin. He appeared in Norse mythology. He is said to be the father of the gods and looks very powerful." Janitor was extremely angry. She took a deep breath and pointed at Hate with a very conflicted expression. After a long while, she finally let out the anger she had been holding back and said, "Forget it. I won't talk to you about this, mortal." After taking 2 breaths, Janitor continued, "Thor is irrelevant. The problem is that I seem to have recently discovered that S.H.I.E.L.D. has a very dangerous thing called the Cosmic Cube." Cosmic Cube? What is that? Venom asked with his head sticking out of the air while twisting his neck. Janitor looked at Venom. The corners of his mouth twitched as he said, "I've wanted to tell you this for a long time. Every time you come out of Eddie Brock's body, you look like Aladdin's genie, you know. The point is, others are Aladdin's genie, but you are simply Aladdin's genie." Venom rolled up his 2 big eyes and said, "What Aladdin? Tell me what the Cosmic Cube is about." Venom's eyes were originally big, and when he turned his face like this, it looked like only the eyeballs were left. This made Janitor's scalp numb, and she quickly went to Shangshan and asked, "The Cosmic Cube is actually just a container. The real danger is the thing called the space gem inside." Janitor glanced at Venom and Eddie Brock, who were both confused, and sighed, "You don't understand anything, so I can't tell you everything. Anyway, you just need to remember that there are many ancient powers in this universe. Those powers are terrible. They can destroy more than just one universe. Some of them can even change the entire universe. The Infinity Stones are relatively terrible among them. I'm not sure how many Infinity Stones there are in the universe, but I know that if someone collects all 6 stones, then he can almost destroy a universe." Venom and Eddie Brock didn't understand most of what Janitor said, but they understood the last sentence, which could destroy a universe. If we destroy a universe, then everything will be gone, right? Who would do that? Abomination asked seriously. Who told you that there is only one universe in the entire universe? There are universes outside the universe. We call the entire universe the multiverse. Oh, you won't understand even if I tell you. Anyway, what I want to tell you now is that S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot collect all 6 gems. If they collect them, I really can't solve it. Only my father can come forward. Janitor pondered for a while and shook his head. But I guess my father won't care about these things, because he worries about food every day. Then you really inherited it from your father. You are like this too. Abomination said with no desire to survive. Are you a steely, stupid straight man? Janitor frowned and gave him a look of disgust. Then she turned to look at Shang Tian. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly found that Shang Tian had closed his eyes, as if he was asleep. Hey! Are you listening to me seriously? Kanata was furious and pushed Shang Tian with his hand. Stop it! Shang Tian said, grabbing Janitor's hand and pulling her into his arms. Although Janitor has known Shangshan for half a year, she has never had any particularly close contact with Shangshan. She was a little confused for a moment when she was suddenly pulled by Shangshan. Her face leaned in Shangshan's arms and turned red to her ears. Venom. Eddie, I suddenly remembered that we seem to have something else to do, right? Eddie Brock. Yeah, boss, we're leaving first. Abomination looked at Venom and Eddie Brock, who suddenly said they were leaving in a hurry, and said in confusion, I live with you, how come I don't know what's wrong with you? Venom bared his teeth and said to Abomination, by the way, Abomination, didn't you say you had something to do, too? Then he stretched out a claw and grabbed Abomination's hand and said hurriedly, come on, let's go do something together. Abomination frowned, showing a puzzled expression and said, I'm fine. Venom roared, I said you have something wrong, and you have something wrong. You are not listening, are you? After saying that, he grabbed Abomination and walked out the door. Hey, we haven't finished talking about that matter yet, what should we do? With a bang sound of the door closing, the hateful voice was cut off outside the door. At this time, Kanata leaned on Shangshan's chest, listening to Shangshan's heartbeat, her face flushed red. You? Janitor uttered a syllable in a low voice, and was too shy to know what to say for a moment. It's winter now and it's a bit cold, so I'll use you to cover myself, Shang Tian said lightly. Janitor was originally planning to ask something, but when she heard that Shang Tian actually treated her as a quilt, her original surprise and shyness was suddenly replaced by anger, and she angrily said, Hey, what do you mean by that? You treated me as a quilt. Well, the quilt is thick enough. Shang Tian nodded and said seriously. Mian Ni Ma sells hemp batches. Shang Tian and Janitor, two people who didn't need to sleep, spent the whole night on the sofa without saying a word. It was not until the next day when someone knocked on the door that Janitor stood up from the sofa and muttered softly, I'll go open the door. Her voice was very low, as if she was reporting to Shang Tian, or talking to herself. She didn't know when she developed this habit, but she always wanted to tell Shang Tian when she was about to do something. Janitor shook her head in annoyance, and tried to tell herself, I like OAA. Although I haven't seen what he looks like, I have to be consistent and not be so indecisive. Janitor muttered as she opened the door, and the person who came in was Black Widow. Although Shang Tian disappeared for a while, Black Widow still came here on time every day, just like punching in at work, coming on time and leaving on time. No one in the Villain League had ever asked her to do anything, but she still insisted on coming here as a nanny every day. It took her 3 months to win the trust of Janitor. Similarly, it took Janitor 3 months to change Black Widow's view of the Villain League. Even though Janitor knew that Black Widow was planted by Nick Fury from the beginning to remind them not to do anything bad, she knew even more that Black Widow was a double agent. She could see Black Widow's heart clearly, and maybe Nick Fury was being poached without knowing it. You're here. Janitor was making plans in her mind and said to the Black Widow with a smile. Yeah. Black Widow responded and walked into the house. The moment she entered the door, she saw a very familiar figure and immediately exclaimed, Shang Tian. For S.H.I.E.L.D., Shang Tian's disappearance has almost become a century-long mystery. Now that Black Widow saw Shang Tian sitting at home, one can imagine how shocked she was. Black Widow walked forward, glanced at Shang Tian, and without asking any more questions, she just smiled at Janitor and said, "It seems that there is nothing that needs to be sorted out today." Janitor nodded and said, "Well, otherwise you should leave early today." Black Widow nodded, and when she left, she deliberately glanced at Shang Tian. "I suggest you don't get too close to her." After the Black Widow left, Shang Tian opened his eyes and sat up from the sofa. "Why?" Janitor asked in confusion as she sat back on the sofa. "Because she is from S.H.I.E.L.D., Shang Tian told Janitor truthfully. "She joined our alliance with your consent. Besides, I know very well that I am a cosmic-level strongman. Have you forgotten?" Kanata raised his eyebrows with some pride, completely unaware that the little thoughts in his mind had been completely discovered by Shang Tian. "Playing tricks has nothing to do with ability, unless you want to control her with psychic power," Shang Tian said with a smile. "Control? TSK, I don't bother to do such a thing. Besides, human souls are free. Even if you can control her heart with your power, you can't control her soul," Janitor said seriously. "Besides, why can you deal with people from S.H.I.E.L.D., but I can't?" "Because I won't be tricked," Shang Tian said and stood up from the sofa. Only then did Janitor realize that Shang Tian was thinking she was stupid. "Hey, why do you always set traps like this when you talk?" Janitor said with some dissatisfaction. She sat cross-legged on the sofa and played with her hair angrily. She kept muttering to herself and looked unhappy. Shang Tian smiled and prepared to go out. Janitor heard the door open and turned around to ask, "Where are you going?" "Let's go buy something," Shang Tian said as he exchanged greetings. "I want to go." Janitor suddenly sat up from the sofa and said happily. "Where are you going? You'd better sit here quietly," Shang Tian said and walked out of the room. The infrastructure construction speed in the Marvel world is much faster than the world Shang-Chi was in before. The New York streets that were destroyed by Abomination and Hulk have been repaired in just 3 months. It looks as if the war has never happened. Everyone is walking hurriedly on the streets. Everything is the same as before Shang-Chi left. The only difference is that various posters are posted on the walls on both sides of the street. Most of those posters showed the appearance of Iron Man, and some showed the appearance of Venom and Janitor. In addition to posters, billboards and LED screens are almost all filled with their photos. It seemed that during the 3 months he was away, the 3 of them had done a lot in New York and won the trust and love of mankind. Shang Tian walked to the bus stop 100 meters outside the apartment to wait for the bus. Less than 2 minutes later, a black sports car stopped in front of him. "Hi, long time no see." The car window was rolled down, and Tony Stark, who had not been seen for a long time, was sitting in the passenger seat and greeting Shang Tian. He looked much better than when he had just escaped from the Afghan gangs. "Are you free? How about getting in the car?" Tony Stark pointed to the back seat of the sports car. "It's too narrow." The back of Tony Stark's sports car is very narrow. People have to curl up inside to sit in it, and they may not even have room for their legs. Instead of riding like this, Shang-Chi felt that taking the bus would be much more comfortable. Tony Stark glanced at the back seat, seemed to realize the problem, and said to Happy in the driver's seat, "Go back by yourself, I have something to do." Happy got out of the car reluctantly. Tony Stark sat in the driver's seat, and only then did Shang Tiankai get in the car. "I have to take you somewhere. There's something I want you to see." Tony Stark didn't ask Shang Tian where he had been for the past 3 months, nor did he ask Shang Tian how he came back. He just simply and clearly stated his thoughts. Shang Tian knew very well that Tony Stark would come to find him. After all, Black Widow knew that he was back, which meant that the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. knew about it. I think you will be very surprised. Tony Snitter continued, with a smug look on his face. I can assure you that you will find it very magnificent after seeing it. Located on the cliff of Malibu coast is a villa which is Tony Stark's home. Tony Stark quietly showed Shang-Tian the luxury of his home and then took Shang-Tian to his underground studio. Pepper has been very busy recently because I handed the company over to her. She should be out now. Tony Snittig muttered as he walked. It was unclear whether he was talking to himself or to Shang-Tian. After walking for a while, he said again, "Have you seen Pepper?" "That's Boz, my former secretary. She's very beautiful. I think we should get engaged soon." "Maybe I have seen it," Shang-Tian said lightly. "Okay, that's a bit off topic. I brought you here to show you something." Tony Stark shrugged and took Shang-Tian to a special steel door. "Jarvis, open the door." "Yes, sir." A mechanical sound rang out in the room, and soon, the steel door in front of Shang-Tian was opened. "Come in," Tony Stark said to Shang-Tian with some pride, as if he was going to show Shang-Tian something incredible next. Shang-Tian followed Tony Stark into the room. This is a very large room with many small glass compartments on the walls. Each glass compartment contains a set of Iron Man suits. It seems that there are about 20 Iron Man suits in this room, which looks very spectacular. "How is it?" Tony Snitter chuckled and asked Shang-Tian. "Very nice." Shang-Tian took a rough look and found that there was a label on each glass compartment with the serial number of the battlesuit written on it, from Mk2 to 22. "I made Mk1 in a cave in Afghanistan. I made a rough battlesuit according to the drawing you gave me. Although it was scrapped when I came out, it was the first battlesuit I made after all." Perhaps noticing that Shang-Tian was looking at the serial number on the battlesuit, Tony Stark explained to Shang-Tian why there was no Mk1 here. Shang-Tian looked at the battlesuit in front of him and did not answer. "They said you disappeared on my plane. Happy didn't know where you went. The people at S.H.I.E.L.D. almost suspected that you might be dead, but I don't believe it." Seeing that Shang-Tian didn't answer, Tony Stark continued, "When you disappeared, it reminded me of a man named Ethan. He was the person who was imprisoned with me in Afghanistan. In order to save me, he died in the end." When Tony Stark mentioned Ethan, the smile on his face slowly disappeared and his voice became a little low. He was silent for a while, and then continued, "Before this, I always thought that what I did was right. It was not until I saw the Iron Man you drew for me that I realized what was right. So during this period, I have been making these suits. I think the world needs Iron Man." Shang-Tian was about to speak when Tony Stark suddenly stretched out his hand and said, "Wait a minute, I know what you want to ask me. I brought you to see this and told you so much because I want to give you an explanation. Yes, that's what I mean. I know why you drew that thing for me. Someone reminded me before that it was a wrong decision for me to sell arms and weapons, but I didn't realize this problem. I think you drew that for me just to remind me to do the right thing at any time." "Maybe," Shang-Tian said lightly. He couldn't say that this was drawn by a little girl when he was playing in a parallel universe, and he just picked it up and gave it to him. Possible. Shang-Tian's overly calm expression made Tony Stark frown. He really couldn't understand how a little boy who looked so young could be so calm about anything. "It's not good to be too old," Tony Stark preached to Shang-Tian. Just then, something strange happened to Jarvis. "Sir, S.H.I.E.L.D. is calling you," Jarvis said mechanically. "Say I'm not here." Tony Stark refused decisively. "Sir, I think they might not believe it," Jarvis said hesitantly. "Be more confident, Jarvis." "Sir, They are already outside the door. Who is coming? The cunning bald man and the old-fashioned captain, Jarvis said seriously. Let them in. Tony Stark said to Shang Tian. Nick Fury and Captain America are here. You haven't met Captain America yet. Come with me to see him. He is very interested in you. Shang Tian smiled at Tony Snittick and said, I think it would be better to change it to the cunning boiled egg head. Boiled eggs? Is it a specialty of your hometown? What does it look like? Tony Stark asked as he walked. Yes, you can ask Jarvis to search it online. Shang Tian followed him and walked towards the hall upstairs. Tony Stark nodded and asked Jarvis to search for pictures of boiled eggs. After seeing them, Tony Stark smiled at Shang Tian and said, Indeed, they look very similar. The two of them walked upstairs, talking one by one. Nick Fury and Captain America were standing in the hall, looking very serious. Your phone is really hard to get through. Coulson called you many times but you didn't answer. There was nothing he could do, so he sent me here. Nick Fury said unhappily. He handed the black folder in his hand to Tony Stark with one hand and continued, You need to take a look at this. Tony Stark looked at Nick Fury, and couldn't help laughing when he thought of the boiled egg photo he had just seen. The more he laughed, the more he couldn't hold back. He said to Shang Tian, Don't tell me, the more I look at it, the more they look alike. Nick Fury was a little skeptical of life because of Tony Stark's smile. He turned his head to look at Captain America and asked, Is there something on my face? Captain America shook his head seriously. Obviously he had no idea what Tony Stark was laughing at. Oh my God, look, the boiled egg is talking, Tony Stark said to Shang Tian while smiling. This made Nick Fury, who was standing there, a little embarrassed and asked, What is a boiled egg? It would have been better if he didn't say it. After he said that, Tony Stark laughed even louder, and almost the whole room could hear Tony Stark's echo. Sir, you need to keep a stable state of mind and avoid extreme joy or sorrow, which will affect your health. Jarvis on the side couldn't bear it anymore and reminded Tony Snitter. Although Nick Fury didn't know what Tony Stark was laughing at, he knew it was not a good thing. His face, which was not pale to begin with, became even darker. He handed the black folder in his hand to Tony Stark again and said, You need to see this. I don't like people handing things to me, especially you. Tony Stark looked at Nick Fury, stopped smiling, and said in a very serious tone, The Earth is in danger. Tony Stark was stunned for a moment, but didn't say anything. A man in an iron suit came over and took the black document from Nick Fury. He said to Tony Stark, Sir, here is a document for you. Tony Stark took the black folder, opened it and said nonchalantly, Who are you in? S.H.I.E.L.D. As the founder of the Avengers, Nick Fury said in a low voice. Avengers? Tony Stark laughed and said, I thought this proposal was already invalid. I'm very busy and only have time on Friday. If you want to consult, I suggest you come back on Friday. It's not a consultation. Nick Fury hadn't finished speaking when he heard Tony Stark sneer. If it's not a consultation, then don't come to me. After all, I don't have the qualifications to join. I'm unreliable and absurd, and I'm a bit of a playboy, right? Nick Fury was speechless. He had known long ago that he should not have agreed to Coulson's request to come and see Tony Stark. If the situation was not too urgent, he would not have wanted to come. In that case, I think you can join our villain alliance. There are no requirements, just pay the membership fee. Shang Tian said jokingly, which made Nick Fury pay attention to Shang Tian standing next to him. I'm surprised you're back. Nick Fury spoke to Shang Tian, but there was no surprise in his tone. as if he had known about this for a long time, and there was even a hint of tentativeness in his voice. Then I guess there will be a lot of things that surprise you. Shang Tian chuckled and walked towards the door. He doesn't like the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. very much. Although it is their duty as agents to intrigue against each other, after all, it is impossible for all the people in the entire universe to be simple. That would be too unbalanced. Are you leaving? Seeing Shang Tian about to leave, Tony Stark called him and raised the black folder in his hand and said, "There are indeed some tricky things here. Wouldn't it be enough if you come forward?" Shang Tian said to Tony Stark with a smile and left the room. Captain America, who had been silent the whole time, looked at Shang Tian's back as he left, and said with a serious expression, "Is that him? The mastermind behind the villain alliance?" Nick Fury nodded and said to Captain America, "Don't underestimate him because he is just a kid under 20 years old. He is actually not simple." Captain America nodded and said, "After sleeping for 70 years, the times have changed a lot. I don't understand many things. I just can't understand why those people are willing to listen to him. Maybe he has some special abilities, but we don't know. Don't stand there. Tell me what happened this time." Tony Stark asked Nick Fury after watching the information played from the black folder. Nick Fury and Captain America walked to the sofa and sat down. Just as they were about to speak, they heard Tony Stark say, "Since you're sitting on this sofa, I don't think I want it anymore." Nick Fury took a deep breath and said to Tony Stark, "Let's talk about business. Thor's brother has come to Earth." "Really? Are you going to treat his brother to a meal?" Tony Stark said in a bad tone, and it was obvious that he was very dissatisfied with Nick Fury. "I'd like to, but it may not work. He came to Earth with something that looks like a scepter. That thing seems to be able to control other people's minds. Hawkeye was taken away by him. His goal is the Tesseract. I need to form a team to organize him," Nick Fury said with a very serious look, which made Tony Stark understand that what Nick Fury said was not an easy thing. "Then why didn't you keep Shang Tian? The villain alliance he leads is not bad," Tony Stark also said seriously. "You keep the same agent's way of treating everyone, which is really a headache. I can't fully trust an alliance formed entirely of villains," Nick Fury replied lightly. "Besides, the information he registered in Country M is all fake." After leaving Tony Stark's house, Shang Tian moved at high speed to the center of New York City. The purpose of his coming out was just to buy some things. When he came back from the Divine Realm, he remembered that Christmas would be here in a while. Christmas in Country M was just like Chinese New Year, especially lively. For Shang Tian, who had basically never celebrated a holiday since he was a child, he wanted to buy a gift for himself to commemorate his first Christmas here. Shang Tian walked into a not-so-small boutique. It didn't look as prosperous as other shops, but fortunately the items inside were very unique, including the decoration. Shang Tian walked to the farthest corner of the boutique, looked among the pile of small things for a while, and picked up a small pendant, which was a keychain with a dumpling pattern on it. "This is very nice." A female voice came to Shang Tian's ears, and the next second, the girl snatched the keychain from his hand into her own hand. "Do you know what's going on underneath?" The girl put the keychain in front of Shang Tian and asked as he pointed at the thing underneath. "Jiaozi," Shang Tian replied lightly and looked at the girl. Her pupils and hair color were the same dark green. "Dumplings? How do you know? Is this thing from your country?" the girl asked. Her tone was cool, just like her outfit, a black leather jacket with a bare belly, black jeans and black marten boots, a black backpack on her back, and a string of jingling bells in her hands. She looked like a rock girl. "Yeah. Shang Tian nodded, took the keychain from the girl's hand, and prepared to check out. Wait a minute. The girl suddenly smiled, looked at Shang Tian with her dark green eyes, and raised her right hand. Her right hand was slowly surrounded by dark green light. Because Shang Tian and the girl were standing in a corner, and there were not many people in the store, no one paid attention to them. Otherwise, the light from the girl's hand would immediately cause panic. Lorna Dane, a mutant, 19 years old. Because she emits a dark green light like the aurora when she uses her superpowers, she has a nickname called North Star. Her superpower is to control the magnetic field. The information of the rock girl in front of him quickly emerged in Shangshan's mind. He also understood that the girl wanted what he had, so she was using her superpowers to try to scare Shangshan away. Shang Tian raised his eyebrows, raised his lips slightly, and stared at Lorna Dane without saying a word. Aren't you afraid? Lorna Dane, who thought Shang Tian would be scared and run away after knowing that she had superpowers, frowned when she saw that Shang Tian had no reaction at all. What are you afraid of? Shang Tian's face was filled with smiles, holding the keychain in his hand with no intention of letting go. Then you'll feel scared soon, Lorna Dane said, the smile on her face slowly disappearing, her eyes fixed on the keychain. Lorna Dane's superpower is to control magnetic fields, so she can also control iron. The keychain is made of an iron ring and an iron chain. Obviously, Lorna Dane saw that she couldn't scare Shang Tian away, so she planned to rob him. Shang Tian raised his eyebrows and just looked at Lorna Dane without saying a word. As the light in Lorna Dane's hand became stronger, all the iron products in the corner where Shang Tian was standing slowly floated up, except for the keychain in Shang Tian's hand, which remained motionless and quiet in Shang Tian's hand. Ha! Lorna Dane looked at the keychain in Shang Tian's hand and heard a strange sound. What are you doing? Shang Tian asked, pretending not to understand. Lorna Dane wanted to say that she was trying to make the keychain in his hand float, but because the keychain was motionless, she was too embarrassed to say it out loud. After saying the word, she couldn't say the rest. She could only look at Shang Tian in surprise and ask, "What did you do?" What did you do? Shang Tian's puzzled look made Lorna Dane believe it. She retracted her right hand, stretched her head and looked at the keychain in Shang Tian's hand. It was indeed made of iron, there was nothing wrong with it. Why couldn't she control it? That's strange. I have to go. Shang Tian lost his patience and turned around to leave. Wait a minute. Lorna Dane said again. This time she stretched out her right hand again and used a greater force than before to control the magnetic field. The iron products in the entire store slowly rose up as if they were out of the control of gravity. This time the force startled everyone in the store, and there was a discussion in the store. What happened? It's not haunted. This store is so weird. The few customers in the store were so scared after seeing this scene that they left the store. Not only that, even the owner of the store was so scared that his hair stood up and he crawled out as if he was fleeing. However, the keychain in Shang Tian's hand still did not respond. Hey, wait a moment. Seeing Shang Tian really preparing to leave, Lorna Dane took 2 steps forward and said, "What did you do? Give me that keychain." She stretched out her hand as if she wanted to grab Shang Tian's clothes, but before she touched Shang Tian, she felt a force pushing her away, causing Lorna Dane to stagger back a few steps. Lorna Dane looked up at Shang Tian's back, opened her eyes wide, and stayed where she was. What kind of power is this? Why have I never seen? Shang Tian walked to the cashier counter and called out 2 or 3 times, but no one responded, so he simply took the money away. It was not his fault, as the boss himself did not want the money. After walking out of the store, Shang Tian walked along the street towards the apartment. As he was walking, a black SUV drove directly onto the road and blocked his way. "May I have your name?" A man dressed very strangely but looking very noble got out of the car. He walked towards Shang Tian with a scepter in his hand. Looking at the man's clothes, Shang Tian roughly knew that the man was from Asgard. His noble clothes proved that he was a member of the Asgard royal family. He was not holding a hammer in his hand, so he should be Odin's second son. Loki. Seeing that Shang Tian didn't say anything and didn't react, Loki raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't know Shang Tian, but Loki always felt that he seemed to have seen Shang Tian's face somewhere, but he couldn't remember where exactly. "I'm asking you, what's your name?" Loki asked again. As he asked, a man wearing a black tights and carrying a bow and arrow on his back got out of the car. The man had a dull look in his eyes, and he walked slowly like a shell to Loki's side. He stared at Shang Tian, but his gaze was wandering. Shang Tian glanced at Loki and the man carrying a bow and arrow, then walked around them and continued walking towards the apartment. Loki stood still, with a scornful smile on his face, and whispered, "How arrogant. You don't even know who I am, and you dare to ignore the future king of Asgard like this." He said to the man with a bow and arrow next to him, "Hawkeye, go and deal with him." Hawkeye nodded and walked dully in the direction Shang Tian left. Shang Tian walked through the crowded crowd. There were many people on the streets of New York at night and it was very lively. Especially as Christmas was approaching, the streets were filled with the feeling of the new year. Hawkeye followed Shang Tian dully, observing his movements. He pulled out a pair of scissors from his back, aimed at Shang Tian, but because there were too many people, he stupidly let the person come and continued to follow Shang Tian to find the right opportunity. He watched Shang Tian walk through the crowded crowd to a sparsely populated path without stopping, holding the bow and arrow tightly in his hand. As Shang Tian went deeper and deeper, when there were almost only two of them left on the roadside, Hawkeye finally raised the bow and arrow in his hand and pointed it at Shang Tian's head. "Hey!" A woman's voice sounded on the quiet path. Hawkeye quickly hid under the cover nearby and observed Shang Tian's movements. "Why are you walking so fast? Stop right there." The woman's voice sounded again. Shang Tian came back and the person who called him was Lorna Dane. Seeing Shang Tian stopped, Lorna Dan strode to Shang Tian and stopped too. "What's wrong?" Shang Tian asked in a calm tone. "What did you do before? Why doesn't my superpower work on the keychain in your hand?" Lorna Dane said unwillingly. After that, she glanced in the direction where Hawkeye was hiding and said to Shang Tian in a very low voice, "There is someone following you and wants to kill you." "Kill me?" Shang Tian pretended to be surprised and shouted. His voice was so loud that an echo could be heard. "Keep your voice down." Seeing that Shang Tian actually shouted, Lorna Dan quickly covered Shang Tian's mouth with both hands. "That's enough." Shang Tian grabbed Lorna Dan's hands, put him down, and said to Hawkeye who was hiding in the dark, "You followed me all the way. Don't you want to kill me? Come out if you are brave enough." Lorna Dan looked stunned, so he knew about this. She looked towards the place where Hawkeye was hiding, and saw Hawkeye coming out from there, staring at Shang Tian with a pair of sharp eyes like a hawk, raising the bow and arrow in his hand and aiming at Shang Tian. "Go quickly." Seeing this, Lorna Dan said to Shang Tian, stretching out her right hand, as if she was ready to use her superpowers to save Shang Tian. However, to her surprise, no matter how she controlled it, her superpowers could not be used, as if they had failed. "Okay." Stop shaking, your hand is about to dislocate, Shang Tian said casually. At this moment, Hawkeye had already pulled the bow, aimed at Shang Tsung's head and released the string in his hand. Pa! With a crisp sound, Hawkeye's arrow did not fly towards Shang Tian as expected. Instead, it fell directly to the ground. Lorna Dan stood there in astonishment, and after a long while she said silently, "How dare you come out to assassinate someone when your archery skills are so poor?" Hawkeye's eyes, which had been dull, suddenly lit up the moment the arrow fell to the ground, as if he had come alive. He lowered his head and looked at the arrow that fell at his feet. A hint of surprise appeared on his face. What the hell? What just happened? Why did my arrow fall at my feet? Can someone explain to me if I just slipped the arrow? In Shang Tian's hand. Hawkeye looked at the arrow dropped on the ground, and the corner of his mouth twitched. If it was someone else, they might be able to accept it, but Hawkeye couldn't accept this fact. There are only two reasons why Hawkeye, a cyborg without any strong superpowers, was chosen by Nick Fury to join the Avengers. One is that he possessed superb eyesight after undergoing experimental transformation by the US military. The second is his miraculous archery skills that never miss a target. From the time Hawkeye joined S.H.I.E.L.D. until now, he has never shot an arrow astray, let alone had an arrow slip. Such low-level mistakes are difficult for newcomers to make, so how could a master of archery like him make them? Hawkeye's heart was in turmoil, and he didn't know whether he should say, MMP, or not. With your archery skills being so poor, you still come out to embarrass yourself. What's the point of assassinating someone? Lorna Dan breathed a sigh of relief. In the past, the people she met who assassinated others would at least use a sniper rifle or hardcore weapons. This was the first time she saw someone assassinating someone with an arrow. She thought that this person must be very confident in his archery skills. She was a little nervous for the Asian boy in front of her. She didn't expect. TSK, he looks like a king, but he is actually a bronze player. Assassination. Although Hawkeye's heart was churning at this moment, his years of experience as an agent made him calm down. At least he was not seen by Nick Fury and his gang, otherwise they would laugh at him for the rest of his life. Hawkeye took a deep breath, calmed down and asked, "What did you mean by assassination?" "You followed him all the way and wanted to kill him. I saw it all. Why are you still pretending?" Lorna Dan said angrily. "Kill him?" Hawkeye looked up at Shang Tian, stunned. "Why is it you? Why are you here?" After saying this, Hawkeye seemed to sense something was wrong. He looked around and muttered in a daze, "Why am I here too? Shouldn't I be with Nick Fury?" When the name Nick Fury was mentioned, Hawkeye seemed to remember something, his eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "Oh no," he turned around and wanted to leave. "You followed me all the way and pointed arrows at me. Do you want to leave just like that?" Shang Tian's voice made Hawkeye stop. "I don't know what you are talking about." Hawkeye frowned, his eyes somewhat deep. "Basically, all the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who follow Nick Fury know about Shang Tian's existence, and they also know that he is the boss behind the Villain Alliance. Although Shang Tian had disappeared for 3 months before, and during these 3 months, other members of the Villain Alliance had gained the trust of mankind by doing good deeds, Hawkeye really couldn't have a good impression of the word villain. "Since you don't know, I'll help you sort it out." Shang Tian walked towards Hawkeye and said, "Loki brought the Mind Stone to your base and wanted to take the Cosmic Cube, and then used the Mind Stone to control you. He stopped me just now, and I didn't leave him, so he sent you to kill me. After that, you followed me all the way, and your purpose was to kill me. So you understand now, right?" Hawkeye frowned again when Shang Tian mentioned the cosmic cube. How did he know about the cosmic cube? Although he was confused, as an agent, Hawkeye still remained vigilant. If he controlled me, then it was not my intention to do these things, Hawkeye said coldly. What you said makes sense. In that case, I would like to wish you in a friendly way that no matter how you shoot, you will never hit the target in the future. Shang Tian walked to Hawkeye and stopped, looking at him with an evil smile, sending him the best wishes from heaven. Hearing Shang Tian say this, Hawkeye frowned even more tightly. As a member of the Avengers, the only thing that made him feel proud was his archery skills. This was the only thing he was proud of. Shang Tian's blessing was tantamount to humiliating him. Today was just an accident. I made mistakes because I was controlled. This is not my true level, Hawkeye said, staring at Shang Tian with sharp eyes, and quickly left. Hawkeye knew very well that these words were just an excuse to deceive Shang Tian. Even though his mind was controlled, the operation of archery was already ingrained in his bones. How could he make a mistake? Hawkeye couldn't figure it out. Did you know him before? Did you become enemies? Seeing Hawkeye leave, Lorna Dan walked to Shang Tian and asked curiously. I'm going home, don't follow me. Shang Tian did not answer Lorna Dane's words, but just glanced at her and said lightly. No, why are you going back so early? Play with me for a while. Lorna Dane quickly blocked Shang Tian's way and said to him, although you stole my favorite keychain, I think you are quite interesting. You look single anyway, so why don't you play with me for a while before going back? Shang Tian raised his eyebrows and said, you were the one who wanted to steal my keychain, not me. Also, why do you think I must be single? How can you be so stingy? Lorna Dane said angrily, with her hands on her waist and her head turned away. I think the one you have in your hand is better looking, and there is no second one in that store, so I just wanted you to give me the one in your hand, but who knew you would be so stingy? Lorna Dane glanced at Shang Tian and continued, it's almost Christmas now. If you had a girlfriend, you wouldn't be out here alone to choose a gift. From what I see, you're either single or you like a girl but don't dare to pursue her. At this point, Lorna Dan suddenly looked at Shang Tian mysteriously, and said with a wicked smile, do you have someone you like? Are you unwilling to give me the keychain because you want to give it to her? As Lorna Dane spoke, she raised her eyebrows twice, which looked particularly funny. It is said that 9 out of 10 girls are gossipy. Shang Tian didn't believe it at first, but now he really believes it. What a mess you have in your mind. Shang Tian showed a conflicted expression, shook his head, and returned the same way. He had specially found this path in order to bring Hawkeye to a deserted place. Now it seems that he should go back. Hey, do you want to play with me? Lorna Dane said as she caught up. What can a man and a woman play? I can consider fighting, but forget about other things, Shang Tian said jokingly. Lorna Dan didn't hear it for a moment, so she asked hurriedly, what's the fight? She is not as tall as Shang Tian, so her feet are not as long as Shang Tian's. Shang Tian was very fast, and in order to catch up with Shang Tian, Lorna Dan almost jogged behind him, which looked very funny. We can only fight at night, Shang Tian chuckled and said casually. Lorna Dan understood all of a sudden, her face flushed, and she whispered to Shang Tian, shame on you. You're a girl, and you let a strange man accompany you out late at night. Am I shameless or is it your own fault? Shang Tian said lightly. How can you be so mean? Do you know that there are so many people chasing after me in our school? How dare you treat me so badly? Lorna Dane was furious and said arrogantly, I don't care. Anyway, you have to play with me. Who told you to steal my things? After saying that, Lorna Dan reached out to hold Shang Tian's arm, but before she could do so, she felt a strong force pushing her away again. This time the force was even stronger than the one in the boutique before. Lorna Dan took a few steps back and sat on the ground. What kind of power is this? Lorna Dan sat on the ground, raised her hand and looked at Shang Tian with surprise. Shang Tian didn't say anything, turned around and prepared to leave. If it were before, Shang Tian might have played around with Lorna Dan or something. After all, Lorna Dan's looks and figure are considered on the high side among girls. But the problem is that after he became OAA and saw so many beautiful women, he was a little tired of the looks of beautiful women. If the woman had a good personality, it would be fine, but if she had a bad personality, he really didn't want to bother with her. Seeing Shang Tian turn around and leave like this, the expression on Lorna Dane's face became even more surprised. Shang Tian felt that this was the first man in history who ignored her like this. Lorna Dan was not convinced. She thought, is it possible that I can't handle you? She simply sat on the ground and started to cry. While crying, she said, "You are such a heartless villain. You stole my things and hit me." Lorna Dan's voice was very loud. Although this was a small road with few people, one or two pedestrians would pass by occasionally. Lorna Dan's crying attracted the few pedestrians who passed by, and they all looked at her and talked. "Look at this girl, what's wrong with her? Why is she sitting here crying? She can't be that boy's girlfriend. How could he be so cruel to leave a girl on such a dark road?" Seeing that her noise attracted passers-by, Lorna Dan not only did not stop, but cried even louder, "You heartless guy. Didn't we just have a quarrel? Not only did you not try to comfort me, but you also left me here alone. I'm pregnant, and you still do this. Do you have any conscience?" To add to the authenticity of her performance, Lorna Dan also covered her stomach with her hands and shouted, "Ouch, my stomach hurts." The onlookers saw that Lorna Dan believed it, but as it was too dark here and there were not many people around, they were worried that Lorna Dan and Shang Tian were in collusion. They muttered, "This man is really terrible," and quickened their pace and left. "Why did you leave?" Lorna Dan, who had wanted to use her superb acting skills to attract passers-by to condemn Shang Tian, asked in surprise when she saw those passers-by suddenly leave. The more she asked, the faster the other person walked away, and disappeared in a flash. "Really?" Lorna Dan stood up, brushed the dust off her hands, and stood up from the ground. Suddenly, she trembled all over and felt a low pressure approaching. Lorna Dan smiled awkwardly, slowly raised her head, looked at Shang Tian with her two small eyes, forced a laugh and said, "Ah, you haven't gone far yet." "Pregnant?" Shang Tian raised an eyebrow and blurted out these two words. "No, you heard me wrong. I wasn't talking about pregnancy, I was talking about wrestling. Yes, I just said I fell down, yes, yes, yes." Lorna Dan gave a far-fetched explanation with an awkward laugh. "Oh, so you are talking about wrestling. Okay, let's try wrestling a few times tonight." Shang Tian approached Lorna Dan with a smile. Lorna Dan held her head in her hands, lowered her head and squatted down, muttering, "Brother, I was wrong. I was wrong. I don't want you to play with me, okay? I just ran away from home and was in a bad mood, so I wanted to find someone to accompany me." Running away from home. Shang Tian's low voice came from above Lorna Dan's head. "No, I didn't run away from home. I don't even have a home, so how can I run away from home?" For some reason, Lorna Dan's voice began to become low, and her tone of voice was not as lively as before. It was like uncovering a scar that had been sealed for a long time, and all the emotions surged up in an instant. I'm hungry, let's go eat something. Just when Lorna Dan felt that her emotions were about to become unstable, Shang Tian spoke. She looked up and nodded sharply at Shang Tian. In a fast food restaurant in downtown New York City, Shang Tian and Lorna Dane were sitting by the window eating burgers. A TV was hanging in the middle of the restaurant, playing the news. The Stuttgart Königstrasse in Country D has just been attacked by unknown persons. We are about to broadcast the situation on the spot. As the anchor finished his words, the screen switched to König's Central Square. In the picture, a huge crowd of people were kneeling in the square. Loki was standing in the middle of the crowd, talking loudly. This is the attitude you humans should have. The scepter in my hand is the truth that you humans have not revealed. The temptation of desire for freedom has deprived you of your happiness. You pursue power and status. You are willing to be enslaved because you are full of slavery in your bones. Sooner or later, you will succumb to the rulers. Rocky's words caused protests and abuse from most people in the fast food restaurant. Who the hell is this person? What he said is so fucked up. If you ask me, this kind of person should be locked up in a mental hospital. He's wearing weird clothes, so he must be mentally ill. Where's Iron Man? Where's Venom? Where's Abomination? Is there no one to take care of this guy? Not only did the people in front of the TV start protesting, but people among the crowd controlled by Rocky in König's Square also started protesting. A white-haired old man slowly stood up and said to Loki, "Even if this is the case, the ruler will never be someone like you. I have seen many shameless people like you." Loki smiled contemptuously, raised the scepter in his hand and said, "Look at this old man, he will be your role model." After saying that, Loki stretched out his scepter and pointed it at the old man. A blue light surged on the scepter and shot towards the old man. "Yoon!" the crowd screamed. A man wearing a blue, red and white battlesuit, holding a shield and wearing a mask appeared in front of the old man and blocked the attack with the shield in his hand. Captain America! A loyal fan of Captain America in the restaurant stood up, shouted and started applauding. Immediately, more and more Captain America fans stood up and shouted, "Captain America! Captain America! Captain America!" Captain America, who has been alive since World War II after being injected with a super soldier, has always been a spiritual symbol of Country M. Therefore, his popularity in Country M is no less than that of Tony Stark. Within less than 2 seconds after Captain America appeared on the TV screen, the voices of his fans drowned out the sound of the TV. "It's boring." Lorna Dane bit into a French fry, looked at the people dancing in the restaurant, and shook her head. The quality of villains has been getting worse and worse recently. Have you ever seen a villain standing here and talking so much and still not dying? And that Captain America, look at him, he is still talking to that villain. Can't he just hit him directly? How can the two of them develop feelings through chatting? It's like they're in a movie. There is no self-cultivation of villains at all. Lorna Dane sighed and continued. After she finished speaking, she picked up a French fry and continued to bite it. As she bit, she said, "Look at the hatred before. They are the ones with the cultivation of bad guys. They just fight when they disagree with each other. Their bodies and destructive power meet the standards of a bad guy." Shang Tian lowered his head and chuckled. "So, you really like hatred?"
Lorna Dan shook her head and said, "Not that I like it. Let me put it this way, I prefer the League of Villains."
When talking about the Villain Alliance, Lorna Dane excitedly took out her phone and said to Shang Tian, "Do you know the Villain Alliance? It is a newly formed organization. It is composed of Abomination, Venom, Stargirl and Mysterio. It seems to be an organization that specializes in dealing with bad guys. Anyway, it has been very popular on Instagram and Twitter recently. Mysterious man. Shang Tian raised his eyebrows and held back his laughter. Yes, don't you know that many netizens have been saying recently that the villain alliance is made up of a mysterious person? Because no one knows who that person is and he seems to have never shown his face, netizens call him the mysterious man. But to be honest, I really want to know who that mysterious man is. As Lorna Dan spoke, she handed her phone to Shang Tian and scrolled through the comments. Most of them were the same, with netizens guessing who the mysterious man was. I heard that this villain alliance is private, not military. I really want to join, but I don't know how to join. Lorna Dan muttered while scrolling through the comments. Aren't you still studying? Why do you want to join this? Shang Tian asked casually. So handsome. Lorna Dane gave the reason without hesitation. Look at the Star Devourer in the Villain League. She's so handsome. She's my favorite. It seems like just a month ago, she helped Iron Man fight against a man with 2 electric whips on the racetrack. Iron Man's suit was broken. As soon as Star Devourer appeared, she knocked the man to the ground with 1 punch. You don't know, her punch shook the entire racetrack. It was so powerful. Lorna Dan said excitedly, completely transforming into Janitor's little fangirl. The whole racetrack was shaken by 1 punch, but the bad guy is still alive. Shang Tian showed a conflicted expression. He's not dead, he's just been taken away. Oh, you don't understand, power can be controlled. Although some powers seem very strong, they won't kill people as long as they're controlled well. It's like I can control the magnetic field, but it doesn't mean that all magnetic fields will be controlled as long as I use my superpowers. I can still control whatever I want. Really? Lorna Dan rolled her eyes at Shang Tian and continued looking at her phone. After a long silence, Janitor sighed and said, why can these people with superpowers be called heroes, but the status of mutants is so low? When the word mutant was mentioned, Lorna Dane seemed to realize that something was wrong and immediately shut up. She lowered her head and continued to eat French fries, looking at Shang Tian nervously out of the corner of her eyes, not daring to breathe. I have to go first. I have something else to do. After a few seconds, Lorna Dan suddenly stood up, spoke in a panic, and ran out of the fast food restaurant. As he ran, he muttered in annoyance, "Why am I so stupid? What do you mean by mutant? It's true." After she ran away, she suddenly remembered that she didn't seem to have kept the Asian boy's phone number or name. Lorna Dan hurriedly turned around and walked towards the fast food restaurant. When she returned to the restaurant, she found that Shang Tian was gone. Never mind. Lorna Dane muttered something in frustration and walked out of the fast food restaurant again. When Shangshan returned home, Janitor was sitting alone on the sofa, eating and watching a comedy show on TV and grinning. As if she heard something, she turned her head to look at Shang Tian, smiled foolishly and said, "You're back." After saying that, he continued watching TV. Shang Tian shrugged and said, what would the reaction be if the majority of netizens knew that the battle goddess they admired in their hearts was just a girl who sat at home eating and watching entertainment programs with a silly smile? Janitor continued to watch the show and said nonchalantly, "So what? The goddess of battle also needs to live." After saying that, Janitor seemed to remember something and said to Shang Tian, "Oh, by the way, Tony Stark said he will come to you in a few days to discuss something with you. Oh, by the way, why don't you buy a mobile phone?" Janitor looked at Shang Tian as if he were a primitive man and asked, "Are you a caveman? You don't even use a cell phone. Doesn't your family need to contact you? Shang Tian was stunned. Because he basically knows everything. He has been on Earth for so long that he has forgotten about his cell phone. I remember that I seem to have a cell phone in the room that I never use. Shang Tian said as he walked into the room, took out a dusty mobile phone from the drawer, blew on it, frowned, and said with disdain, "Let's change it." After saying that, he sat at the head of the bed and rested for a while. The next night, Tony Stark showed up at Shang-Chi's door. "You know that bastard is really difficult to work with. I think if I stay with him any longer I might just lash out at him." As soon as he entered the door, Tony Stark complained to Shang Tian. Shang-Chi sometimes feels very strange. Before traveling through time, he heard from others that Marvel's 4 big chatterboxes are Spider-Man, Deadpool, Ant-Man and Star-Lord. But the question is, doesn't anyone think that Tony Stark actually talks a lot? Nick Fury is an agent, and he is also the king of agents. Although he asked us to join the Avengers, he likes to hide many things from us. I cannot trust him. Just like the matter of the cosmic cube, although Loki was caught by us, I think the matter of the cosmic cube is not at all as he said. Tony Stark continued, walking over to the couch and sitting down. Janitor looked at Tony Stark with a tangled face, and after a long while he said woodenly, "What did you just say?" Tony Stark shrugged without further explanation, and changed the subject to Shang Tian. "You should go to the Stark building when you have time. The top 10 floors are used for research and development. I think you might like it." "Maybe." Shang Tian smiled. "You didn't come here just to say this, did you?" Janitor looked at Tony Stark speechlessly and said, "From the time you walked in until now, I have no idea why you came here. You are a member of the Avengers now. Are you coming to my villain alliance to spy on military intelligence?" "Of course not." Tony Stark looked at Janitor expressionlessly and said, "I belong to no one. I only work for myself." After he finished speaking, Tony Stark looked at Shang Tian and told him the purpose of his visit. "Thor is here. He told us that Loki is going to bring an alien army to Earth. They are going to use the power of the cosmic cube to open the portal. We have to find a way to stop them. Although Nick Fury is also trying to stop them, I can't completely trust him. I think he is hiding a lot of things from me. I want to cooperate with you." "What?" "Open the portal. Let the alien army come to Earth." Hearing what Tony Stark said, Janitor almost jumped up from the sofa and exclaimed, "Opening a portal to invade other planets without permission is forbidden in the universe. Is Loki so rampant now?" Tony Stark nodded and said to Janitor, "Yes, very rampant." "Where is Loki now?" Janitor asked Tony Stark with fighting spirit in his eyes. "I was locked up on a spaceship by S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony Stark said helplessly. The corners of Janitor's mouth twitched, and she said like a deflated balloon, "How can he open the portal when he's imprisoned? Stop it." Janitor rolled her eyes at Tony Stark and continued watching TV. Tony Stark nodded and said, "Okay, that's true. I just felt a little bored, so I came back early to talk to you. Nick Fury and the others should be coming back from Germany soon." At this moment, Jarvis' voice suddenly sounded in Tony Stark's ears. "Sir, someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. called. I really don't want to answer their calls, you know." Tony Stark shrugged and shook his head. "Go ahead." Soon, the sound of fighting and Coulson's urgent voice came from the other end of the phone. "Tony, Loki has come out and taken away the cosmic cube and his power."